Good morning, everybody. Hello.
What's up, Chatty House?
Hello. Who gets a belt today?
I think I saw Manny was in there.
Manny gets the belt. He's still vibing off Malik Monk. Monk Mondays? Monk days?
That was a big night. Like as far as like when Monk signed and all that, just the vibes from that day.
The vibe was crazy.
Yeah.
What's up, Warren? What's up, Greg? Oh, no. James Ham is not here today. James Ham is in Mexico.
What's up, Warren?
Yeah, we're not going to do a lot of draft today. Tomorrow.
Kings might draft someone, they might not. Who knows?
Dang, that's crazy. So many people just fired up their Good Morning James post. What's up, Tyler? What's up, Weezy?
What's up, Greg? What's up, Zabo?
Got about 90 seconds. We're about to talk so much hockey today.
Big hockey guys.
Big hockey guys.
Leon Draisaitl.
Dude. Other players.
Yes. Pucks on net.
Win the neutral zone.
Cash.
Blue line to blue line.
There you go, right there.
Slashing, icing, things of that nature.
What do they call it? Forecheck?
Oh, dude, forechecking. That's
There
going
you
to
go,
be
yeah,
big tonight. Got to win on the forecheck, but that doesn't mean you neglect the back check. You got back checking, very important.
Ramsey, are we out on Leon Draisaitl?
I don't know who I'm rooting for. I want the full comeback. I need the comeback.
Yeah, like being a Sharks fan, I guess I'm supposed to root against the Oilers, but like, yeah.
No, I'm not that deep in it. I don't have.
See, that makes sense then.
I don't like the Ducks. That's all I got. And the Kings.
See, I don't like the Kings.
The Los Angeles Kings. All right, 15 seconds. What's up, John?
What's up, John?
All right, here we go. Let's party. Kinda. It's partly the producers. That's what we're rocking with this week. That's Jesse Tapia. I'm Kyle Madsen. James Ham on assignment, so he will not be in this week. Jesse's gonna hang out with me basically all week, and then Matt George will be in on Friday to talk about the NBA draft week. Of course, we're not going to talk about the NBA draft today.
Yeah,
we'll get into it a little.
Yeah,
but we'll do that more tomorrow. And then Wednesday, speaking of Wednesday, that's day one of the NBA draft. We are going to be out at Tom's Watch Bar. I'll be there. Jesse will be there. D-Lo, KC. It's right there across from the Golden One Center. So come hang out for the first round of the NBA draft. We'll get started at 5. We'll have a little bit of intro. And then we're going to be right there next to the Kings facility. So if we're loud enough, maybe they'll take into account
like, hey,
what we're trying to
really
tell
sick.
them.
They're awesome. They're
yeah.
Good draft guys here.
Yeah. We love the draft. We love hockey. We'll be talking a ton of hockey today for sure. I try not to complain too much about this job, right? Because it's silly that this is what we get paid to do.
It's all right. It's Monday. If there's any day to do it, it's today.
Yeah, no, for sure. Thank you. So, and again, I'm not complaining about work because this is not, like I said, this is not work to me. But nobody tells you that when you're younger, nobody ever tells you that your weekends just kind of start to slowly go away, where you don't really get a weekend anymore.
The weekend is just basically now like, hey, I have 2 days to do the stuff I couldn't do during the week.
Yes, 1,000%. Except there's a bunch of stuff you can't do on Sunday because so many places are closed on Sundays. And so, like, we got our backyard done. And it's been great. I'm not It's been amazing. I would do it 100 times out of 100.
Not complaining.
But with that comes like, hey, there's landscaping that you then have to do. Oh, we want to put a shed up. Okay, so now we got to buy a shed, and then we got to build a shed. And then, okay, we got to put stuff in the shed. And then it turns out that your 2-day weekend is now gone. I feel like I didn't do it. I feel like my entire weekend was taken up, and then I have my writing job. So I'm writing on the weekends too. I get up, I do that, and then I'm working out. It's like now it's Monday, and it's like, oh, thank God the weekend's over, because now I get to chill.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I got to hit you with it. Like, that's live, Kyle.
Dude, I hate it.
There's nothing we can do about it. Yeah, we lost. We lost. It's over. I saw a tweet the other day. It's like, yeah, summer after high school, it sucks. Because it's like, it's just not the same. We're adults now.
Yo, okay. So the summer after high school, my buddy Kyle Quinn, one of the homies, still is. He got a football scholarship to play football at the University of Arizona. Still lives down there, has a family down there, is doing great. And I graduated high school and was like, this is awesome. This is amazing. I have nothing to do. I'm just cruising around my hometown. Like, everything's good, because I didn't have to go move up to the dorms at Sac State until like the end of August. So I had so much time to just screw around.
Yeah, it's big chill.
And that's what I thought life was going to be. I was just like, hey man, we're vibing, we're chilling. So Kyle Quinn and I go out to lunch one day, and he drove, and he pulls me out to my house, and he goes, all right, buddy, it's been fun. And that was when it hit me, like, oh, because he had to get down and start prepping for football and stuff. It's like, oh, this is life. Like, oh my God, we see each other from time to time, but like I say, he's got life going on. He lives down in Tucson, Arizona.
Oh, I hit my buddies with the, hey, till next time.
Dude, we don't hang out anymore. It's like, dang, that's tough, bro. Nobody tells you.
They don't prepare you for this either. Nobody tells you when you're in 5th grade, hey, Jess, your little buddy here, you're not going to know him in 10 years.
Yeah, this guy, you're not. And it helps with Facebook a little bit, because you get to like stay in touch with people, or Facebook or Instagram or whatever social media you like to use. Maybe you're a MySpace person, I don't know. But you can stay in touch with people better than you used to be able to. But it's still, I know that people say, like, when you're a kid, hey, enjoy it. These are the best days of your life. Like, you got to enjoy it. But there's no way to grasp that as a child.
Yeah, I'm 7. Like, what are you talking about, Mom?
There's no way to grasp, even in high school, though. People are like, these are the best years of your life. And I loved high school. Like, I had a pretty good high school experience, all things considered. Or not all things considered, but like relative to some other people I know who just had like nightmare high school experiences. And that's fine. He didn't like it. I miss it so bad. And all I wanted was to be like, hey, I want to be able to just do whatever I want. I don't want to worry about going to class. I don't want to worry about going to bed or like doing chores around the house. And now it's just your entire life. And I remember my parents being like, hey, you have nothing going on. You should be enjoying this way more than you are.
Yeah, I mean, we did like pick the closest career to that, though, like being in radio.
Yeah. And that's why I try not to complain too much, because now we're here. Yeah. We get to talk about Game 7, Edmonton at Florida tonight.
Pucks on net, everybody.
Dude,
Pucks on net.
We are big hockey guys, controlling the neutral zone. You have to do that.
No icing.
No.
Draisaitl, we need a lot out of you today.
A lot of Draisaitl today. No, I don't know. Okay, so look, we're obviously not hockey guys. But if you tell me Game 7 in any round of the Stanley Cup playoffs, I'm in.
Yeah, especially after
I'm locking in.
Florida being up 3-0. Like, this is just bigger. This is sports right here.
Yes. And that's why I saw Ramsey in the chat saying he wants the Stanley Cup to stay in the US. So he's rooting for Florida.
Yeah.
All right, that's fine. My buddy Dave Barry is a huge Florida Panthers fan. I would love to see the Panthers win for him. But on the other hand, I don't know any other Florida Panthers fans. I don't know any. I'm not deep enough into Sharks fandom. Like, if you told me who's your favorite hockey team, it's like Sharks. It's easy. It's light work. It's not even a question.
Yeah.
But I'm not so deep in it that I'm gonna like have the rivalry of the
you
Edmonton.
Hate Vegas, or you hate the Kings or something like that.
Yeah, I hate all those teams for sure. Mm-hmm. Like Vegas, I'm out. The Los Angeles Kings, I'm out. The Anaheim Ducks, I'm out. But like the Oilers, like I don't care that much. So I need the 3-0 comeback to happen.
Yeah, I feel like if Edmonton won, that'd be pretty sick. Especially like Ramsey said, like, oh, I wanted the trophy to stay in the US. Like, in fact, like, yeah, the Canada getting all hype after winning it or whatever. That'd be pretty sick.
especially after being down 3. Wouldn't that be sick? Like, that's just.
And it's Connor McDavid too, or whatever.
Love watching Connor McDavid.
Yeah, no, he's actually sick. I've seen him like at the SAP Center against the Sharks. He tore him up. It's insane.
I read when I was subscribed to Sports Illustrated, I read an article about him that just went into like all the minutia of what made him great and his ability to like keep the puck in this zone where like when he's skating, keeping the puck in this zone at full speed where like a defender can't see him and the puck and just how difficult that is to do. And I was just like, yeah, Connor McDavid's the man. So like, I want to see him win one. And selfishly, like, I wish this was happening in a sport that more people liked.
What's the thing? Hockey is sick. They just don't know how to market it, I don't think.
Well, it's just, dude, it's
like going to a Sharks game
it's so much
fun.
Funnest
things ever.
Yeah, hockey in person is the greatest. But I don't have room.
I can't.
It's okay. So there's 30 more teams I gotta know.
Yeah.
And
like it's new players, stats, all that stuff.
Yeah, and that's the thing is, so I went to a game with my buddy Mike, and Mike and his wife Hannah are big Sharks fans, and so we all went a little double date action down to the SAP Center, and he's explaining just my like little details of the game, the same way I might sit there with somebody who's not a football fan and be like, okay, that's a shotgun, that's that the safety is both pulling out, that's too high, like just little things like that. And he's explaining this to me. I'm like, dude, I realized I have no idea how hockey works.
Yeah.
And I think that's part of why it's so tough for me to get into, because I know the energy is going to be nutty tonight for Game 7. And that's what I'm there for.
Yeah. The puck's going this way. It's going that way or whatever. Like, yeah, we're just not in depth with it. And it's fine.
Just vibing.
We like sports. We like hockey. I'm not going to tell you about this little scheme or whatever.
Yeah, I'm not. That's as much hockey talk as
we're all here for vibes.
That's it. The vibes in Edmonton were crazy the other night for Game 6. That was awesome. So yeah, Game 7 tonight, Edmonton and Florida. If you don't watch any hockey all year, watch this one tonight.
That'll be fun.
It's gonna be a ton of fun. And like you said, just like there was a point during Game 7 of the 2016 NBA Finals where I'm sitting there, and if you didn't know, if you're listening to this, I'm a Golden State Warriors fan, and I'm sitting there during Game 7, and at one point there was a commercial with like 3 minutes left or a couple minutes left. However, not a lot of time left in the game. And I remember sitting there on my couch by myself in my apartment in Arizona, like, this is peak sports, dude. Like, this is incredible. What an awesome thing to get to experience. And it didn't go the way I wanted it to, obviously. That was devastating. But this tonight, this hockey game, and the reason we're even bringing it up is because you're going to see peak sports tonight. If you like competition,
you think Twitter will be on this game?
Yeah, a little bit.
Everyone's tweeting about
a little bit. Is there anything? I don't think there's anything else really going on tonight.
I'm not sure if there's any WNBA games going on or anything like that.
Yeah, I don't. So yeah, I think this will capture the attention of the general internet populace. But if that's not you, like I said, if you're like, I don't watch any hockey, just tap in. You don't need to know anything. I don't.
It's Game 7. That's all you need to know.
It's Game 7. The intensity is going to be nuts, and I really can't wait. I'm super looking forward to that. We didn't get to talk a lot about the JJ Redick hire yet. What are the Lakers doing?
Lying to themselves, I think.
What do you mean?
Like I think they have this idea where it's like, oh yeah, we got JJ Redick here. He's gonna get with Bron and AD. Maybe we make a move here and we're gonna be contenders. We're gonna win. Blah blah blah. You're a playing team right now. Like I feel like anything, unless you make this massive move, like anything, any progression, you're 2 years away.
I think the worst thing that could have happened to the Lakers is them running into the Warriors a couple years ago.
In the playoffs,
where they got to the conference finals.
Yeah, I think
because they went, this is proof positive that the Bron AD thing works.
Yeah, we got to the conference finals. We got swept, but hey, we got here. Let's build off of that.
Just got to surround them with the right pieces. And this year they go in, they're a play-in team, but first round, bad matchup against Denver. Like they can continue talking themselves into this thing where LeBron turns 40 in December, and like they're banking on another full healthy season of Anthony Davis. And then D'Angelo Russell is opting out. Okay, so maybe you get somebody else in there. Can you mix and match the right pieces? Like, dog, I don't know what
they'll figure it out on their own. I think
they got to punt.
Honestly.
The right thing to do is punting on this.
Yeah, it's they're not winning a title in the next 3 years, or for however long LeBron is there. They're not winning a title.
No, and I look. I think you can have beef with the JJ Redick hire and the fact that he has like no qualifications for the job outside of having played in the NBA. But I think he's a smart guy. I don't think they would have hired him if they didn't think that he could actually be a coach.
Yeah, he knows ball.
Yes, but why not why start him here? Why start him where the expectation is like, hey, if you don't win a title, you're going to be on the hot seat tomorrow?
That's the thing, because coaching like a LeBron James team is not just coaching a regular basketball team. There's so much more that comes into it.
It sounds impossible.
Yeah.
And now you're bringing a coach who has no experience coaching. Okay, he has LeBron's ear. Okay, I think LeBron genuinely respects him like as a coach and as a basketball mind and thinker. But what are the other players on that team going to do?
I guess you just kind of.
Why would you listen to JJ Redick?
You don't have a choice. Otherwise, you're going to get traded. You kind of just have to fall in line at this point. Like, this is what it is.
That sounds
awful. Not great. It's not great. It's not great. It's very dysfunctional, but it's how they run.
They're just a non-factor for me, dude.
That's pretty much it.
I just don't like the JJ Redick hire was funny. Just the whole like lead up to it, and the Shams and Woj, and then the Dan Hurley thing, and like, oh man, this is crazy, and like there's a finals game happening, and then the finals game ends, and they're like, hey, but this coaching search. So that was all funny and stuff, but as we stand here now with JJ Redick hired as the Lakers coach, it's like, okay, for what?
Yeah.
For who? I don't know.
Good luck to them. Not really, but
yes. I don't think anyone's weeping over the Los Angeles Lakers. All right. We've got a ton of NBA offseason stuff to get to because there are some names bopping around the offseason chatter that I just don't know if they move the needle the way they do on the internet necessarily. We'll talk some NFL quarterback contracts. Jesse Toppy in the building, a Dolphins fan who
pay Tua.
Wants him to pay Tua. There it is. So we'll talk about that, and then we'll have some King stuff for you as well with the draft coming up on Wednesday. That's Jesse Tapia. I'm Kyle Madsen. James Ham out on assignment all week. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320. Clear. Waffle boarded on along, and he knifes it on through. The big guy's back.
Easy if he gets Donovan Mitchell to sign an extension, it's the right hire, I guess. I didn't watch it, Russ, but I saw some stuff on Twitter from it. Seemed like it was pretty cool. No clue. I guess close your eyes and just put your finger on some name on the list.
I wish I'd gotten into wrestling.
Wrestling is fun. Like, I don't watch it like when I was a kid or anything like that. But like, you keep up with the social media highlights and stuff, and like the big events and all that. Like, keep up. But like, it's still fun. It's funner now a lot than they used to be like the last 10 years before.
I just had no idea until I got on Twitter that people were that into wrestling.
I didn't realize they were that into it too. Like, until Twitter as well.
I thought it was like a fringe. Oh, that's a weirdo thing. But nah, dude, everybody watches it.
I feel like I got back into it more like once the show started. Like once Dame and the Chatty House, like I saw like they were into it. Like, oh yeah.
Well, it's the thing is you guys get rolling on it, and I tell you guys all the time, like when I'm driving, and I listen to the show on my way home, and you guys start talking wrestling, my first instinct is not to turn it off. Because I'm like, dang, it sounds fascinating.
This Ultimate Warrior fella sounds great.
Like everybody's dialed into this. All right. I'm missing out. I messed up. What about Valanciunas?
No thanks, Lizzie.
I'm fascinated to know what.
I don't think Valanciunas really fits. At least for the kind of player he is right now still. Like what Sacramento could offer him, like as far as his role, I don't think he wants that.
Yeah, I don't. But like, I don't know. I don't know what. I think it. If we can actually talk about this. Good question, Lazy. Or good comment, whatever that was. There we go.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen.
Nope.
Brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
We having a day, Kyle?
I actually have a button that doesn't have names on it. So I can just be like, I'm Kyle, that's Jesse Tapia filling in for James. Voice guy doesn't have to say James. Look, I literally right here.
Now, back to the Insiders. Brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
I'm Kyle Madsen, that's Jesse Tapia.
Here we
James
go.
Ham on assignment.
Picking it up right there.
There we go.
We got all week to
We're
fix
making
it.
plays. I forget to turn my buttons on once a week.
Well,
They're on now.
Yeah, good stuff there.
If you want to hang out with us on YouTube, youtube.com/ESPN1320, twitch.tv/ESPN1320. Leezy in the chatty house wants us to talk about Jonas Valanciunas. Here's how I would like to talk about Jonas Valanciunas, because it fits a little bit something else I wanted to bring up later in the show. The Hawks are apparently shopping Clint Capella. Nick Claxton from the Nets is an unrestricted free agent. All of these players are good centers who can help the Kings, I think, in various ways. I don't know how to talk about the center position with the Kings, because I get the idea of Jonas Valanciunas, right? He can step out, he can shoot it a little bit. Domas will step out and shoot it a little bit, but neither at some kind of rate where teams are like, oh crap, got to scramble and go guard that guy on the perimeter.
What was that? It's like, how many minutes is that going to get? Like, we're not going to move Sabonis to the 4, like maybe people suggest, or anything like that. Like, we're not going to start Valanciunas, Capella, or anything. Like, he's going to come off the bench. They're going to play 10 to 15 minutes, and that's going to be it. Sabonis going to get everything else.
Right. For that type of big, right?
Yeah.
Now, if it's a, I can't even think of it. If it's Kristaps Porzingis, like those two players can coexist because of where they operate with on the floor, right? Yeah. And Kristaps can protect the rim, and okay, now you're cooking a little bit. But like Clint Capella is not that type of player. I don't think Nick Claxton is that type of player. Valanciunas maybe a little bit, because like I said, I know he shoots it from beyond the arc.
We're not going to be sitting with Valanciunas in the perimeter.
Right. That defeats the whole purpose of having him stand in the corner. So I don't know. I'm of the mind that if you go get a player like Valanciunas or Clint Capella or whoever, I get it. And I rock with the vision. I like the idea. But to me, all of this comes back to something we've talked about before on this show is, okay, that's great. Well, Domas, when he does his little dribble handoff thing, now needs to get on the perimeter and be a threat from there and force defenses to stretch out a little bit. If he's going to catch it on the perimeter and shoot it maybe once a game, maybe twice a game,
that's not going to work.
It's not going to be enough.
They're not going to guard that.
So if Jonas Valanciunas is your backup center instead of Alex Len, okay, great. That's an upgrade. But A, I don't know if Valanciunas wants that role. B, I don't know if he's going to cost too much for that role.
You're almost not even maximizing what you can get from a guy like Valanciunas too. Like, you're kind of just limiting him. Like, Valanciunas is a good player and all that, but if you're only putting him out there for 10, 15 minutes and he's not really like playing to his true capabilities, like, what did you even sign him for? Like, we can get away with Alex Len here for these minutes. We need to.
Yeah, that's kind of, and again, I am an advocate of the Kings this offseason, upgrading the roster. However, just get better players on the roster. That is, I think that ideally that would be wings, athletic wings that can knock down a corner three. But every team is looking for those guys. But the Kings, like, their lack of size really, really hurt them last year. So to me, priority one, even above that, was like, dude, just get good players in the building and work it out from there. Mike Brown is a good coach. That's a good coaching staff. I think Monty McNair is a smart GM. Whoever they bring in, they can figure out a way to piece it all together. But I'm not looking at Jonas Valanciunas or the center market just in general and saying, hey, the Kings need to kick down the door to get one of these guys.
Those are just moves to me too. Like,
what do you mean?
We got Valanciunas here. Like, we're not, like, I'm not going, oh, we're winning like the Kings are winning 50 games now or anything like that. Like, it's not like you're bringing in a player on the wing or anything like that. I think that could have more of an impact. Like, if you bring in a center, that's fine, but it's like, it's just a move.
Yeah. And that's where I get it, because he's better than what they have. He's better than Alex Len. But it would require, and this is where it's not that I'm anti Valanciunas. It's just, this requires a little bit different look from either him or Domas. when it comes to how they operate offensively. And again, maybe Mike Brown would work it out where when they're on the court together, the spacing is good enough that both of those players can operate. And if they're on the floor together and they can figure it out offensively, there's going to be Valanciunas a little bit better rim protector than Domas. B, you're not going to lose a ton of rebounds when they're on the floor together. I just
see, but there's also
and this isn't even Valanciunas specific.
Yeah,
it's just any center who's not stretching the floor.
Yeah, well, because with Valanciunas, there's also the thing like maybe we don't even know if it would work, and say it doesn't. Like, all right, well that move failed.
Sure, I think that I think that's kind of the case with anyone though. Like there's an inherent risk kind of involved.
Yeah, but like even like you have to like work around to like get Valanciunas to fit here. It's not like you're bringing in like a Kyle Kuzma type. We bring it like where he just fits A, B, and C for the Kings or whatever. Like he's seamless. Like you kind of have to work around to get Valanciunas. And it's like in hindsight, it's like we look back and it's like we knew it maybe wasn't going to work too. Like there was like some cons to it instead of like all these pros.
Yeah. So I'm if they go get Jonas Valanciunas or Nick Claxton or Clint Capella at whatever price, okay. I think Capella, if the Hawks trade him, I think he's going to have a little bit more of a market than the Kings would want to go try and pay for. But when it comes to the center position, just in general, I'm okay.
Yeah,
I don't. It's fine, but I would way rather see them put effort or dollars into going and getting Brandon Ingram and extending him.
Yeah, I think that
or going and getting Kyle Kuzma. Like those are players who I think move the needle way more than a backup center.
Yeah, well, yeah, because I think, like I said, I think you can get away with Alex Len playing backup center, you'll be just fine.
Yeah. Unless you're getting a way different version of Domas, in which case my this conversation changes completely.
Yeah. So,
and if Domantas Sabonis is at a point where he's shooting 4 or 5 threes a game and making them at a 36% clip, enough that teams have to guard it, okay, great. Then let's have that conversation. But until I see that, and this is the same thing, this is where I'm at with Keegan Murray too. Until I see that Keegan's going to be that, like, hey, I'm going to go create. The offense is bogged down. Give me the ball. I'm going to go create. I'm just not going to bank on him to be that.
Yeah, that's fair.
And maybe he will be. This is not to say he won't or can't. I think he can. But I can't. If you're the Kings, you can't operate this offseason like, oh, hey, well, Keegan's going to be that guy for sure. So, because you don't know.
Yeah, because I mean, you do have to do your service to like De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis. Make sure that like those guys are able to take you as far as they can. Like if Keegan's just not there, he's not there yet. But like you can't just wait.
Right, and that's where until I see that Domantas Sabonis is going to become the type of player who will or can shoot it beyond the arc at a higher rate than he currently does. I say 4 to 5 a game, but pick a number.
Yeah.
That just feels right to me.
Sounds
fine. Until he shows that he can do that or is willing to do that, or the Kings are willing to have him do that. And the downside to that is, okay, now you're pulling the league's best rebounder away from the basket. It just doesn't. So
it doesn't work.
That's where the okay. So maybe it's Valanciunas is the guy who's shooting it 4 or 5 times a game, but is that the best player you could get for that spot then?
Yeah,
and that's where I land on Valanciunas. If they get him, I wouldn't be like upset. I wouldn't say this is a bad move or anything like that. That just can't be. That can't be the big splash.
Definitely.
That just
if it is, then it's kind of like, all right, what are we doing?
Yeah. So that's where that lands for me. And I'm out on Clint Capella, by the way.
Same.
I have him down here. We'll talk about the Hawks a little bit.
Honestly, if you're center and you can't shoot the 3 ball, I'm kind of out on you.
That's it, dude.
Yeah.
If you can't shoot it at all, I don't.
Get with the times, bro.
Yeah, I know that the league and this is one of those weird like things in sports, right? Like you see it in football. Offenses have gotten so much like smaller and faster that to spread defenses out, that you're now seeing defenses get smaller and faster to kind of try and match that speed. But then you're going to see offenses, and I think this is part of what has made the 49ers successful, is you see offenses, okay, they're going to start to get a little bit bigger to take advantage of the smaller defenders. And there's that ebb and flow. And I think you're seeing that a little bit in the NBA right now, where small ball was so the thing for like a 5-year stretch that now all of a sudden you're seeing bigger players with greater skill sets, where I think size is going to become more of a thing in the NBA again.
Yeah.
Size has always been a thing in the NBA, but I think now you're getting players with size who match that like small ball skill set, where you can't go like, yeah, Draymond Green's going to be the center and we're just going to run everybody off the court, because now there's going to be players who can negate that advantage.
Yeah. I mean, especially for a team like the Kings, you have to be able to shoot the 3 ball. If you're gonna play around Sabonis and all that.
Yeah, that's it. I mean,
Learn how to shoot threes, kids.
yeah, may not. Yeah, sensible ones though.
Yeah.
Don't just chuck it from half court.
You can't be Trae Young. Yeah, that's facts.
No.
You can't be Trae Young and Steph. Don't be that, but learn how to shoot the 3 ball.
Knock down a corner 3, play good defense. You'll be in the NBA. Forever.
Be a Sam Hauser.
Yeah.
Give me that one. Come on.
Sure.
Give me that one.
No. You know what? No, I'll give it to you. You know what? No. That's world champion Jesse Toppy
right.
tapping in. Sam Hauser. Hey, Sam Hauser plays some good defense.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay. All right. That's fine. Yeah, man. I don't know. I don't. There's no center that moves the needle for me with the Kings based on what.
Yeah, this is not what I'm looking at this offseason. Like you said, look at the Kuzmas, look at the Ingrams, or even any other wing player that could fit there. Because I think that's where you get more of your impact for as far as if you want to add wins or anything like that.
Yeah, no doubt. Well, plenty more Kings talk, plenty more NBA offseason stuff coming up. That's Jesse Tapia filling in for James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Clear. What up, Will? Hey, this is out of pocket. This is crazy. That's nutty. What an insane video.
Yeah, no.
Just totally.
So just going through Twitter, like looking through trends, like, what is that? Yo, that's what that is.
Yeah, I'd only ever seen it clipped into.
Sneaky turn on anyone. It's been a few weeks with that one.
I'd only ever seen it clipped into like other videos. So I'd never like gotten the whole like it didn't register in my brain. And the only context I'd seen the meme in was in Tua Tagovailoa and the Seahawks. I'd seen like multiple like photoshops of that. So I thought I missed something on NFL Twitter.
It's all a little crossover right there.
Yeah. So somebody brought it up in the chat the other day, and I was like, "What is this?" And then James was like, I didn't know how to respond.
I know. I was kind of surprised James knew about it before you did.
Right, which triggered the memory in my head of, like I said, I had only seen that cut into reels. I did not realize that video like itself was a thing. And that's when it all hit me at once. Bryce Harper doing it on second base was crazy.
Oh, I didn't even see that.
Bro, he gets to second base and he pantomimes like the whole thing, hands and all. It's like, whoa.
I feel like that's only in baseball too.
Oh, yeah, no, for sure. If you did that in the NFL, you would get released the next day.
Instantly.
I want to see if I can find it for you. Hey, do you know what sucks? No pun intended.
Hit you with the flag right there. Yeah, Bryce Harper's a little crazy right there. That's wild. Camera on him and all.
Dude, like I said, he fully committed. All right, here we go.
I think I take down 3 glizzies.
Now, back to the Insiders, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
It's a tough drop right there.
Yeah, it's a tough go for our guy Leasy. That's Jesse Toppy. I'm Kyle Madsen. James Ham out on assignment. 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320 if you want to join the show. Also, if you want to join the show, you can come hang out with us at Tom's Watch Bar in Doco across from Golden One Center for the first round of the NBA draft. We'll be out there about 5 o'clock hanging out, having some food, having some drinks, and we will have microphones and speakers, and we'll be talking about the draft with you, whether the Kings are making a pick, whether they're trading the pick. The fact that I can't decide if the fact that the Kings have not, I read through every trade rumor post this morning, and there's no Kings in there, save for a mention about the Bulls front office being big fans of Kevin Huerter. But in that same post, that was in reference to the Kings now being out on Zach LaVine after Alex Caruso was moved.
I wouldn't stress. I don't even know if that's the right word. Stress too much about them not being in the rumors right now.
No, and that's what it's not. It's not stress. It's not, because I am a big big opponent of like winning the offseason. I think winning the offseason is the most overrated thing.
That's the kiss of death right there. If you get hit with you won the offseason, especially in the NFL too. If you get hit with they won the offseason, you're cooked.
Every time. Not a single person, not a single team has ever been like, wow, winners of the offseason, and then won the Super Bowl.
Shout out to that Eagles team with Vince Young in them.
Tough.
Yeah.
Really tough. Shout out to the Eagles last year who got the 2 Georgia guys in the draft.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody's like, wow, they're not going to give up any points. They're not going to give up any points all year.
That was a fun night on Twitter.
And that's not to say they pick bad players, not to drag the Eagles or anything, but it's like, and then look what happened. Like, winning the offseason means nothing.
Mm-hmm.
So anyways, I don't care whether the Kings are involved in rumors or not. They could be involved in every Paul George, LeBron, pick your favorite, Brandon Ingram, Jimmy Butler. They could be involved in every single one of those. And if they don't land the players, then it doesn't matter, right?
Yeah.
So I don't care that they're not involved. I just can't decide if the lack of notes on the Kings should have me leaning toward, oh yeah, hey, this pick that we thought all year they were going to trade, yeah, they're just going to use it. They're just going to go get a 19 or 20-year-old that they think they can plug in, who's going to be the 9th guy in their rotation, and they feel good about the depth addition.
I will say, I think Monty said in his office, I think he's actively trying to. I'm a producer. I'm not reporting anything or whatever, but I do think he's trying to trade that pick. Like, I think he sees like what they were last season and all that. Like, I think he's actively trying to trade it.
Yeah,
and if they end up, like, if the deal doesn't work out, then yeah, you use the pick. But I doubt like the first thing they want to do is keep that pick right now.
No, I don't think they want to either. I just don't know if it's like, oh man, it's all quiet on the Kings front. They must have something really brewing.
Yeah.
Or is it, hey, it's quiet on the Kings front because there's no deals happening. I can't decide.
Yeah. We'll see on Wednesday, folks.
I was trying to like parse through all the other rumors and try and like connect dots and read between them. I got nothing.
Yeah. I have
nothing
it's
for
like you see the Kevin Huerter and Harrison Barnes could be available and all, but it's not really
they are
other than
like,
that. Yeah, it's nothing that we don't know already.
Yeah, and that's what everything's been. I was happy to see that Hoops Hype reported that the Kings are out on Zach LaVine now because Alex Caruso is not going to be involved.
The whole Zach LaVine thing, now that we're done and past it, that was terrifying to me.
It was really bad.
Like, we thought like, oh, maybe it could be like, maybe Zach LaVine just kind of like, yeah, like plan B is there if we need it. But
so I think that this is a funny NBA rumor mill thing. Because Matt Moore, who was on our show, go check it out on YouTube. It's a really good chat with Matt Moore from the Action Network. But he originally wrote in an offseason notebook that the Kings and Bulls had talks about Zach LaVine and Alex Caruso. And on our show, he basically said, like, yeah, they had those talks at the deadline. Sometimes those talks rekindle, it's nothing like, oh yeah, they were deep in the, but because of that post that then got aggregated, anybody who wrote about Zach LaVine was like, the Kings are the presumed favorites.
I'm not gonna lie. I read the post too that after got aggravated. Hey, like looks like the Kings might be getting Zach LaVine, fellas.
And so but I think everything stemmed off of Matt Moore's report.
Yeah.
I don't think there was ever like other smoke because people were like, oh, there's smoke out there. Like, no, it's clear. Jake Fisher in Yahoo, who does a fine job, he didn't say league sources said. He just said it appears the Kings are Zach. Like, yeah, no, he's going off of what Matt Moore wrote. Yeah. So I just, that whole cycle, I never got to the point that I was like, oh man, because nobody substantial ever, but like, oh yeah, the Kings and Zach and the Bulls are in deep talks about Zach LaVine. So it never got, but it was still the fact that it was out there in the first place definitely made me a little bit concerned.
See, I was always concerned about the fact that, if Malik's not here, Kings are going to kind of be on red alert. Maybe a panic move or something like that. That's how I always saw it. Because you lose Malik, you're so far behind after that. And you almost have to do something.
I know we did a whole Malik Monk show the other day. But, dude, I don't think it can be understated how much that move means. Like, just from a pure team building standpoint.
Yeah.
Can you imagine? Because we're sitting here today like, yeah, hey, backup centers, they need wings for sure. Like, everybody knows they need guys who are 6'8" and taller who can play defense and knock down a corner. Everybody knows that. They need size. They need athleticism. That was so clear last year. Everything James and I had talked about on the show, everything you guys talked about on D-Lo and KC, everything kind of circled back to, God, the Kings could really use more size and athleticism on the wings. They just need better wing depth. And I think that's still the case. But if you then remove Malik Monk from the equation, where now all of a sudden, yeah, hey, they need all this wing depth. Oh, hey, and also they have to figure out their 6-man situation.
Need a leader as well.
They need a leader. This guy was getting 15 and 5 off the bench. You got to make up that production. And also you got to figure out who the team's going to turn to now as the new leader of the team. That would have been a disaster.
Well, yeah, think about like all the impact he's had and like as productive as he's been only 2 years. And then just the fact that they didn't obviously or whatever, but like the fact that could have been gone after 2 years was insane. But they kept him here. We're good.
I was stunned, dude.
I was too. I'm not gonna lie, I was too.
Was crazy.
I was back from walking the dog or whatever. I was kind of scrolling Twitter or whatever and got to the top or whatever. My dad calls me, hey, you see the Kings signed Malik Monk? And my mind was like, there's no chance he signed this early or whatever.
Yeah.
Like you got Chatty House. Like, and then he didn't sign. There's no way. Yeah. Like there's no way. So I checked Twitter, like, oh, what he did. Yeah. I was shocked.
Well, I had heard from the station basically. That like, yeah, hey, that offer's out there from Malik.
Yeah.
It's kind of scary hours right now. And then the next thing I get is the Woj tweet where the first thing I see is Malik's picture. And I'm like, oh no, this is bad news. And you read it, it's like, wait, what is this? I clicked the profile, like making sure I'm not getting Chatty House. I'm like, is it? And sure enough, man, crazy.
Shout out Malik Monk.
Shout out to Malik.
You don't know what you did for the Kings. You don't know what you did for these shows too.
Yeah, no idea. 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320 if you want to join the program. Don, you're on with Kyle and Jesse. What's up?
Hey, this is Don. I'm Zabo's cousin, by the way. So happy Malik Day. Happy Malik Monday.
Malik Monday, sure.
Malik Monday is great. We got the draft coming up on Wednesday. Be there at Tom's Watch Bar. I've been talking about it for weeks and everything like that. What would you guys say is going to be best case scenario Wednesday night, draft's over? What would be the Kings' best case scenario in your guys' opinion?
That's a great question. Thanks, Don. Zabo's cousin pulling up. Love to see it.
Zabo's a good guy. Does a lot of good stuff on social media.
Boy, does he.
Yeah.
When Zabo's in my mentions, I'm like, oh no. What'd I say? What happened?
He's gotten everyone so far.
I know it. Shout out to Zabo. Shout out to the Chatty House. Yeah, best case scenario. That's a good question. I think best case scenario is they've traded their pick for Brandon Ingram.
Okay, I got a name, but I'm gonna go Kyle Kuzma.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Kyle Kuzma. I like Ingram, but I love Kuzma's contract more.
You know what?
And I think
I'm with you. Go ahead.
Join the club. Yeah. I think for I don't think there's much of a drop off with their production stuff like that. I think Kuzma will come in, be just as fine as Ingram and all that. Like I said, the contract is just as good. And you're not gonna have to give up much for Kuzma. I don't think.
That's
like Washington's gonna be looking for expiring contracts, just stuff, just not trash, but just stuff that they can not rebuild with, but just kind of use in their restart.
Yeah, and that's where that's I think why I'm on board with you. In my mind, Brandon Ingram is better than Kyle Kuzma, and I think in a vacuum he is. I think he's a better player.
Mm-hmm. I'd agree with that. He's got more of a ceiling, I think.
Yeah,
a higher ceiling.
Yeah, for sure. But I think with Kuzma, with where you're slotting him in, he's been more durable, more available. He's cheaper, just contract wise. I think he'd be cheaper to acquire.
Mm-hmm.
You're not going to have to max him out the way you would Brandon Ingram next year. So I think overall, man.
Well, because I don't think that deal is like the 13th pick, HB and Herter for Kuzma. Like, I think you can get away with the 13th pick and Herter if you want, or like the 13th pick and some expiring contracts. Like, you could imagine you get Kuzma here and you got HB coming off the bench. Like, Harrison Barnes wasn't great starting for the Kings last year, but if you give you 10, 12 off the bench with Malik, like, you're solid.
I don't know what his market is going to be.
Harrison's?
No, Kuzma's.
Kuzma's?
Yeah, I don't know if the Kings like Brandon Ingram. A Brandon Ingram deal, and James has laid this out before. The Pelicans are moving Brandon Ingram because they want an upgrade next to Zion.
Mm-hmm.
All due respect to the players the Kings have, none of them are an upgrade over Brandon. None of the players that they'd be willing to give up in a trade.
You probably need a third team or something like that.
Right, and so that's where James has looped in like the Hawks and made it a Trae Young swap where Trae Young goes to New Orleans, Brandon Ingram goes to Sacramento, and then a bunch of assets from both teams go to the Hawks. Which like makes sense, but I think if they got involved in the Brandon Ingram market, I think you're competing with every team in the league is going to be out there trying to go get Brandon Ingram too.
Yeah, because Brandon Ingram can help pretty much anyone in the league right now.
Yeah, man, he's going to get 20 a night. He's 6'9", 6'10". He gets his shot, but again, there's a durability factor. I constantly, I was talking about this with D'Lo and KC the other day. And again, this is eye test. I'm sure that there are I don't watch like 50 Brandon Ingram games a year. Let that be very clear. I watch a handful. And I'm sure there are advanced metrics that would tell me this is wrong. And that's fine. I'm open to that. But my just gut feeling right now today is that, dude, I am always underwhelmed by Brandon Ingram. Every time I watch him, like, man, hey, this is a guy that's supposed to give you like 30 or 40. Like, this is going to be crazy. And then he's like, 19.
He's got the tools and the potential, but maybe, like I mentioned, he's got a higher ceiling than Kuzma. Maybe it's a glass ceiling, though.
Is it dude, Kyle Kuzma went 22, 6.5, and 4 last year. It's not like he stinks.
Well, I'm not saying, yeah.
And I don't know where along the line it reached a point that Kyle Kuzma like isn't good.
I think it's the Lakers thing and the whole fashion thing. I think honestly that's it and stuff like that. I don't think Kuzma's really done anything where it's like he's a bad teammate or anything like that. Like I felt like once Bron got there and all that, like he kind of played into his role and was a solid part and then winning a ring and all that.
Yeah, with the Lakers, he averaged 15 a night, 15, 5.5, and 2. Then he goes to Washington for the 21-22 season, and he's averaged 27.5 and 4.
I think people look at Kuzma like he said things before too, like I want to go to Washington and try to lead them and stuff like that. And people probably see like him in the rumors, like, well, you've had opportunities to maybe sign with other teams and go win a ring. And people see that maybe as like he's not winning isn't his number one thing. Maybe
okay,
that's how they see it.
I think so. To answer the question, I think that's kind of the I think that to me is the best case scenario for the Kings.
Yeah.
If they use the pick, I think they're on worst case scenario watch.
Yeah, if they use the pick, I think there's gonna be a lot of unhappy fans that night.
Yeah, because there's not a player that they could go get that I think people would be like, wow, yeah, like consensus, right? Like, yes, this is the guy. Oh my God, can't believe they got him. I could get some people who were like, yeah, fired up, new player, love it. And then you get the people who are like, doesn't really help. It's not Kyle Kuzma, who got traded for X, Y, and Z.
Well, how much is a rookie? Like, that's not Keegan Murray either. You're not drafting the number 4 pick.
At least probably not.
Yeah. So, like, how much is they really going to help this year?
I don't know.
At least the first couple years.
I don't know. And that's the problem.
Yeah.
Don, you're on the Insiders with Kyle and Jesse. What's up?
Good morning, Kyle and Jesse. Big E.
What up, Big E?
Call screener sucks, Kyle.
He does.
On the night of the Malik Monk signing, my buddy texted me, and as a long life Kings fan, I read the text Malik Monk sighting. And I was like, oh no, where is he? Philly? Like Orlando? And then I looked at it again and it said signing. And I was like, what? And then 2 minutes later, the Woj bomb dropped. And I was at my night job and I didn't care. I shouted for joy. I was so happy.
That's awesome.
And then, and then with Levine, once we signed Monk, I was like, there's no reason we should pay our third best player the most amount of money. That's all I got to say on Levine.
No doubt.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Don. Appreciate it. Biggie, I guess.
Yeah, shout
Hey,
out
if you want
Biggie.
to call the show, by the way, it's just going to ring until we're able to get to you. So have some patience. 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320 if you want to join the show.
Real quick, Chester Jackson in the chat throws in,
please.
who's the guy who's not available that we think is the perfect fit for the Kings? That guy would be Mikal Bridges. He's not available. I don't think.
Not available.
Yeah, I don't think Mikal Bridges is available, but
so any player in the NBA.
Yes. Like, that's the first thing that came up to me, because I feel like Mikal Bridges has come up so much as far as like Kings fans talking and stuff like that. Like, if they could get that guy, that'd be the one. But like, I don't think for some reason.
I think it's Jason Tatum.
Well, that's fair. Maybe Giannis. Play with the big. Go with the big, Kyle.
Of the players who could
realistically,
conceivably come available, where hey, the Nets decide to pull the plug on whatever it is they're doing. Yeah, I think Mikal Bridges is the guy.
That's the one. Like, even over Kuzma and Ingram, like he'd be.
Yeah, because he's a overqualified like third option at that point. Maybe even probably third option at that point.
Yeah.
I'm
not sure what Brooklyn's doing. Those guys are dysfunctional.
Brooklyn's weird. There are so many teams this year where I just have no feel for what they're trying to do.
Yeah.
Like, what is Brooklyn doing? What are the Cavs doing?
Cavs are at a bit of a crossroads.
What are the Hawks doing? I have no idea. What are the Spurs doing? We'll talk about this in a bit. I got a bunch of teams that I'm looking at this year in this offseason. Just don't know. Yeah. I got nothing.
We're going to figure it out later.
Yeah, we better. 916-909-1320. Don, you're on the Insiders with Jesse and Kyle. What's up?
Hey, this is Fred. I'm Zabo's uncle.
Zabo's whole family calling him. That's tight. What's up, Fred?
So I have a question. I'm a little under the weather. Sorry.
It's okay.
I have a question. So if they have to draft somebody, if the Kings are at the point where they're still not in a deal mode, do you think they need to go? Do you think that they need to go big, or do you think that they still need to look at maybe a small forward or get a little bit more size for now?
Perfect. Thanks, Fred. Appreciate the call. Now, I think if the Kings are drafting a player, it has to be that player that we're talking about. A wing, the size. I don't necessarily want to say defensive minded, but plays defense.
Plays defense, but also shoot the ball too.
Yeah,
that's the biggest thing for me.
If you're drafting a player, you're hoping it's what you said earlier.
Yeah.
You're hoping that player can give you 12 minutes a night and be playable in the playoffs. And that's
because I don't think you can draft a guy who's he's great on defense, but his offense is just not there right now. We can't do that right now.
Yeah, but also at the same time, you can't draft a guy who's a turnstile because that guy's just not going to play.
Yeah,
and I know that this is not I agree with Kenny. You can't ignore offense. You can't say, "Hey, De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis have got this. Let's put 3 dudes out there who are just it can't be that. You have to put the ball in the hoop. That's the point of the game." And we can talk about all the different aspects in areas. There's passing and rebounding and defense and all that. But the point of the sport is to put the ball in the hoop.
Yeah. I feel like it's easier to work around a guy in the league right now, too, who can't play defense but can put the ball in the hoop rather than a guy who's just Matisse Thybulle.
Yeah, and so much of defense is just trying. Does this guy try on defense? Yes or no? And that's kind of it.
Yeah.
But I think you can't be a turnstile. But you have to be able to shoot it a little.
Yeah.
And the problem is while I agree with Kenny that you need guys who can put the ball in the hoop. I don't think Mike Brown is going to play somebody who's not going to be a factor defensively.
Well, that's the thing too. Point out Kevin Huerter. We always do. He was already looking at Kevin Huerter before the season even started.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that was all defensive based. Huerter had his struggles shooting it this year, but I don't think there's anybody in the league who's worried about whether Kevin Huerter can shoot or not.
Yeah.
Is all defensive based. And that would be so I think if they're drafting a player, I think you're looking at a big wing who at least tries defensively and can knock down a 3.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So, but again, I'm still of the mind there.
Yeah, shout out
Probably not
Zable's
gonna
family
be
for
good.
calling in too.
Yeah, this is great. Don, you're on the Insiders. What's up? Hey, Don.
Hello?
Yes, Don, you're on with Kyle and Jesse. What's up?
Oh, I didn't get the Don, but this is Steven. What's up, y'all?
Oh, hey, sorry, Steven. Our call screener stinks. What do you got?
Hey, so I'm kind of in agreement with, I think the consensus is what it sounds like to me, that Kyle Kuzma probably is our best option.
Mm-hmm.
The way I feel like it's going is that we're at a big disadvantage from the sense that we have the 13th pick, which has to be a part of the deal, and we can't make the trade until after we select a player.
Mm-hmm.
It gives another team in the top 12 an opportunity to just, basically leapfrog us and do that. And that's kind of what it's felt like has happened to the Kings in a lot of scenarios where you always hear us in the rumor mill,
Mm-hmm.
but they're taking somebody else's offer. So what do you guys think about a scenario where we offer 2 first-round picks and we get back Washington's, I think, either 21st or 26th pick in the draft as well, to kind of sweeten our deal to the point where we can actually land Kuzma? Because I think it's almost so obvious that it makes me doubt it's going to happen. Kuzma's fit, contract, and everything else, that he would really help the squad and give us that scoring punch and kind of size length that we need at the 4 position.
Sure. Thanks, Steven. Appreciate the call.
I get Steven's point about seems like a heady they could trade, but I'm looking at the draft order right now. Houston's not trading for Kuzma, San Antonio, Detroit, Charlotte, Portland, San Antonio again. Memphis is the first team that maybe they get the 9th pick. I don't think that's what they're doing. I don't think you trade the 9th pick for Kyle Kuzma. You got Utah after that, Chicago and Oklahoma City. Then you get to the Kings. Are any of those teams really in on Kyle Kuzma? You think maybe? I mean, Oklahoma City needs another center. They need another big. Chicago's not going to do that. Maybe Utah, but
Chicago might.
That's true. Yeah, Chicago doesn't know what they're doing, so they might.
I don't, and that's the thing is Chicago's another team, and when we talk about it, I don't know what their plan is.
Mm-hmm.
Are they looking at Kobe White and Zach LaVine and going, yeah, hey, Kyle Kuzma would be a great fit with this duo?
You're saying it out loud. They might.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Is Memphis going, hey, if Ja is gonna have a setback with his shoulder, maybe he's not fully healthy right away, can Kyle Kuzma carry that offensive load until Ja is fully healthy? Desmond Bain has had some back stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is good insurance. I could see that for sure. But also this is the problem with the Kings missing the playoffs this year, is they don't have the ability to just trade their picks.
Yeah, the picks are tied up.
So everything they would do would have to have this asterisk where, yeah, hey, it may not convey this year, but the year after that it could become. So I don't know. I don't.
They're going off Steven's call. Yeah, I don't think you should be too worried about it.
No,
I think the Kings will be fine.
I think the Kings have enough assets that if they have identified Kyle Kuzma as the guy.
Yeah. I also say I think the deal breaker, I wouldn't give up 2 first-round picks for Kuzma.
No, I don't think.
I feel like that'd be a little too much. That'd be overpaying, I think. I don't think you're going to need to do that for him.
And this is a little bit on the fly, so I don't have rosters in front of me. But I also don't know if the Kings can send over a pick and expiring contracts for Kuzma. I don't know what the Grizzlies and Bulls have in the way of that would make it enticing for Washington.
Yeah.
Because Washington at some point, you have to pull the plug and say, hey, this isn't, Kyle Kuzma is no longer on our timeline. Kyle Kuzma's 28.
Yeah.
Maybe Jordan Poole can be on your timeline still because you're paying him and he's on the team and people probably don't want his contract right now. So maybe you talk yourself into that. But I feel like you have to move Kyle Kuzma for something. And if you can do that for a first round pick this year with expiring contracts,
that's easy. I feel like
I would.
If you're Washington, you have to, but you're probably going to punt the next couple of years.
Yeah. Did you see did you say they brought in Troy Weaver?
Yeah.
Detroit's former GM.
Just hiring winners.
I don't know what.
This is why these same teams at the bottom, right? They're always just stuck in that little cycle. It's Detroit. It's like
insane.
The Wizards and all. This is why you guys don't do anything. Like Detroit, just fired their coach a week out from the draft.
It's insane. I don't understand it. I don't understand what they're doing. Don, I see you on the line. Hang in there. We have to hit a break. We will get to your calls when we get back. 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. 1320. There is an NBA draft pick who I am out on. An NBA draft prospect, I should say, who I am 100% out on. And his name was mentioned as a possible pick for the Kings.
Oh, wow.
We'll tell you who it is next. That's Jesse Tapia. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insiders. Second hour coming up on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Clear.
What's up, Spencer? Think we got a fourth coming up. No, our guy in the chat says he loves how you think 3 Dons have called in. Don's on the line right now, too.
Dude, it's crazy. Call screen is just constantly like hearing the wrong name.
You gotta stop hiring these interns.
Scottie Barnes getting 5 and 270 is crazy.
It feels like a lot. It feels kind of
You
like
have to pay him.
that's what I'm saying. It feels like the quarterback conversation we were gonna have.
Oh,
These I like that too. I think that's more realistic. I could see them like using the 9 for maybe like Ingram or something.
but who are they trading for? Like,
Marcus Smart.
they said they want a star to put next to Zion. I don't
No,
think-
Kyle, I'm not.
I don't think the 9th pick and
We're surface level with this. I
And-
thought Lizzie had a good point. Like I said, he had a good point. Now we're trying to trade for the Grizzlies and getting all in depth. I don't know, man.
oh my god.
Lizzie, cook up a trade for Kyle. That's all it is, man. We're just potting.
Okay. Yeah, no, Brandon Ingram to the Grizzlies. Let's just report it right now.
Thank you. Yes, go
Fuck
along
it,
with it.
caution the
Finally.
wind. Hey, Edwin Diaz, that's crazy. We're going to talk about that a little bit, Ramsey. The number 9 pick, Marcus Smart, Brandon Clark, and Luke Kennard. And throw in another future pick. Yeah.
Let's
for sure.
cook.
For sure. Hour number 2, that's Jesse Tapia. I'm Kyle Madsen. Jesse in for James Ham. James is on assignment this week. We just worked out a Brandon Ingram trade during the break.
This GM stuff is so easy.
Yeah, Brandon Ingram is going to go to the Grizzlies
Yeah.
for, let's see, who did Lizzie have? The number 9 pick, Marcus Smart, Brandon Clark, and Luke Kennard. And then throw in another future pick.
A 3-point specialist, Brandon Clark, very good. Defensive player of the year, and Marcus Smart, and the number 9 pick. We're there.
Who says no?
Thank you.
I ate 2 things this weekend.
Oh, yeah. Let's talk about that.
Okay, so the first thing, so Saturday, we spent all day. It was like 100 degrees out, and we were out all day. We're building a shed. If you've ever built a shed, it sucks. It is not a fun time. So build this shed. We're out there for like 6 hours trying to put this thing together. We got a bunch of other work to do. We finally sit down to eat. We're like, hey, it's a Taco Bell night. It's an edibles and Taco Bell night for sure. Well, I go on Can I say what? DoorDash? Can I say that?
Yeah.
Shout out to DoorDash. I go on DoorDash and I look and they have the big Cheez-It at Taco Bell. If you're unfamiliar with the big Cheez-It, what it is it's a big Cheez-It. And they do one tostada style where you just get tostada stuff on a big Cheez-It, or they put one inside a Crunchwrap Supreme.
Which one do we go with this weekend?
We went with Crunchwrap. And I'm here to tell you, you don't have to get it.
I could have told you that without getting it. I could have told you that before.
I had to try it. It wasn't good. It wasn't, dude. I had ingested an edible, which means like I'm eating, like whatever.
Yeah,
I'm snacking.
I was gonna say the fact that you ate the edible and it wasn't good is tough,
dude. That's where that and that's why I was like, hey, worst case is if it's not that good, I'll still eat it.
It's like the worst case, like it's average.
I got halfway through and was like, I can't. I can't. I don't like the Crunchwrap is great. I love a Crunchwrap Supreme. This is a big Crunchwrap Supreme house.
Definitely.
I don't need a Cheez-It taste inside of it. Cheez-It's, very distinct flavor. I love a Cheez-It. I am very pro Cheez-It as well. But Cheez-It plus Crunchwrap, no. It's not what I'm looking for.
All right, now that we're talking, like Cheez-Its are pretty overrated too by themselves.
Okay.
Yeah, they are. They're not goldfish or anything. Cheez-Its are so overrated, actually, now that we're talking about it.
Wow.
And
Have you ever had an extra toasty Cheez-It?
I don't think so.
That's why I am buying a box of extra toasty Cheez-Its to bring in.
I'll try it, but
they're great.
They're fine. They're fine. It's like it's an average.
Cheez-Its are good.
It's a mediocre snack.
You really you put goldfish in a different tier than Cheez-It though?
Goldfish are fine too, but like if I'm Cheez-Its and goldfish there, give me the goldfish.
I think that's my play too. But I'm also very pro Cheez-It.
See, I've never liked the Cheez-It enough to be like, oh, this would be good on a crunch wrap.
Crazy. Yeah, no. That's it. Right. So I do like Cheez-Its enough that I was like, that might be kind of fire in a crunch wrap. Not fire. Got halfway through. Was like, nope. I can't do it. So that's the first thing I tried. The second thing I have not had one of these in 20 years, maybe longer. We went to Ike's Sandwiches yesterday.
Yeah.
Shout out to Ike's. It's fine. It's good. Inside the bag were 2 blow pops.
Okay. Okay.
And I ate it.
Game is the game.
Go flag on me out of here. It was great.
That's good.
I don't know why I don't know what happened in my life that made me stop consuming a lollipop with gum in it.
Social media.
Probably. The fact that it's called a blow pop. That's so crazy.
Bro, you can't even eat hot dogs anymore.
No, I know. You can't. So just...
I think I take down 3 glizzies.
See?
Yeah, man. I was like, this is going to suck. This is going to be one of those things that I would eat as a kid that I try again as an adult and I don't like it.
Mm-hmm.
Like this is for sure going to be one of those things. It's happened with a couple of cereals. And I was like, oh no, but it was great.
That's better than the Cheez-It Crunch Wrap.
Way better.
Yeah.
Like significantly. I will never order a cheesy Crunch Wrap again.
Yeah. And Chatty House, none of you order that either.
Yeah. You don't need that.
Yeah.
Anyways. Don, you're on the Insiders with Kyle and Jesse. What's up?
Hey, Kyle. Jesse, what's up? It's TC.
Oh, what's up, TC? What's up, man?
Nah, that's no trip. Hey, listen, Kyle, they told you Don's my nickname, bro. You know I ain't tripping.
For sure. What do you got?
Hey, now listen, check it out. So, hey, I kind of got to disagree with you, Jesse. So, look, hey, I'm with you on the standpoint of I don't think it's going to take that much with Kuz. And I think Kuz is the move, bro, for 13 and maybe Harrison or 13 and Kevin. I'm fine with that. Also, I'm fine with it might not even like we might be able to keep the pick. I don't know if we able to keep the pick, but what I'm saying is we might be able to trade 13 and maybe future first. That's the only way I'm giving up 2 first-round picks. But, hold on. But if they're like, hey, we want another pick, but you can give us like Herder in the pick in the future, I'm not going to let that future pick hold up the trade, if that makes sense. If they're like, we're fine with taking 2028 or 2029 or whatever you want to throw them, sure. I'm fine with that. Jesse, I'm not with, we're not doing the Kuzma deal because we didn't want to give him a 2029 first round pick. Like, that's stupid to me. I'm doing that deal. just to get that guy in the building. That's the main point. It's Kings fans. Like, we want to get Kuzma in the building so we can't be like, oh, I don't want to give this up. It's not like they're saying, give us Keegan, give us Harrison, give us like, no, bro. I'm not going to let the extra first round pick hold up that deal if that makes sense. You get me?
Thanks, TC. Appreciate the call, man.
I just don't think you're gonna. I don't think you're gonna have to give up that pick.
Yeah, but also I'm of the mind that I'm on the Les Snead F them picks train this year. Because if you're any good, a pick in 28 or 29 is going to be a high 20s, low 20s pick.
Yeah, I guess I see that point too.
So I don't. That's where I know it sounds like a lot when you go, 2 first round picks, but if that pick is 2027, but there's an asterisk on it that might make it 29 or 30, then fine.
Yeah, that's fair.
I'm not that concerned about it.
Yeah.
If you can make a move, and that's just kind of an overarching theme for me. If you can make a move to make your roster better and you're punting your picks, just go for it. Yeah. Like you're hanging on to the picks for what?
Yeah, that's true. No, like I said, I just don't think you're gonna have to give up 2 first.
I don't think so either.
Yeah.
No, I don't think so either. Because I don't know what.
I'm not sure who you're gonna be bidding against too.
Yeah, I don't
think there's gonna be this massive market for Kyle Kuzma.
Yeah, sir. I don't know, man. I know Dallas tried to get him at the trade deadline. I'm sure there were other teams trying to get him at the trade deadline.
But can Dallas top the 13th pick though?
Yeah, probably not.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I think the Kings are in a good spot for him.
Well, the 13th pick and expirings and stuff is not just that.
Yeah,
that pick, but I don't know, man. Quick reminder: Tom's Watch Bar across from Golden One Center. We will be out there for the first round of the draft. Jesse will be there. I'll be there. D'Lo and KC going to be out there. Charlie O going to be in the building about 5:00. We'll get started. We'll watch. We'll evaluate picks. Maybe we're gonna have mics and speakers out there. There might be a trade happening. That's the thing. That's honestly why I'm there. Well, I'm there because I'm obligated to be for work. But that's what I'm most excited about. Is all this stuff we've been talking about all year. In fact, you know what? I'm gonna go this far. If they make any pick, I don't think there's a single player they could take where I'd be like, hell yeah. Like, there it is. That's the only way I'm gonna walk out of Tom's Watch Bar excited on Wednesday is if that's it. If they've traded the pick for something substantial and not traded it for I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't think they would move it for like a non-substantial player.
I don't think so either. I mean, if they draft someone, like, I'm sure, because Monty's not a horrible drafter. Like, all the guys he's drafted so far have been NBA contributors and all that.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of, like, all right, they drafted someone, we'll see what happens then at this point. But it's not like, oh yeah, cool.
Right. It's not, and that's an important distinction. Is it's not like, oh man, what a failure, fire everybody. This player sucks. Like, maybe that player will be a contributor and that's great. But it's the excitement level of Jacoby Walter versus, hey, they made this move and they got out of a couple of contracts and they traded the 13th pick and hey, Kyle Kuzma is going to be here. Like, man, that's nuts. That's your starting 4.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's a huge deal versus, hey, they made a draft pick who, if they're like super duper lucky, will be their 7th guy.
Yeah, that's tough.
That just doesn't
move the needle.
No, it doesn't. By the way, real quick, the player I'm out on, Johnny Furphy from Kansas.
Yeah.
Australian kid from Kansas.
Yeah, I'm a big, like, you need strong names. I'm big on names and all that. I'm not big on Furphy.
No, and this is no disrespect. ESPN's Jonathan Givony wrote he has the Kings drafting Ron Holland in his mock. And then he said older players such as Jacoby Walter, he's from Baylor, Devin Carter from Providence, and Johnny Furphy are also said to be getting some consideration with this pick. I'm out on Johnny Furphy solely for his name.
Yeah, that, and we looked at his numbers earlier. They aren't before the show. They weren't great.
Yeah, he's like 9 and 5.5 and 1.
Solid glue guy.
Shoots like 35% from 3, 76.5%, I think, from the free throw line.
Yeah.
He's 6'9". That's helpful.
Sweet.
But that's a bad name. That's a bad name.
Yeah. I'm out too.
All right.
That's all it takes. We're not a Johnny Furphy show here on the inside.
For what it's worth, I'd be out on Sam Hauser too. Bad name.
Whatever, man.
Drew Holiday, good name.
It's a solid name right there.
Really good name.
Yeah.
Honestly, Derek White, I'm on the fence.
But he's bald.
Bald Derek
He's a
White.
bald guy,
I
though,
mean, that was such a huge win for the bald community.
Yeah.
Derek White shaving his head.
Which is the fact that he shaved and boom, title instantly.
Title.
Yeah.
And that right away. Didn't even have to wait. Massive W. All right. We'll keep talking Kings. We'll keep talking draft. We'll keep talking NBA offseason. We've got good idea or bad idea coming up next as well. That's Jesse Tapia. I'm Kyle Madsen. Jesse in for James on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. The situation here, I need to see if Jonathan can change this. Huh?
With what?
Just like I have to reach all the way over here to get this, and then I'm like reaching all the way over here, and then I've got my microphone in the way. Because I never forget to, or I always forget to take it out of 4 like during the segment. I think I agree with this.
Yeah, that's fair.
It just, with Keegan specifically, it would take like a
Yeah, like it's gonna
like,
like yes.
huge needle moving deal.
Yeah.
And I just don't know if that's like, I'm not giving up Keegan Murray for Brandon Ingram.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't do that either. None of the guys we've talked about over the last few weeks I've given Keegan Murray for.
It would have to be like a crazy out of nowhere.
Jaylen Brown is now unhappy in Boston
Yeah,
after winning his ring,
It
and now
turns
wants
out
to
he and
leave.
Jason Tatum actually do hate each other. If the Nets called and wanted Mikal Bridges or wanted Keegan for Mikal Bridges, would you do it?
That's the first player I think I would think about it.
Yeah, I think.
I would think. I don't want to say yes,
That's so tough.
but like I would think about it.
Because you kind of know what Mikal Bridges is, right?
Well, like you said, Mikal Bridges is like the perfect. He's the
Yeah,
Michael
but I
Jordan
also-
of third star, whatever you want to call it.
But I also don't know how much I like Mikal Bridges without Keegan.
That's fair. I wish Keegan just would have blew up last year too. I believe in Keegan, but it's just a matter of like, does Keegan believe in Keegan? Like,
That's it, dude.
like yes.
And like, man, he in the playing game against the Warriors, he was so freaking good, and he was just like, it's like, oh yes, there it is. That's what we've been. And then the next playing game, just
Yeah,
Cheers.
just I don't know. Like maybe you got to run home if you don't take 18 shots that night. Just something.
I gotta run. Oh, Buddha. Oh, okay. He said Malik wasn't really as good as everyone thinks this year, and then he corrected it to Mikal. I was like, oh my God, what a take. All right, here we go.
Now, back to the Insiders, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Jesse Tapia in for James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're trying to trade Keegan Murray at the break.
No, don't do that. We'll get yelled at. Don't do that. No, we're not.
No, we definitely weren't. What we were saying at the break, and we'll get to good idea, bad idea here in a second, but what we were saying at the break is somebody in the chatty house said De'Aaron Fox, Domantas Sabonis, and Malik Monk are the only untouchables right now for the Kings. And I said, I think I agree with this, with the caveat that if Keegan is on the table in a trade, it has to be for like a franchise altering type of move.
Yeah.
Where you're getting an all NBA guy back. So that deal is currently not out there. So
Keegan Murray, you're with us.
he's on the table, but like way over, like on.
Yeah, he's on the edge.
He's right. I mean,
No elbows on the table type stuff.
not on the table, but he's on the table.
He's not at the kids' table. We'll say that. He's with us.
There you go.
Yeah.
So I don't think I Keegan's sticking around. because Jaylen Brown is not going to become available.
Get those shots up, Keegan.
Although I did say All NBA guy, which Jaylen Brown is not. So
I guess so. Yeah, so wouldn't do it.
like Eastern Conference Finals MVP, nothing like.
Wait, where's your name on this list?
Is he
Yeah, it's not there.
All-NBA?
No, you're not Tyrese Halliburton.
Good idea or bad idea? We do this every single day, taking 3 things happening in the news, and we decide if that thing is a good idea or bad idea. Number 1, Jesse. Mets closer Edwin Diaz was ejected before throwing a pitch in yesterday's game. He has been suspended for 10 games for having a sticky substance on his hand. Good idea or bad idea for pitchers to try and still skirt the sticky substance rules?
Yeah, I'm going to go bad idea. Like, what are you thinking at this point? Like, it's just, we played it out on Twitter and all that. It's been this massive thing, sticky substances or whatever, these pitchers and all that. And you're still doing it now, years after. I'm not sure what kind of big brain plan he had. Was like, yeah, I'm not going to get caught. Like, they literally got you before you even pitched.
Yeah, man, I understand why pitchers do it. Like I get the goal, and if especially a guy coming off an injury, like, yeah, you just need that little advantage, whatever you can get. I get it.
Maybe bad idea on the planning then?
No, it's a bet. There's nothing you're going to be able to do that, like, they're watching for it. It used to be you had to do something super egregious.
Mm-hmm.
But now it's like you go to your belt a couple of times, you go to the back of your neck a couple of times, behind your ear, wherever, inside your glove, certainly they're going to be testing it. I don't know what.
Yeah, it's just a bad idea. You shouldn't do it at all.
Yeah, you're going to get suspended for 10 games.
Like you said, they're just looking for it at this point.
Yeah, so.
Edwin Diaz is...
I get why they want to do it, but come on,
we're far past the whole trumpets thing with Edwin Diaz.
Remember that had a moment.
Yeah, that was
a nice moment for sure.
And now it's just kind of a downhill.
Yeah, he tore his ACL and
tough.
All that, but and he's on the Mets.
Yeah, the Mets are the ultimate bad luck, I think, and bad luck type team in sports.
Yeah. Number 2, the Wizards, talked about this earlier, are hiring former Pistons GM Troy Weaver to a front office role.
This is why I think the Wizards are going to be in the NBA Finals this year. No, that's horrible. Like, what are you guys doing?
I don't get it.
How do you look at what Detroit has done over the last few years? Like, you know what we need? We need Troy Weaver.
We need Detroit.
Yeah, the only team that's been worse than us, we need their guy.
Maybe there's something. I know he has a wealth of NBA experience, and maybe that's what they want in their front office. But I can't. And if they're turning to him and going, "Hey, what did you do? We loved the vision in Detroit." Then yeah, you're trading Kyle Kuzma. You're probably trying to trade Jordan Poole, and you're just going to start, or maybe you're keeping Jordan Poole, and then you're just going to start trying stacking up guys like Chris Duarte, former draft picks that didn't work out. And yeah, maybe they'll work out here. I just don't.
This is just kind of like par for the course what the Wizards have been over their entire existence.
Yeah, and maybe maybe we're overdoing this. Maybe his role is going to be very small. It's going to be like an advisor to some like lower level front office guy who's not. Maybe it's that.
No, I'm overreacting to it.
But yeah, that's just it. Is the optics are so bad.
Yeah.
That's bad idea.
It's like I said, the Wizards.
Bad idea by the Wiz.
Wizards have never been good in their existence. Like maybe a odd playoff appearance here and there, but they've never just.
They had the John Wall, Bradley Beal era.
That era was.
John Wall jumped on the scorer's table.
Yeah,
remember that?
That was awesome. Great.
Isn't that against Boston?
Yeah, I think they wore black suits to Game 7 and lost to Kelly Olynyk. Yeah. Shout out to the Wizards.
That's really tough. Yeah, bad idea by the Wiz. Number 3, Kenny Atkinson is the new Cavaliers head coach. Good or bad idea by the Cavs?
Good idea, because I think that means they'll sign Donovan Mitchell to an extension.
Yeah, he's got history with like Jared Allen and Evan Mobley, and I think that you had to go get a coach with some kind of experience. And I think if you're looking at the Warriors bench, you're going, hey, Mike Brown's done a nice job putting the Kings together.
Coach of the year, literally the first season.
Coach of the year, first season. And taking pieces that like, yeah, hey, you know what? Weren't really being maximized and maximize those pieces that they had. I think you're looking at Kenny Atkinson and hoping he can do the same thing.
Yeah, Cleveland's a team to watch out for too, because I think if they sign Donovan Mitchell, Garland's on his way out of there this summer.
It feels like
they're going to be making some moves. I think they won't look how they did last year. Not to the point where they're going to take some steps back, but like I think they'll like definitely go for it this year. They're kind of in this same, I don't want to say tier, but like the same kind of area as the Kings right now, where it's like kind of at a crossroads where what you're doing is not necessarily working the best. You probably are gonna have to make a move to kind of shake things up a bit.
Yeah,
You get
and
what
I
I'm
think
saying?
if you're hiring Kenny Atkinson, it's because he has a plan for Evan Mobley and Jared Allen and Donovan Mitchell, where you feel more confident that he's going to maximize those guys in a way that JB Bickerstaff just didn't.
Mhm.
And I think Kenny Atkinson's a good coach.
Yeah, I think it's a good.
I don't know if he's gonna. I don't know if he's gonna go win him the finals or anything crazy, but
It's not
if
JJ
you were
Redick.
gonna, if you were gonna move on, you had to do something that wasn't a podcaster.
Yeah.
And that's good on the Cavs. And the other thing is they did their due diligence on this too.
Oh yeah, they took a while.
Yeah. So shout out to Kenny Atkinson. Congratulations. He's the new head coach of the Cleveland Cavaliers. I like the hire. I don't know if the Cavs are going to be a factor in the East, but
There's not. Yeah, they won't be. I don't think they won't be. The Knicks are a team I think they can be. The Knicks are the
Wait.
team that could challenge. Like
Oh,
in
they
the
can be a
East.
factor in the
they
East?
Can be a factor.
yeah, I don't look. Here's and this is what a bunch of people said after the finals because I made some comment about on Twitter about how if Boston goes on to win like 3 of the next 5 titles, that the 2022 finals in the annals of NBA history is going to look weird because in the context of that season, the Warriors were really good.
Mhm.
And they went and they won a championship. It wasn't that insane to happen at the time. But I think looking down the road, if you're looking at Boston and let's say they win 3 of the next 6 or 3 of the next 5, so they win 4 in 6 years and have this dynasty. And wow, look at them go. 15, 20 years down the road, we're going to look at the 2022 finals. We're going to go, wait, the Jaylen Brown, Jason Tatum dynasty Celtics lost to 34-year-old Steph Curry, Andrew Wiggins.
It'll go from because
Jordan Poole. It's going to look crazy.
well, yeah, because the conversation coming out of it is like Tatum didn't play well now. Like we know what happened. We saw what happened. But I feel like you said, going forward 20 years from now, I'll be like, oh yeah, Celtics should have got that one too. They should have had 5, honestly.
Yeah, and then
But
we're going
is like, nah, not really. But
right, and if Jordan Poole's career keeps going the way it's going, and Andrew Wiggins' career goes the way that it has been going, it's like those 2 guys were key contributors to a championship team that was led by a 34-year-old. What a weird thing.
Yeah.
Anyways, so I said that. And people were like, oh, everyone always thinks after a team wins the finals that they're going to win the next 5. But look at what happened with Denver. And it's like, no, totally. James and I talked about into the Minnesota series. Like, oh, Denver's just inevitable. And then they end up losing in game 7 in the fashion that they did, where they blew like a 20-point lead. But I think the West is so much different than the East. And I don't know that there's a move anybody's making in the East, or if there's anybody like up and coming in the East that you look at and go, oh, they're a definite threat for sure.
Does Paul George, Joel Embiid, and Maxey do anything for you?
Maybe. I gotta see what the rest of the team looks like.
Yeah.
But yeah, maybe.
Yeah, I think that's the thing though. Like all those teams in the East, they're all just moves that haven't happened yet away.
Yeah, maybe Julius Randle comes back for the Knicks and fundamentally changes their ability to put the ball in the basket and they can overcome some injuries or whatever. Maybe the Knicks, there's talk of the Knicks going and getting Paul George instead. Maybe that's the move. But I just don't know who's challenging them. Like seriously giving them a run.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe the Bucks have another move in them.
Maybe they got to figure out some things there.
They got a lot to figure out. So I don't know, man. I think Boston's going to rattle off a bunch of Eastern Conference Finals.
I hope so.
Are you still in that like afterglow of the title?
Yeah, it's just kind of sick because now you just open up Twitter and it's like, oh, Celtics won the title.
Yeah, I remember.
That's literally all it is.
I remember after 2015, I was driving. I was actually listening to 95.7. I was listening to Damon Bruce, and he was like, "If you're a Warriors fan, you just get to say NBA champion. That's yours now."
Yeah, no. Like
Man,
literally, if I want to watch any of the finals, I just turn on NBA TV and it's on.
Because how old were you in 09, 08?
08, like 11, 12, probably 11 going to 12, something like
so
that.
So you remembered, but you didn't get to like.
I was like a kid. Like I love the Celtics, but it's not like this, where it's like you just know everything going on.
Right, you're
with
living and dying with it. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's so tight.
Yeah.
I was happy for you. and like one
Appreciate
other
it. Yeah,
person.
it was fun. It was fun. It was a fun week.
Yeah.
It was a fun week.
Did you? Oh, here's a question. Did you buy the like hat and shirt and stuff?
No, I don't buy that stuff.
Really?
Yeah, no.
Why?
I don't know. Like that's just like I don't know. Like, because look, I got a black tee on. Like, I wear black and white tees only. Like, I just don't buy clothes like that, or I just don't buy stuff like that. I'm very minimalist when it comes to like what I wear and what I buy and stuff.
That tracks. But even
Yeah.
so, you're not gonna wear any.
Wouldn't even do that now.
If I got you a Celtics championship shirt, would you wear it?
Yeah, yeah. I love gifts and all that. Like, I'm always appreciate that. But
okay.
like for myself and stuff, I won't like go out and buy stuff. Yeah.
Dude, that was my first order of business.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah. No.
I gotta go to work, and then I'm stopping at a sporting goods store, kicking that door down.
I get it.
Anyways, that's Jesse. I'm Kyle. James Ham out on assignment. I have a Kings roster question when we come back, and we'll save the NFL quarterback
That's
contract thing until. All right, let's talk some more Kings offseason next on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports.
Ramsdale's back in Modesto this weekend at my 3 for 15 t-shirt shop. Got 2 white tees and a black one.
Do you have a specific brand?
I guess the one that I'm wearing. I think it's like Pro Clubs or something like that. Never, ever will I put salt.
Oh, dude, we have a AI chat summary.
What are we looking at right now?
Manny posted this. This is a live chat during an NBA game. Manny is a popular sports commentator. He seems to be sick as he says he sounds like hell. Zabo, another commentator, is joking around with Manny, saying he never came back from the store. The other commentators are laughing and joking around with them.
AI sucks. What's up, cousin Pete?
Are you Zabo's cousin Pete? Damn, someone said put some salt on your wardrobe. That's crazy.
I am who I am, all right?
I'm glad we came to an understanding on that.
Yeah. Like, he was trying to come out like I wasn't seasoning my food or anything after that. Like, no, don't disrespect me, please. It's just the eggs. I don't throw salt on the eggs. Like, we can throw pepper if you want, but we're not throwing salt on the eggs.
It wasn't the presentation of saying because I'm trying to lower my sodium intake. I think I talked about this on the show. But so I don't usually like put I might sprinkle a little bit, but I don't do a ton of salt on my eggs. But that's just like the way you presented it. Like, that's so weird that people do that. And it's like, no, that's what everybody does. That's
I don't think it would taste good. Like I said, black pepper's fine on some eggs if you want. Like, I don't normally do it, but if you want to throw it on, that's fine. But salt, just, I don't know. You guys do you, though. I'm in the minority here. Yeah.
Hot sauce on eggs is
I do tapatio when I do an egg burrito.
Say that again. You do what?
No. We make burritos. Damn it. What am I supposed to call it?
What?
No, you're trying to throw a flag on me. I think.
I'm not.
No.
No.
All right. Yeah. When I make egg burritos or whatever, you got to throw the tapatio in there.
Yeah, how you say tapatio versus how I say it.
I got you.
Tapatio.
Now, back to the Insiders, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Hey, garlic salt on eggs is nuts.
Yeah, who does that? Who said
crazy?
Curtis.
That's
a lap,
a lot.
Curtis. Take a lap.
Garlic and ooh.
Yeah, take a lap. Touch the fence and back.
That's Jesse. I'm Kyle. Jesse in for James. James is out this week. Yeah, Your no salt on eggs thing's really got the internet.
That's
pumping.
really
Between
carried
that-
on.
Dude, I'm telling you, this is something I tell people all the time. Nothing gets people more engaged
Mhm.
than food.
Yeah.
Like food conversations.
We all love it.
It's unbelievable. Your salt eggs. Jesse said it was weird that people put salt on their eggs, and that just like took off. Kenny not using his bread to mop up pasta sauce.
I feel like he's not being efficient there.
Yeah, it's how you do it. Like that's literally how it's supposed to happen. That's why there's bread on the table. That's what it's
Is that
for.
literally why?
Yeah,
That's true. I didn't know that. I thought it was
Yes.
just a side of bread just to keep you happy and stuff like that.
No,
All right.
like that's what we've turned it into. But no, it's on the table for the pasta sauce.
I
Have you ever seen The Godfather?
No.
Oh, okay, that's fine. No, there's a scene in there where I don't want to say characters' names because I've only seen it once, so I don't know. But one of the characters is making pasta sauce. The other one walks in, takes a piece of bread, dunks it in pasta sauce, and he's like, "That's what it's for." Yeah. And that just got this huge debate on the internet.
See, I feel like that's worse than not putting salt in your eggs. Like not doing the pasta.
Yeah,
bread
because
and
I don't
sauce.
look. I don't put salt on my eggs.
Mhm.
I might do a little, but I'm trying to look. But that's a health related thing. Putting salt on eggs is like how you do eggs. It's not weird to do it. It's not putting chocolate sauce on your eggs. That would be weird. It's not putting garlic
Some would
powder
say
on
putting
your eggs.
yes. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, Curtis. That was tough.
You're a Celtics fan.
Allegedly.
We've talked about this per sources. Every time a team wins a title, there's this like jump to, hey, how did they build this team and how can every other team follow that model? And I think the way the Kings would do it, all right, or not the way they could do it, but if you're trying to paint the same picture here with the Kings and Celtics, it's Derek White, it's Kristaps Porzingis, it's Drew Holiday. These like, I'm going to call them role players, but I don't mean that in a disrespectful way. It's just they're not. It's Jason
not-
Tatum,
yeah, they're not
Jaylen
those
Brown,
guys,
and then the next tier of guy. I think the problem with this is that doesn't just happen. I don't think you can replicate this. I saw on the Ringer they wrote someone wrote an article. It might have been Kevin O'Connor. Wrote a whole article about like the 10 players who could be this year's Derek White or whatever it was. It's like I don't think that can happen. They just so specifically fit with how the Celtics played. And then you had Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown, who were so uniquely suited to be a distributor like Tatum is, to be a scorer, to rebound, to switch everything defensively and play multiple positions. I just don't think you can look at the Celtics and go, hey, yeah, this is a way that every team should model their team building, because that's really, really hard.
Well, I kind of not push back against you necessarily, but maybe like
Please.
whoever's saying like that, like whatever, like as far as like saying like, oh yeah, like get a Derek White and a Kristaps Porzingis and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Like when they traded for those guys, I don't think it was like Derek White, like that was fine and all that. But like when they traded for Kristaps and all that, like I wasn't something where it's like, oh yeah, like look at the Celtics making these moves. No, you traded for a guy who's injured all the time. It's kind of like, oh, the Celtics are kind of falling back. This might be the move where it's like, if it doesn't work, you're done.
Yeah.
So I think it's a matter of like the Kings, like teams like the Kings can do that, but you're gonna have to take risks. Where on the surface, when it does happen, it's not going to look great, I don't think. Because like the Celtics traded for Al Horford too and all that. He was buried on the bench for OKC. He was pretty much written off and all that. At the time, it didn't look great and all that, but like look how it turned out. I think it's a matter of taking risks on those guys who maybe don't have the best. I don't know if that's the right word, but impression about them at the time. It's a matter of taking chances, I think.
The other thing I come back to is like, no, it's still Denver. Like Denver, I think is still more the ideal. If you're Sacramento.
What about Dallas?
No, I don't think Dallas plays either. I don't think Dallas is going back to the finals.
I don't know if they're going back, but I think they'll be around now.
Maybe.
Because I'm not sure, like, because the Nuggets, they signed Aaron Gordon, right? Yeah, like I'm not sure if you're going to be able to do that if you're the Kings. You're going to have to just trade for you guys. You're going to have to trade for the guys like Kenny says with warts.
No doubt. But I think if you're just trying to like go player for player, right? And that's why I think Boston's so difficult to replicate, Because you have Jason Tatum, who's just a perennial MVP candidate, who can just play center, but also switch out and guard a point guard. And he's this really good distributor. And then Jaylen Brown has gotten better as a playmaker. He can knock down a three. He can defend everything. Derek White and Drew Holiday, the two best perimeter defenders in the league, arguably. Like that's a really, really hard thing.
Yeah, I get what you
but if you go, hey, can Kyle Kuzma be an Aaron Gordon type of player? Sure. Like maybe not bar for bar same player, but that kind of vein. Yeah, sure. Why not? Can Keon Ellis be Kentavious Caldwell-Pope? Like, yeah, why not? I think that's where I know the Nuggets fell short this year, but I think they are much more likely to be around than Dallas.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah,
and so that's why
They're more well built around the roster.
If you're trying to replicate what the Celtics did team building wise, I think it's more just the continuity that matters and sticking with the Tatum and Brown duo through the ups and the downs and going, hey, this is going to work. I think that's what you can take from that. But I think trying to replicate their team building, I don't think you can do that. Whether you're the Kings or anybody.
Well, because the Kings are also starting at a different spot too. Like, it's not just a matter of because when Tatum and Brown came in, like they were taking them to the conference finals every year, it seemed, or whatever. Like, the Kings just figured it out. De'Aaron Fox had been in the league for about 4 years or whatever. Now we just got to the point where we figured it out, like the last 2 years and stuff. So I feel like their timeline is kind of different, where maybe the continuity argument or whatever you want to call it, just, I don't want to say like blowing things up or anything like that, but it's more so like it's more sped up at this point than something like that. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
like
there's
the Nuggets
more
waited
urgency
8
for
years.
sure.
Yeah, there's more urgency is what I'm saying. Like the Nuggets were able to wait 7-8 years or however long it was. Celtics waited 6-7 years too, but the Kings, I don't think they can wait that long.
Okay, so that is why everything comes back to you got to go get a Brandon Ingram, a Kyle Kuzma. You have to go get a proven NBA player who's like been in big spots and can go get you a bucket and can rebound and play some defense. Like that's why that player matters so much. But I think when you look at what the Nuggets were able to do and put together, that's the thing I think the Kings would replicate most efficiently and quickly.
Yeah, that's fair, because I don't think, other than like Murray or whatever you think of Murray and Jokic or whatever, like Aaron Gordon and those other guys aren't like, wow, like these elite.
Yeah, they're good role players.
They're good role players. Yeah,
and that's the kind of that's who I think, because even when we talk about when they traded for Domantas Sabonis, it's like, hey, here's this guy is like could go get you a triple double type of player. Like this is a good player, and he has evolved and he's become an all back-to-back all NBA selection, and he's leading the league in rebounding, and he's putting up the most double doubles, and he's just kind of developed into this monster. I don't know that there's another star to go get, and that's where.
Well, at least you don't have the assets for that.
Yeah. That's what I mean. So if you're of the mind that the Kings need a star, I don't know that move is out there.
Yeah.
And that's why I shift my focus back to Denver when I go, what can the Kings do here? Can they make this look like this? And I think they can. But I don't know that here. This is what I'm trying to say. Is Kyle Kuzma a star to you?
No.
Okay. And that's a player that we've talked about, is like, man, if you're ranking players the Kings could go get, that's the guy.
Yeah.
And that to me is why you're now turning and looking at what Denver did and how they built a team. You go, hey, that's kind of the best thing you can replicate, because Sabonis is not as good as Nikola Jokic. Nikola Jokic is the best player in the world
ever.
Yeah, he's on track to be a top like 10 or 15 guy ever, if he's not already there, depending on your list. But I think De'Aaron Fox, pound for pound, is better than Jamal Murray.
Yeah, I'll take that 10 times out of 10.
Yeah, so you're just, it's like, okay, hey, there's the start. And that's where I think this offseason, that's why this is so important, and why when we talk about, hey, picks and trading picks, and it's like, that's why.
Yeah. Because I do think
there's a team they can replicate. There's a roster build they can replicate, but they're not going to be able to do it with the dudes they have.
Yeah, because I think for the impact that Aaron Gordon has on Denver, like Kuzma could have that type of impact here on Sacramento, I think.
Yeah.
Like you said, he's not a star, but like he's just an elite role player.
And I think it'd be different for sure, because their skill sets are different. but could he have that type of impact where
Just on winning.
I don't think I don't know if he can be that good of a defender as Aaron Gordon is, but can he score more to make up for it? Can Keegan Murray maybe be that defender where you're kind of recreating a Michael Porter Jr. / Aaron Gordon in the aggregate between Keegan Murray and between Kyle Kuzma? Then yeah, sure. And then I think you get close. And yeah, man, I go ahead.
After Kuzma, what's like, say they do make that move, whether it's Ingram or Kuzma or whatever on Wednesday, like what is it? And now we're just waiting for Fox, Sabonis, and like Kuzma, like I guess Monk, throw him in there, and Keegan too, like to develop into that championship core, or like you shaping up.
Yeah, you kind of have to.
Like that.
That's the other thing with this is like De'Aaron Fox is 27, Domantas Sabonis 28.
Yeah.
You're in the window. You got to go do stuff now. And so, yeah, man, if it's Kyle Kuzma, that's what we already know that Malik Monk is the guy they're moving forward with. And if you go get Kyle Kuzma, well, now at the very, very least, you're a playoff team.
Yeah.
And maybe you get the right matchups and maybe you get in. I think the West showed us this year that getting into the tournament is just the most important thing, because so much of it was matchups based. Did anyone think that Dallas was going to go make a run like they made?
I don't want to be that guy, but yeah, I did think they could make a run into the conference finals.
Hey,
there's audio on D'Lo and KC. Yeah, there's audio, but no. I did think like they were good enough, but I didn't think they were going to get to the finals the way they did. I mean, because they did handle the Thunder and all that. The Timberwolves in 5 games. I didn't think they were going to do all of that.
Yeah, but the Timberwolves beating Denver. I don't think Dallas was beating Denver. If Denver holds on to their 20-point lead, I think they go to the finals and they play the Celtics.
Yeah.
And so that's the other important part of this when we talk about trying to build a championship caliber team. Chances are the roster going into the regular season on the surface is probably not going to look like Boston. And it might not even look like Denver. But can you get there over the course of the season where all of a sudden these pieces start to fall into place? And yeah, hey, you know what? Keanu Ellis is a big time contributor. Hey, you know what? Harrison Barnes is a better addition off the bench. Yeah, that allows Trey Lyles to be more productive in A, B, and C ways. I think that's got to be the goal here this offseason, because I don't know that there's a move or a series of moves out there that's going to make us look on paper and be like, wow, this is a team that's ready. They're picking the Kings to win the title.
Yeah, I think if it is Kuzma or whoever, I feel pretty comfortable with the Kings would have. I'm pretty high on like what De'Aaron Fox and Sabonis can do as far as like heights they can take them. Like De'Aaron Fox, I feel like was an All-NBA this season or whatever, but he's an All-NBA type player.
Yeah,
he can go out and get you 29 a game if he needed 28.
Yeah, they have look, and if the Kings, the conversation would be a lot different if they didn't have that established core already. But they do. They don't need to go get, and we'll get to Kenny Caraway here in a bit for the handoff, but they don't need to go get. It's weird seeing you without a hat on. I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. They don't need they got the, to me, they got the hard part out of the way.
Yep.
Like you have your 2 All-NBA guys. Okay, great. And like you said, Fox is an All-NBA caliber guy, whether he gets in on a given year or not, TBD. But your 2 All-NBA caliber guys, now you got to go build around them. And that's what all of this is now. And if you're of the mind, if you're in the Kings front office and you're of the mind that like, yeah, hey, you know what? We don't actually have our 2 guys that we're building around. Well, then you have a massive problem.
Yeah.
But it's clear they think so. And that's kind of how they've got to move forward. Let's go ahead and mute Kenny and get him in here for the handoff. Kenny Caraway, D'Lo, and KC coming up at noon. They'll take you up to 4:00. There he is. Kenny Caraway, what's going on, man?
Not much, man. Not much. Busy day, busy weekend. I got a lot going on, man, but it's all good.
Oh, this is weird. You're not wearing a hat.
No hat today, man. Sometimes, I just let the baldy rock.
He's got to pop out and show him.
Just got to pop out and show him. Sometimes show him I ain't got no hair.
You don't never go no hat, Kyle?
No. God, no.
I mean, obviously, as you talk about it, probably 90% of the time I have a hat on, but sometimes with some outfits at some occasions, you can't rock that. Although I'm about to start getting into the fedora bag. You know what I mean?
Okay, I like that for you.
I'm about to start getting into that bag, but that's something I got to work on.
Are you talking fedora like the ham wears or like the wider brim ones?
Maybe both.
Okay,
maybe both. I'm not opposed to either one of them, but I'm traditionally speaking more of the wider brim joint.
Yeah, so that's my wine tasting go-to. I have a brown one and a white one
Okay.
that I'll rock sometimes. Yeah, if it's like a wedding, I'll go no hat for sure. I'm not one of those like, oh, I need to wear a fitted at my wedding. It's not. No. It's not like that. But if I've never come to work without a hat on.
Yeah,
that'd be wild to me.
I'm trying to think. I don't think. Yeah, you're right. I mean, you would know more than.
Did you just decide?
Right.
Did you just decide?
I was trying to think
like,
of like, nah, man, I saw you one time.
No,
like,
dude,
I can't
you have
that.
not. I promise. I didn't. The Christmas party this year, I didn't wear a hat. But that doesn't count. That's not.
That doesn't count. No, I'm not going to qualify that as showtime or work time.
So what we were talking about when you came in here, one of the things that always happens after a team wins a title is you look at, hey, how did that team build their roster and how can you replicate that? And hey, this is going to be the new standard. I think the Celtics just kind of set a standard that you can't, that is not that achievable just because they had so many guys who were just perfect in the roles that they needed them for.
Yeah.
On top of having Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown. Jesus. Jason Brown too.
At Last Chance U at Independence Community College.
Yeah.
Jason Brown. He was
Jalen Tatum as well. No, Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum. But I go back to the Nuggets because Denver is a team that last year and everybody, it's super easy to go, well, okay, Jokic and Sabonis, that's a match, and Fox and Murray, okay, that's your match there. And then we talked a lot about Kyle Kuzma today. And could Kyle Kuzma and Keegan Murray just kind of in the aggregate give them what the Nuggets get out of Aaron Gordon and Michael Porter Jr.? Because, and then can Keon Ellis be
KCP?
Contavious Caldwell-Pope?
KCP or Bruce Brown?
Can Malik Monk be that Bruce Brown type of scoring punch? But I think Malik Monk's a better player than Bruce Brown for me. But that's where, because every time we bring up Kyle Kuzma, I'm kind of like, man, is that it? But then the more we started talking about it, it's kind of like, hey, I kind of see the vision here. And I see where this can work out. Yeah. And I don't think there's going to be a version of the Kings offseason that has me looking on paper going, wow, this is a title contender right now. But I didn't think that about Dallas going to the playoffs. I didn't think Minnesota was going to make the kind of run that they made. Yeah. And so can you be in the conversation? Can you get into the tournament? And Kyle Kuzma definitely gets him there. And that made me feel a little better.
Well, like to what you guys were discussing before, like Kyle Kuzma, if you look at Aaron Gordon and be like, he's a better player than Kyle Kuzma, I'm not going to argue with you. You know, I'm not even necessarily going to disagree with you. But I always use like the 2K analogy to it. It's not like Kuzma's a 77 and Aaron Gordon's a 94. Right? Yeah. Aaron Gordon's probably, if he's better, he's like a 88 and Kuzma's like a 85 or something.
Sure.
Like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So yeah, like Kuzma can be that aspect of it. You look at the Bruce Browns, the Michael Porter Jr.'s, the KCPs, Keegan, Malik, they can all be around there. You guys said it perfectly. The hard part is finding the two guys that you think are all NBA caliber players. And the Kings have found that. And and then there's a question mark of whether we've seen the best of Keegan Murray. Maybe he's got a whole another level to get to, and what that does for your franchise as well. So I think to your guys' point, building or looking at Denver, I was about to say Dallas, even Dallas, what they were able to do to get to that point makes it more conceivable. Be like, yeah, we can, you can build to that point. And Kyle Kuzma, as an example, can be a guy that can get you to that point. I'm of the belief Zach LaVine could get you to that point as well. But I'm a one-man wolf pack with that.
Zach LaVine was scaring the hell out of me, bro, for like a month.
I don't think it's
he's a good.
Does he still scare you with Malik here?
Yeah. He just doesn't play enough anymore.
Hoops Hype reported that
probably plays more.
Kyle Kuzma didn't play that much last year.
Played 70 games.
He played 70 last year? What about the year before? That was the year he was injured?
68.
And the year before that?
He went, I'm sorry, 70, 64, 66, 68 in 2021, 61 in the pandemic year. 70 before that.
Kyle, I mean, I think that's more than Zach LaVine. But yeah.
When Monk came back,
when it's closer to Zach LaVine than people realize.
Yeah, he's had some injury stuff for sure. That's why, that to me is why in a vacuum, Brandon Ingram, I think, is better than Kyle Kuzma.
Mm.
But when we were talking about this earlier, when you start putting assets in, what's it going to take to get them? How much are you going to have to pay that guy over the next 3 or 4 years? That's why Kuzma to me is just the best option.
Yeah. I mean, I think the new metric with games played is, can he be eligible for awards? Right? If he can get to 65.
Is he an awards guy or not?
That's right.
Not going to win any, but he played 65.
Yeah, exactly.
But he's eligible.
Nowhere close.
Yeah, he's not going to be there, but yeah.
So what happens if they don't get either of those guys?
I think they're still a playoff team. Or any,
right?
You mean just any of
you're
those guys
right,
or anybody
right,
in general?
No, because you and I differ on this.
Mhm.
You think running it back, they're a playoff team.
Mhm.
They make no changes. You're like, they're making the playoffs.
Mhm.
I don't
think
think
they
so.
have that ceiling.
I don't think so.
I think they're a play-in team who has an opportunity to get into the playoffs. Like I think playoff teams like they're top 6 team and all that. I think if they were to run this back with a new draft pick, I wouldn't say they're top 6 for sure.
Nah.
The draft pick is interesting.
The thing that there's kind of an intangible element to this that makes me think that though, beyond just like the basketball. I think if they walked into that gym with the exact same team, I think the vibes would be so bad. Because I already think that was a problem this year. Is De'Aaron Fox and Malik Monk and Domantas Sabonis are out there busting their ass and they're looking down the bench. It's like, these dudes again.
It was a lot of like 4 guys doing it last year for them. I feel like with the Kings, like if they were winning ball games, like because Monk, it was either Monk, Fox, Sabonis, or Keegan went off that day, but they weren't necessarily getting much from anyone else.
It felt like we did a lot of complaining about the same guys.
Yeah.
2 things. And when are we out of here? I don't want to get in trouble.
56.
It's always bad when I'm in here, is what they say. But
no, it's not true. Hey, let the record show that Damian has been the one the last couple times going over the time. We got 2 minutes.
So 2 things. The draft pick, that's something that I even overlook, right? Like as a run it back type thing. Like you're either gonna run it back with a draft pick or you're making a trade and getting people. So if you run it back, you're adding a draft pick. And what if, I'm just throwing it out there, what if the draft pick has the season that Keegan Murray had his rookie year? They're still not a playoff team?
That'd be crazy. No, if you're adding Keegan Murray, then yeah, sure.
That's what I'm like. You got to kind of factor that in though, like because they're running it back with the draft pick, and they're adding. There's a possibility they're adding a guy that could average 12 points a night.
I see that, but it's also like Keegan was the 4th pick. So we were like expecting. I don't think you can expect much from the rookie going into it.
And it's not because basically what we're doing is we're talking about like vibes and hypotheticals and how we'd feel going into the year.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're going to be optimistic and be like, yeah, hey, the 13th pick in this draft that everybody talked about how terrible it was is just going to be Keegan Murray, then yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Like
well,
1,000%. Yeah, right. But what if he's Yorgos Papagiannis?
Oh no,
that wasn't very nice.
Well, no, but that come on. But that's kind of. I mean, a draft pick could go either which way.
Mm-hmm. True, very
and
true.
That's
very true.
And so that's and again, this is all. I don't know whether that player is going to be a Hall of Famer or a bench guy or out of the league in 2 years. It's just TBD.
Yeah. The other thing real quick, and we're going to discuss this on the show a little bit because I had a thought about it. I just feel, I think, I don't know. Malik Monk was told something.
Like as far as the money he can get? Like what do you mean?
Yeah.
He was told something.
Yeah, no.
He didn't
about
just
the roster build.
He didn't just sign up for the same role with the same roster.
I agree.
For less
I agree
money.
with you.
And I don't know what that is, and I'm just kind of hypothesizing, but we'll talk about it.
I can't wait to hear you guys talk about that on D'Lo and Casey. That's coming up next. That's Jesse Tapia. I'm Kyle Madsen. We've been the Insiders. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. We will be back tomorrow at 10 a.m. Until then, drink water and be nice to people. Appreciate you, Chatty House. We're out.
The good side of the chatty house, not the normal side of not the Manny side of the chatty house, more the. All right, Drew Down, what's happening, baby? Yeah, take it back. Y'all know what it is, man. I appreciate you. Yes, sir. What's up, Russ? No, it's true, Weezy. Wouldn't have it any other way. Thank you, brother. Thank you. Wouldn't have it any other way, Weezy. Weezy F, baby. Yeah, Benjamin, I'm low key. Bro, did you guys see SmackDown on Friday? Yo, that was. I know you didn't. Did you see SmackDown Friday?
I didn't watch it, but I saw like the clips.
Nah, that was good stuff. This
is Jacob Fatu, right?
Yeah,
he looks like he's real deal.
Yeah, he absolutely is the real deal. But the CM Punk Drew McIntyre stuff, oh, that was. Yeah.
SummerSlam gonna be lit. Roman coming back at SummerSlam.
Yeah. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We a number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
All right, man, let's get in here. It's Monday. Hey. Better yet, it's draft week. Hey.
Let's go.
And
we want to see who we not going to draft and who we going to trade. Let's go.
And we're less than a... Oh, I was like, what's De'Aaron Fox doing up there? Extension candidates this summer. And less than a week away from free agency, right? It's Sunday. It's Sunday, right? Yeah, let him fly. Let's go.
Now the real season starts.
Well, that's what I've heard. I heard nothing else matters except what's going on right now. Yo, we're gonna be at Tom's Watch Bar. That's official. Yeah. That's real. We're not bum rushing Tom's Watch Bar. We're actually going to be there for the draft. Right outside the Golden One Center.
It's going to be lit.
Pull up on us.
Yes.
We're going to have a good time, man. Tom's Watch Bar beginning at 5 o'clock. We'll be doing some of our KSFM stuff from out there and having a good time, man. So come through Tom's Watch Bar right outside the Golden One Center this Wednesday. It's going to, and then Thursday, for the first time ever,
more draft.
D'Lo and KC will be on the air for day 2.
And
not to be confused with night 2, but day 2 of the NBA draft.
And the we could talk about this. We can look this up and all this other stuff. Kings have 3 second-round picks as of right now. I feel like they have 3. I don't know.
I think it might be 1. Let me double check that. I think it's 1.
Where'd they get all these picks from?
Well, they got second-round picks to trade.
I thought that was last year.
I thought they were saying that this trade deadline too. I could be wrong.
Well, maybe they do. I don't know. What do you got against second-round picks?
I don't. I was just saying we'd be on air with possible.
That's 3 chances to get Bronny.
Well, shout out Bronny. Shout out to him. I got love for Bronny.
They have 1 second-round pick this year, 2 next year.
Oh, man, that ain't helping us on Thursday. Well,
transfer them over, maybe. I don't know.
Like, no, I admire your enthusiasm. I don't mean to kill it. It's just not accurate. But it's still be happy, be excited.
Hey, look, I went on ESPN today and I saw the Clippers' new logo as the, I was like looking for the teams.
Right.
It looks like a bullseye on ESPN.
Yeah, it's a little weird. It threw me off too the first time I saw
color
it.
To that thing.
It's a little weird.
Need some sun.
Yeah, it looks a little. Yeah, that's really weird. What the hell is that?
It's a ship, I think.
A ship?
I think so. Yeah.
What is it a ship for?
I mean, that's what a kind of a
What's
clipper
a clipper?
is. Like, it's kind of like somebody at sea, I think. Or at least that's what.
Well, okay, so San Diego.
Yeah.
It's another one of those names that don't make sense once you take the team out of their original origin.
What should have been the San Diego name? San Diego.
Well, no, it's fine if you're the San Diego Clippers because that makes sense. The Los Angeles Clippers, I don't know that makes as much sense. I don't know if that makes it like that. It's not as bad as the Utah Jazz.
Hey, by the way, side note, this boy stunting on you real quick with on his background. I forgot his name, man, but he's stunting on you with the
me.
Yeah, man, because we all know you got the shoes. He kind of stunting on you with his background, bro.
Wait, hold up. Wait a minute. When did this become about me?
He kind of stunting on you with the shoes, man.
I didn't even see
He's doing
the
his
shoes.
thing, man. He got a crazy patent leather collection. Then he got some little Bo Jackson joints on the side. I think he got the Derek Jeter patent leather joints or the 11 lows. They're not patent leather. They're like suede or something like that.
11 lows.
Yeah, you'll see him when he come back on. He's stunting on you a little bit, dog. But
I'm
still riding with my dog D-Lo. If he really want to like pop out and show him, he gonna do what he do. Don't do that. These are sixes, man. Ain't nothing popping off right now. Don't do that. What you got?
No.
Oh, come on, man. Come on, man. Hey, like that's why I'm riding with D-Lo. I'm riding with D-Lo.
I only wear these shoes indoors because I'm scared to death something's gonna happen to them. First time I put these on, we went out. I think we were at Solomon. I was scared to death. I was like, "Oh my God, I'm never wearing these out again."
It's a little too many people too close,
and like it's not. This is a tough material to clean. Like this was a. I appreciate the person who,
salute.
But
salute. But yeah, back to the original. The Clipper, it would work out. They got
a fast sailing ship.
They got ships that ship out of Long Beach and LA and everything. It works.
All right, fine.
Transfers. That logo needs
Los
to change,
Angeles ships. It's not bad.
No, the logo's fine. I just need more color.
It's not bad at all. It's just a little. Now that I know that it's a ship, it's like, all right, cool.
It's perfectly fine. The icon on ESPN.com is just. It's fine. It just looks like a bullseye. It looks like Public Enemy.
Well, yeah. For some reason, it appeared they had DMC in the crosshairs or Run. It was Rev Run, I think, in that famous logo. So draft week is underway. I'm sorry. That was all entirely my fault. I got distracted because they had De'Aaron Fox on the TV with a bunch of other players. What the hell is going on up here?
Yeah, I did that though. I pointed you towards the logo.
That's fine. It's draft week. We're just trying to get to Wednesday, man. We got a big Wednesday, a big Thursday.
We did kind of sidetrack because you were telling we're going to be at Tom's Watch Bar.
We are, yeah. We're going to be at Tom's Watch Bar, man, for the draft. If you want to pull up, we'd love to see you. It's right outside the Golden One Center, man. I imagine there's going to be a whole lot of Kings fans there. So come out. We'll be there beginning at 5:00, and it's going to be a great night. And then we'll be on the air as the Kings are drafting or doing whatever they're doing in the second round. It'll be interesting to see how the first ever second day of the NBA draft goes. The argument for this, at least according to Adam Silver and general managers, was they wanted more time. General managers felt like the second round of the same night draft was too rushed. It was not as thorough as the first round. It was harder to make trades. It was harder to make deals. It was harder to have discussions. So it'll be interesting to see if there's a bit of a little bit more of a wild, second round of the draft than we normally have. I personally thought that was all BS, and Adam needed a way to explain why. No, we needed money on another day. But either way, there's certainly no harm in it. I'm anxious to see how the first ever second day goes.
Yeah, and that's kind of the way I thought about it too. Like,
does Adam have to work a second day, or is Mark Tatum still doing it?
That was part of the negotiation. He said, "No, I'm not working the second day." No, I don't know. He may work both days.
It's in the collective bargaining agreement.
But just like in just I don't know, maybe kind of being annoyed with everything in life from time to time. I was like, this is ridiculous. Keep the draft one day. Why are we doing this? And then you take a step back and like, what's it hurting? It's what is it, June 27th or something like that. There's not much else going on. Professionally, sure. Let's make it
the Stanley Cup final is going to end tonight.
Yeah, that's going to be crazy.
Oh, I cannot believe I'm about to say
Friday?
this sentence. Yes,
I watched a little bit on Friday too.
Yeah. I'm really looking forward to it. I can't believe I'm saying this. I'm really looking forward to this game
crazy.
7 tonight.
That was crazy. But yeah, there's nothing else going on. Why not, have the second round on another day? So looking forward to that. And then you mentioned, like I said, maybe the logistics of it all. Maybe this does allow for more trades to happen and more discussions to happen. So yeah, I'm all for it.
Yeah, it'll be fun. It'll definitely be fun. And I think I feel like I know the answer to this question based on what you said to start the show. Have you at all dove into what the 13th pick might look like?
A little bit. Yeah. I mean, and there's, but it's so all over the place.
Broad,
it's hard to just like say, yeah, I'm looking at these 3 players, and I think that's where it could be like 10 players.
Those 3 players could wind up being 6, 7, and 8, or 21, 22, 23.
Yeah. So there are guys around that number 13 pick that I like, in and around the 13 pick that I like. But then I also look at it where, and we can do a situation where it's just like no trades happening. Who do you want there? Who would you like? And there's guys I can come up with, but it's like I'm always in the back of my head. I'm like, all right, well, this guy is going to help the Kings immediately more than Kyle Kuzma or something like that. And that's where I always get just trade the pick. But there are some players around there that I do like.
And
there's a good number of players around there that I like.
Okay, interesting. Bryant West is going to be with us on Wednesday. He is one of our favorite guys to talk to at draft time. He wrote a piece for the Kings Herald over the weekend or maybe at the end of last week, and really kind of created a cheat sheet for us to kind of keep an eye on, different guys to keep an eye on, which is interesting because I looked at, I think it was I thought I left it pulled up. Was it the Athletic? Yeah, it was. The Athletic mock draft had Ron Holland at 13 for the Kings, which is a guy.
Like Ron Holland. Yeah.
So he's a wing. He's a 6'7" wing, which obviously, okay, now Kings fans are salivating a little bit. He's a G League Ignite guy. All right. He's 18 years old. That would reverse course of every Monty McNair draft pick
on
ever.
the complete other end of the spectrum.
You have to be like Monty McNair doesn't look at you unless you're at least 30. And so like Ron Holland there, 18 years old. It's like, all right, that's different. Does he do enough? And I mean, I think there's a lot of belief, right? He might not be there, but the Athletic had him mocked at 13.
Like you said, there's so much. There's guys that if they don't go first or second, might not go till they're like till 10 or something like that. Like there's a lot going on in this draft, and there's a wide ranging list for these prospects, and and Ron Holland is one of them. Ron Holland is a guy that people are like, oh, he's definitely going to be around at 12, 13. There's no way he gets past 6 or something like that. So yeah, there's one guy I know for sure I don't want though.
Okay,
Zach Edey.
Okay.
No disrespect to him.
You came across a bit disrespectful.
I don't want any part of Zach Edey on the Kings. That would be, to me,
too soft.
It'd be a wasted pick.
Zach Edey at 13, worst case scenario for the Kings that night?
I traded for a bag of peanuts.
You put them on your donut. We'll come back.
Put nobody on my donut.
We'll come back. Oh, you said, oh, man. Come on.
What did he say, Dame?
He said,
I don't even have my flax. You might be all right.
See, that's fine then.
No, I got
keep
you.
it moving.
I got you.
No, we'll just keep it
If we need
moving.
it, yeah, I got you.
Mike Brown added to his staff. We'll talk a little bit about that. Actually, some coaching hires or a coaching hire around the NBA. We'll talk about that.
I teased this a little bit during the handoff, and it's something that I kind of want to go back and forth with you and Jesse about the Malik Monk signing, and I just feel like, yeah, I want to talk about it. I got a feeling that some things were told. I just don't know what it is, though. I want to know what you got to think about it, though.
I am intrigued. We will discuss when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. I feel like I forgot to do something regarding KSFM, and I can't figure out what it is. We got corners. We got Casey's corner. We did the announcement. I sent the 420 hit. Nah, it is, yeah. I guess I didn't. Yeah, shit.
We got a little sidetracked with the show, but Roman coming back at SummerSlam. I think he comes back as like a run-in type deal.
Did you see someone he unfollowed Solo?
No. Hey, that's hilarious. Solo. That is, if that's yeah, that's phenomenal if they're doing that. That's good stuff.
Oh, shout out Dr. David. He retweeted the Keep Sack Clean PSA. He said, I'm somewhere in the Atlantic and I think I just sailed past Miss P. Oh. Had to look up to see the top of her yacht.
Oh.
Hey, how about that?
Miss P, her yacht looks like the Clippers logo.
That's a little bigger than that.
True.
Oh, man.
True. That's a little disrespectful to her. I apologize, Miss P.
Oh, JT Lowe. That's
cool. I was going to bring this up when I saw it too, but I didn't want to derail this even more. They talked about the Knicks. I guess I can save it. I actually, because we are talking about that stuff, I'll save it. I was astonished when I saw that. That's crazy. Let me get my notebook out. My digital notebook.
They were close to a trade for Alex Caruso last week. The Kings. League sources say the Kings have shuffled several late lottery level prospects to their facility, including Kenny's favorite, Zach Edey. But it's difficult to slot any traditional center next to Domas. Yeah. Amick and Ant-Man. Well, that's a hell of a note. I didn't know. I cannot wait to talk about that woman.
Oh man, it's I got a strong take. I got a strong take.
Yeah. Sometimes I lay out this show knowing there are things that I really don't want to wait till later to talk about, and Angel Reese is one of them. Man. She was ridiculous yesterday. And the crazy part about Angel Reese, I don't know if I've mentioned this or not. My man Edison hasn't heard it. So Edison, if you're listening, I'll say for like the 4th time, I was wrong about Angel Reese.
Edison Hicks?
Yeah.
But he always would.
He hit me up this morning and said, "Have you apologized to Angel yet?" And I said like 3 times. Like, I think I started 3 shows last week saying, man, I was wrong about Angel Reese. I'll say it for the rest of the season. That way everybody hears it. I was wrong about Angel Reese. I didn't think she could score at this level. I didn't think she'd be able to rebound the way that she did in college at this level. She has a knack for getting her hands on the ball every time it comes off the rim. Sometimes it just like she's standing in the right spot. She still had, what she have, 26 yesterday? No touch. She has no touch. Look at that shot.
The game is ugly.
Look at this shot right here. Like, look at that. She had one where it was less time than this. It was maybe 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Look, it gets her hands on the ball and just flails the ball. She flails the ball in the air with 2 hands. It's phenomenal. Yesterday it fell. More consistently than not this year, it hasn't. But when she finds that touch around the rim, man, because there is no one. The only player that I can think of who had the ability to rebound the way that Angel Reese did was Rebecca Brunson. And Rebecca was taller, but Rebecca had the ability, like she had springs, like she could, I know Kings fans don't want to hear about the second jump, but like she could get off the ground quick and then get off the ground again quicker than anybody else.
Yeah.
And she was special when it came to rebounding the ball. But what Angel is doing is completely different.
Angel is, I thought she was going to be pretty good, but she's better than I thought. I didn't think she'd be able to score at the level that she has for the better part of this year. And the game, it's ugly. Like it's just an ugly game. But one thing that I do notice from her is, even though it is a little ugly, like and this is another one that maybe somebody else should have learned, she'll finish with the right hand. She'll use the right hand around the basket and finish with the right hand. She's a left-handed shooter from everything that I'm able to tell, but she'll do that. And there's 2 things that I look at with her and Caitlin and Cam Brink when she comes back and other rookies.
Yeah,
they haven't had an off season yet.
That's right.
And they will get this offseason an opportunity to get into the gym, really work on their game, perfect different things, work with trainers, all this other stuff. And I think they'll end up getting better. The one thing that I would always look at with Angel, and where I disagreed a little bit with some people that didn't think she would be that good. Not just saying you weren't the only one. Like, a lot of people are like, she's not gonna be that good. I bet on her toughness. She's tougher than a $2 steak, and she's competitive as hell. And I just thought, hey, she'll be around the league based off of that. She's a better player than even I thought she would be so far. But I was like, she won't get played out of the league just because she's tough.
Well, to be clear, I never thought that either.
Right.
I did not think she was going to get played out of the league.
That's what I'm saying. Your thoughts weren't alone.
I also didn't think she was going to do what she did Saturday.
I didn't think so either. And she's, the one thing I would lay my hat on is she's a hell of a rebounder, but she's a better rebounder sooner than even I thought she would be. I thought she'd be, 5-6 rebounds a game. I told Jewel Kamara last night, I think by her 3rd year, she's 16 and 11, leading the league in rebounds. I think by her 3rd year in the league, that's what she's going to be on a nightly basis.
That's crazy. That's absolutely incredible to think about if those are the types of numbers she's doing. Like, that's That's all-star level performance. That's all W type performance. That's MVP candidate type performance. If they can get a score in Chicago, and man, watching them yesterday, Teresa Witherspoon is the perfect coach for that squad. And I was watching her get into Angel a little bit and Kennedy Carter. And I like that they've moved Kennedy Carter to the starting line. And don't let any of this distract you, because you start with the positives. What Chicago did was phenomenal. Indiana's crap.
They've been playing well, though.
Indiana, the execution in that final 7 minutes was stunning. Like, their out of timeout plays were incredible. Like, what did you even call the timeout for? I ain't going to advocate for what everybody else is advocating for, but I don't know how much longer you could like sit on your hands and like watch this, because I get it. Look, they're not good. Aaliyah Boston is. Caitlin Clark is. They're not that bad. No. And that's rough. But Chicago has a very unique makeup. If they could get a scorer in there to go along with, now that they've moved Kennedy to the starting lineup and all of these really tough players that they got, if they can get a certified scorer in there, that's a real team.
Well, look, they also got the situation that it works, I think, definitely in the WNBA for the style of play. They got this Twin Towers thing going on with Cardoso.
Yeah.
And if she stays healthy and they can figure out how to use her and Reese together, I mean, that is a dominant front court. And like you said, Kennedy, and then if you go add a player or two here and there, they could be on the fast track. But are we going there with the Caitlin Angel talk?
We can.
We talked about it a number of different times.
Caitlin, by the way, had like a franchise record 13 assists last night.
Caitlin.
And I think the thing that stunned me is like, that was the franchise record. Like, they had some. I mean, Brianna January was there. Like, they had some.
Tamika can't pass to herself.
Well, I think she has before, by the way. Like, Tamika was so good. Like, she might have stolen the ball, passed it to herself, and gotten to the other side of the court in like 2 steps. But not 13 times in a game.
Not 13 times. Caitlin, and real quick with her, she's starting to figure things out. The game's starting to slow down for her. And one of the things that I noticed from her last season in Iowa is her court vision, her ability to pass is better than I thought it was, her junior year or sophomore year, whatever year that other year was. And it's starting to come into play into how she plays in the W. The vision is there, the precision passing. Her and Aaliyah Boston had a couple of different times these 2-man games yesterday that were beautiful, beautiful. And I think she's starting to figure it out as well. But we've talked a number of different times about, there's just the dynamics of Angel and Caitlin, the fact that the Sky and the Fever aren't very good. And when people compare it to Larry and Magic, and we've pushed back on it a little bit, and I'll say right now, it's not Larry and Magic. I think it's a little closer than maybe we initially gave it credit for. These two are going to be, they're not Larry and Magic, but they're going to be we're talking about 2 potential all-stars in the league. And they got history. There's a level of real heat I think they got. I don't think Angel hates Caitlin, but Angel gets turned up for a game against Caitlin Clark. And I don't know if Caitlin does or not. I don't know if it's the feeling is mutual. But there's energy for these games when they play each other, whether it's in Indiana or Chicago. The viewership is there. And we talk about real heat too. And we talk about it almost as if it's like it's a bad thing. Magic and Larry had real heat.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like whether it was competitive, like I don't think they hated each other, but in a competitive way, they wanted to get after each other a little bit. So I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing.
I don't think they liked each other for like the first 4 years, 3 years.
Yeah. So I thought about that a little bit after just kind of seeing the scene of yesterday's game, like the crowd was electric.
Mhm.
It was another national TV game. A lot of people were watching. I don't know what numbers they're going to do, but they've done big numbers.
There was a nice little stretch, or if he had league pass, there was a quad box for like 2 hours in the middle of the day yesterday. Yeah, 4 games going on. It was like 3 of them were blowouts, but still, he had the quad box going on.
But I'll walk it back just a little. I think it's a little more Larry and Magic than people want to say.
All right.
A little bit more.
I just you know why I don't want to do that is because it's so the black and white angle is so simplistic.
Yeah.
And it's super real.
That's the thing.
Like, you know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
Caitlyn is like, and Caitlyn has done nothing, at least in my opinion, to alienate herself from the culture, so to speak. But Angel embodies it. She said, I got the dog in me. You can't teach that. Oh my
Talk
God.
that talk, girl. Talk that talk. And it's just,
was she on stage on Juneteenth dancing to Not Like Us? Because it wouldn't surprise me. Like, and that, I think that's the main reason I tried to fight that off was, come on, let's do better than this.
Yeah.
Let's not do this.
But
I hear you. You're probably right.
And one of the reasons I walk it back a little bit and why it gets maybe a little closer to that is Angel's better than we thought. Like, we didn't think Angel would be an all-star necessarily. And she's showing all-star potential. And that's when it gets a little closer. The other thing that made me think about the other thing that made me think about hey, it might be a little realer than I thought is I was on Twitter this morning, and somebody had the video of that Kamara showed us, had the video of Juju, and they were like, Jordan's coming. I was like, well, when you put it that way, it does kind of line up just a little bit there.
Yeah.
Larry and Magic are laying the groundwork,
shoot.
and Jordan is on his way.
Facts.
On her way.
That's facts. Yep. Man, when you put it like that, whew.
Man, that
boy,
girl, she's
wait
gonna
till
be
Juju
special.
hit the league.
She is going to be special. And
Dear
the
basketball gods, keep that woman injury free.
Please. And the crazy thing about Juju is she is going to, much like Caitlyn, I think Paige is going to be in there as well. But I think really Juju, because Juju's is going to have just a different vibe and flair to what she does. She's going to inspire a generation of basketball players. They are going to.
Juju
is. And that's just going to make the game.
I think all 3 of them might.
For sure. Caitlyn is doing it right now. Caitlyn is.
I think Angel could too.
Angel is too. But I think it's on a little bit smaller scale than Caitlyn and Juju specifically. I think Juju is just like they're like even the way Juju plays, like it's gonna be how people tried to play like Mike and Kobe. You know what I mean? Because she's not just like 3-point dominant. She got moves. She'll get in the mid range. She'll hit you a little dream shake, fall away. Like, she's gonna bring that aspect to women's basketball and inspire so many that way. She's gonna open up the floodgates with how she steps on the scene.
Polo said WNBA Jordan already retired Maya Moore. It would have been accurate if Maya Moore stuck around.
Yeah.
Like Maya had a bigger calling in life.
Yeah. Maya was crazy. And Maya, I'll just be transparent with it. I didn't watch Maya the way I've watched Juju for
Maya
the last
was
2-3 years. And I would see the highlights. I would see the numbers. You know, you got Simone was there as well. So, like, I wasn't as locked in
to
the women's game the way I am with Juju. Right?
You eliminate the bad words and the occasional fighting. Like, Maya was every bit the assassin Diana was. She just like smiled at you after she did it. Like, she did it with the very sweet, like, girl next door. Like, oh, I'm gonna cut your heart out.
The nicest person in the
like
world.
Right now, I'm like, I'll never forget the man. Was it? I don't remember. It was during one of their runs. It might have been Notre Dame. Someone was playing them competitive in the national championship, and it was like a close game at halftime. Second half comes up. UConn's like fighting back. They're down by a few. They had finally gotten within one possession. It was Notre Dame, whoever it was, missed the shot. Maya gets the ball. It's like she's gonna shoot a 3. She's gonna shoot a 3, and like it's over. She just walks up the floor, drills the 3. They call time. It's like it's a 1-point game. Everyone in the building knew it was over. It was done at that point. And that's what Maya does. She spent the next 4 possessions making it a double-digit lead. They were just down. She spent the next 4 possessions making it a double-digit lead. And the game was over. Like Maya was the one.
Yeah.
Like more so than Candace. For me, and you know, Diana's my favorite, even more so than Diana. Like she was the one, but she had a bigger calling.
Yeah, and she's changing lives, quite literally. And somebody in the chat, Filthy McNasty, says Cheryl Swoops was the MJ of the WNBA. Cheryl Swoops was a bucket too. I mean, look, Cynthia Cooper was crazy when she jumped on the scene or whatever. And then you got Cheryl Miller. And I don't want to put too much on this young lady, but it just feels like Juju is the culmination of all these great players. And like you throw some men's players in there too with the way she works. Like it's just, I don't know. She just moves different than anybody I've ever seen in the women's game.
She's the one. Yeah, she's the one. She's Jordan. She's Victor Wembanyama. She's LeBron, all rolled into one. I think she has a shoe deal already. Is that
pretty? I don't know. She's with Nike.
Asia.
I don't know.
Asia's with who?
She's with Nike.
Caitlin's with
Nike.
Okay. Because I think Juju might be going to the jump man.
Oh, yeah.
I think she might be with the jump man.
They thought that's what was going to happen with Caitlin.
That's what I thought that's what I thought someone told me was happening with Caitlin, but it might have been Juju. Like the conversation was.
It might be that. I heard.
It was the same conversation where the person said to me, I don't know why they haven't announced Asia's deal. It's been final for like a year. She's getting paid by Nike now. She has a shoe. They're only making this worse by not telling people. And of course they did.
Yeah, got the logo.
A rare misstep.
Yeah. I feel like there's a little.
Yeah, that was another logo I had to stare at for a minute.
Yeah, I don't really. I mean, I saw the breakdown of it. And I was like, oh, okay. But I thought it was just gonna be a AW, but or an AJ, or I don't know.
Yeah.
But I think Juju, like I think Nike's really been working at that, and I feel like I haven't heard anything about it, but I feel like they're trying to entice her by saying, look, we want you to head up the Kobe line. She's been real connected with Kobe and all the releases and stuff like that, and even the Kobe estate and Nike choosing USC and all that other stuff. If I was Nike, that would be my angle. I don't know if that's what they're thinking, but that would be my angle.
Well, USC isn't the only.
No, not at all.
No, it's not the only
size
one.
11, bro.
Yeah, you act like I'm benefiting from that.
I just want some book ones,
bro. I've tried. I have tried. I got more shoes than I know what to do with. What? Aren't we the same size? Like, no, I'm 10. You're 10 and a half. No, like, I'll make it work. Like, what is the problem?
That I know what to do with. Yo, that's crazy.
She was like, yo, they just keep sending me new book ones. All right.
I'm weak.
And then Vanessa sends these packages of.
Oh man!
All right,
come on,
dog.
man. Like, come on.
All right, bro.
Oh man.
Whatever.
I just want to be like that when I grow up. That's what I want when I grow up.
In any event, the WNBA is in great hands. Yes. Great hands. It was a really fun day yesterday. Salute to both Caitlin and Angel. Just a hell of a job by Chicago collectively. By the way, we mentioned her name. The 25 points, 16 rebounds. Only Asia Wilson has put up numbers like that as a rookie. And for those who are unaware, Asia is the one. Like, Asia is the one right now. Juju's the one soon.
Right.
But right now, this is Asia's world.
Outside of my watching my game on Friday, my hockey game, because I'm
big hockey guy.
I'm the hockey insider
Yeah.
here.
On the ice with Kenny Caraway coming up at 1:47.
All sides with Kenny Caraway. The blue line.
Fourth period.
Pucks on net, baby. Pucks on net. Let's go.
The blue line.
Danny in San Francisco, are you listening? Oh God, you say the blue? Oh God, don't just call it something else. Oh man. Oh.
Outside of watching that.
Blue Lives Matter over here, Kenny Caraway.
No.
Jeez.
When I wasn't watching that, or when that game got out of hand, I did see my girls putting a hurting on them son on Friday night.
Hey,
they back.
It's different.
My girls are back.
Well,
stop playing with us.
Your girls are back. That girl is back. Chelsea's back, and they look like a completely different basketball team.
Very true. I didn't know Jackie Young was averaging 19 a night.
Yeah.
Jackie Young.
The All-Star team could legit be made up of Las Vegas Aces. Now, this All-Star game is going to be a little bit weird because it's All-Stars versus USA, but like you still get the acknowledgement and the nod, and like, yeah, it could be made up of like 3 aces. Man. You could throw Caitlin and Angel in there, and Nafisa and Arike. There's some squads out there.
Shout out to they back on the good foot though. Chelsea back. You know, we doing work again. We want to see everybody. We want to see the Liberty again. You know what I mean? They snuck us when we didn't have Chelsea. You know what I'm saying? I want to see it. We see the sun again. It's nothing. Angel, you come to town. You know you my girl, Angel, but you come to town, you can get it too. Caitlin, you come to town.
What town are you talking about? They play in Las Vegas.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I mean, that's where my people are.
Vegas, Kenny. I guess.
Well, they was calling you Santa Clara Caraway like a week ago. And not to mention KC in LA. Like what? Like,
that's a classic.
Who are you?
That's a classic. I wish I had that.
Like, where does Sacramento rank on this list of cities?
Number one always.
Oh, okay.
Number one always. Don't do that.
I don't know.
Don't do that. Like, Pat, don't say Jack.
He gonna end up with an Asia Wilson jersey before De'Aaron Fox and Malik.
No.
He gonna end up with a.
It's already been written, man. I gotta figure it out.
Where is it written?
Yeah, like,
it's already written. Man.
Where's the Steph Curry jersey?
That's not going to happen. If he goes to Charlotte, maybe, but it's not happening with Golden State.
Why don't you just get the Team USA Steph one, man? It's okay.
No.
Borrow Kyle's. Try it on. See if you.
Just in general, Steph is my boy, but he's way down the list of jersey.
Okay. Let's not pretend like the Chatty House didn't have to talk you out of.
Look,
and you did it like during the. Did he do it during the playoffs?
Absolutely not.
Don't. Or was it like it literally was during the playoffs?
No, it was not. It was after.
It was after though.
We were fighting.
It was after the first round series.
It was like an August 2nd conversation or something like that.
Kings fresh off of Game 7 against the Warriors. Casey's like, it'd be sick. Steph Curry jersey.
But look, man, Steph is way down the totem pole. And look, Steph is my boy. That's my boy. But as far as jersey getting,
I can't wait for Zabo to find that video.
Man, he's way down the list. Even like if he played for another team, he'd be way down the list. I'm telling you, it is Fox, Monk, Debo. Purdy might have shot up there too. I'll put Purdy.
Purdy jersey. Wow.
Ant-Man, Tatum. Actually, I take that back. Asia's ahead of Ant-Man and Tatum. Asia's ahead of Ant-Man and Tatum.
Okay.
I need that. I mean,
you're not getting
my aces.
Any of these.
No, I'm definitely getting.
You're not
Monk
getting
and Fox.
any of these.
Why is Debo on that list too?
You're not getting
because
any
Debo,
of these.
my boy.
Debo isn't going to be a 49.
Yeah, that's why I haven't been able to pull the
Commander
trigger.
in a year.
Don't do that, man. I'm already sick about that. Well, if Ayuk keep playing around, Debo stick around.
Ayuk is just being silly. Like Ayuk is fine. Ayuk is going to be just fine. He's going to be a San Francisco 49er. He's in his feelings right now. He needs to stop.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. He need to stop playing around. But dang, it's gonna come at the expense of my boy Debo. That's my boy Debo. I still think they need to think about trying to keep them both.
I just love this how everyone brings Kenny food.
Charlie.
Like this is just spectacular. If it's not Kimberly, it's Charlie. Ain't nobody ever said, "Hey, D-Lo, you want a bite to eat?" Or
Charlie don't even say nothing. He just hands it off. Walks. Thanks, Charlie.
No, Kimberly comes in and cusses you out and hands you the food and then leave. But at least she brings it to you.
Yeah.
We're going to be at Tom's Watch Bar this Wednesday for the draft. Come join us beginning at 5:00. It is going to be an absolutely fantastic time. make your plans to watch the draft with us. We'll come back. We'll talk about the draft, specifically about the Sacramento Kings, because Anthony Slater and Sam Amick have written about the Sacramento Kings and what they want to do with that 13th pick, including a little nugget I don't think any of us knew about. We'll talk about it. Steelo and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Bro, all you little young dummies that like to disrespect this man, Shaq was insane.
Who's disrespecting Shaq?
You know,
other
people-
than that weird ass post he made.
Well, that was bizarre.
I can't even fathom what the point of that was. But you didn't see the Shaq post?
Oh,
with the bikini and Drake.
Yeah, I don't.
Like, sir, what point are you
we
trying to
just
make?
don't
with
have the
this?
same kind of humor, I
That
guess.
was crazy. But no, then you got to see this. If you could just rewind, just look at the video package they show for Shaq. I mean, it's probably a minute ago, a minute and a half.
Has anybody had Taste Buds barbecue?
No.
By the old Sandra D's?
No.
At the old Sandra D's?
I didn't even know that was popping off.
Nah, it's a thing. I'm trying to see if we can get a little drop off on Thursday.
Hey, let's go.
Taste Buds barbecue in downtown. Y'all need to go see that.
Hell yeah. Look at
No, that's fine.
this. Come on. This guy was stupid.
Well, wait, I don't understand. Like, what's the?
I think they're just talking about the draft.
Oh,
but I'm just
God.
Just look at the
Damn it! I
highlight.
remember watching that game live.
my
No, I didn't see that one live. I saw the Phoenix one. live.
Oh, David Robinson. He was like the MVP that year.
Oh, he could have choked out Stephen A. Smith right there and ended
Oh,
this whole
oh,
thing.
Chris
Oh,
Dudley.
no. Chris Dudley threw the ball like 40 yards after that.
Looked like Mahomes. Shaq was crazy, man. Y'all
The most
young boys got
physically dominant player I've ever seen.
What do you think he meant by that meme, though?
No clue.
Bro.
Honest to God, have no clue.
The funny thing was they were like, yeah, Shaq trolls Drake with the Instagram post. I was like, that ain't a knock on Drake. That's saying a little bit more about Shaq. That was crazy.
Michigan was outside this weekend. I see you, boy. Yeah, I see you. That peach cobbler is special. I haven't had the gumbo, but that peach cobbler is special.
No, I'm not a fan of peach cobbler. Not really my bag.
That's terrible. Missing out. Missing out.
This is perfect. Wow. In and out.
That's fine. I'm not hungry.
Honestly, yeah, like don't ever talk about Whataburger, like any of those other places. Like, stop.
We gotta stop that.
916-909-1320. If you want to get in. Who did you say? Is it Tom? Tom. Appreciate you calling in, man. What's on your mind?
I wanted to talk to you about Willie Mays. I got bumped on Thursday and Friday because of De'Aaron and Malik Monk Friday, which is fine.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Malik Monk Day. Yeah.
Well, I'd love to hear the
A couple
story.
things. You were talking, Willie Mays on Thursday. One of the things that you were talking about was his approach, civil rights and players of color. And he took a sort of a quieter behind the scenes approach. And there was a story of Alvin Dark was the manager at the time, and players of color didn't really like him, and they were all ready to walk. And he gathered them around and said, no, let's stick together as a team. And they did their thing. And then Alvin Dark was fired at the end of the year. So that, kind of worked in their favor. And managers after that gave him a lot of responsibility and authority, making out the lineup card, moving players in position and so forth. So he did a lot of stuff behind the scenes that nobody ever kind of heard about or saw. The other thing you mentioned, Walter Payton, as another athlete that was kind of had a similar approach.
Mm-hmm.
And he did. I used to work for Northwest Airlines, and I chartered their flights, the Bears flights to all their games. So I got to know Walter Payton. I have the copy of Life magazine autographed by him. But Willie Mays had his approach was he liked the saying, and he said, "Prepare as a professional, but play like a child." And that's what Willie Mays did. That's what Walter Payton did, and that's what Bill Walton did as well. And I have an autographed picture of Bill Walton. And one of my favorite sayings from him was, he said, "Good everything forever."
Oh, that's
and
tremendous.
All three of those were just prepare as a professional, play like a child.
I love that. Thanks for sharing, Tom. We
Yeah, man,
appreciate that.
it,
That's
Tom.
really good stuff.
Tom, shout out to
really
him, man,
good
because
stuff.
that story that he talked about with the manager, that was on the doc. I remember reading about that, or hearing about the watching it, and it was crazy because they had a lot of Latin speaking players on the Giants at the time. I know Orlando Cepeda was one of them. Juan Marichal was another. They had, I think, maybe 2 or 3 others. And the manager was like, he didn't let him play music or something. And then he was like, "Yeah, the rule is no Spanish speaking in this clubhouse." And they were like, "Oh, wait, what? Like, this is directly targeted to us, and it's ridiculous or whatever." And Mays kind of worked through that, with everybody and made sure that, because they were ready to not play, like Tom mentioned, they were ready to like just walk out on the team. Mays smoothed that over, and the manager was fired, rightfully so, at the end of the season. So yeah, man, Willie Mays is just special. Just seeing
It was special.
some of the stories that trickled in last week and even over the weekend. I mean, it's just an iconic. We talked about it, but he's just iconic. And I think tonight is the first home game for the Giants since
Ramsey mentioned in the chatty house, brought to you by Matthews Mattress. Head over to MatthewsMattress.com. Find the location nearest you. That it's Willie Mays celebration night at the park. Yeah. Maybe that can turn things around for the Giants.
Is Farhan still the GM?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
The spirit of Willie maybe could get them, maybe get them to end a 5-game losing streak.
The spirit of Willie is shaking his head right now.
Well, I actually don't doubt that. I don't doubt that at all.
This guy in Farhan's like,
Well, don't worry about it. We've got the guy that plates the Vzorp on the Bergerg, and when you bring that together, that makes sure that your center fielder is going to be one of the top guys in MLB come August, because the Zerberger is one of the top assets that you have when you calculate all the ratio of the data that we have. And we also have a starting pitcher that we love him. He can't throw more than 20 pitches, but we think that's the way baseball is going right now, and everybody should follow us.
No, I that's actually my favorite impression, because I don't think that's exactly what Farhan sounds like, but it's my favorite because it's just, other than when Shaq yells, that's my favorite. And then you just make up noises and call them words, like a Vzorp, like.
That's what they be doing.
Like an advanced baseball. The advanced baseball analytics statistic, Vzorp. Tremendous. Now I'm trying to envision a scenario where Farhan is having a conversation with Willie Mays, asking him about the Vzorp before he passes.
Willie's like, "Man, get out of my face."
Yeah.
Can he hit the ball or not?
No, but you gotta. There's more to it than that. 916.
It's more than just hitting. Sometimes it's actually better if they don't hit the ball, and that would be better for the bottom line of the runs that you're trying to score.
You need glasses to push up closer to your face for that too.
916-909-1320. Let's get our man Ross in here. Ross, what's going on, baby?
Hey, what's up, fellas, man? Great show all summer. Just been listening, man. You guys are the best.
It feels like the summer has been an eternity. It's still June.
Well, look, summer started like Saturday, technically.
I know.
Yeah.
It's like Ross said that, like we're almost there, guys. Like, no, we got like 2 more months of this, man.
Yeah, Sacramento is 6 months of summer now.
Well, that's a shoot. That's a shoot.
We appreciate you, though. Thank you. Or Luke.
Yeah, no doubt.
No, it is Luke.
Man, I think the Kings, we obviously want to add talent, but it's no doubt we got to add a dog. Like, some way we got to get a dog. And seeing Bobby Portis come available, it might not be easy to get him, but I think you get the right personality on this team and you start
firing up a guy like Fox and Murray. We kind of have a passive starting five. They're talented, but we need some guys that will, get under Fox's skin. And we got Monk, but we need to add a couple dogs somehow. I think Monty knows too, and he'll figure it out.
I love dogs too, particularly of the sprout variety. But why does everyone? Why does everybody? Is that when you say that this? What does this team need? They need a dog.
Malik Monk is a dog.
Like really?
Malik
Like
Monk is a dog. Trey Lyles is a dog.
Trey Lyles choked someone.
Yeah, Brooke Lopez.
He's trying to choke slam Brooke Lopez on the floor.
And I think people kind of like.
And by the way, Ross, like you're far from the only person.
No, he's in the majority. Like,
yeah,
if you
like
ask
we're
10
in the minority.
Kings fans of that,
Yeah.
7 of them will say, "Yeah, they need a dog." I think they have enough. I think they're fine with that respect. I think they need some better basketball players.
Give me a defender at the 3 or a dog. I'll take the defender at the 3.
Somebody can knock down who can shoot 40% from 3. I'll take him. I think you'll win games with him as well. Also, you look at people talk about like who's a dog and all this other stuff. Just because he's not necessarily fighting people doesn't mean Keon Ellis isn't a dog. I look at Keon Ellis as a guy that's a dog. I look at Davion Mitchell as a guy who's a dog and will get after it. So I think they got a good amount of those guys on the team. Now, I'm not going to turn away one. Like if there's a guy like Bobby Portis who fits that dog criteria and can be productive, I'm not going to be like, well, we got enough dogs. We don't need that. No, man, bring them through. I just don't know. I don't believe that that's their biggest priority right now. I think they've got toughness to them. This team, and I say it every time, and I say it to I'm blue in the face. That team that made the playoffs and had the Golden State Warriors call into the office was tougher than a $2 steak. They were getting after it. That was a physical series, and they were up to the challenge. And a lot of those guys are still here today. I think that's something that they're good on right now as far as dogs and all this other stuff.
Have you ever been blue in the face before?
No, thank God.
Okay.
I don't want to. I don't want to.
Well, I don't want you to have to say anything till you're blue in the face either to see, but I am fascinated at the thought.
Shout out Katrina, blue face baby. Yeah.
But like you're like of the darker skin variety. So would it be more of a purplish tone?
Probably. I don't want to find out.
Yeah, you're looking like Mark Henry just trying to get your point across.
I don't want to find out.
What happens to Luke? I just thought of that. Luke was on JB's staff.
He can come back home. He can come back to Sacramento.
Oh, to do what?
Who are you talking for?
What? To do what?
Yeah, don't do that to Luke, man.
What? Join Morgan on the booth?
Chief vibe officer.
What are you talking about?
What do you call
No,
it?
we got Alvin. We already got Alvin.
Vice vibe officer.
No, he can join Morgan up on the NBC thing.
Luke can come home, man.
Home.
All things.
I'm sorry. Home. Well, you mean JJ staff? What you mean home?
Oh man, I'm the one man wolf back, man.
Look at what you did. We ain't seen Bryant West in a year, and he just jumped in the chatty house to say no, absolutely not.
I'm a one man wolf back. I'm the only one that likes Luke out here. Even my mom can't stand him.
Shout out Kenny. He is like the nice guy, whatever, because he was trying to bring Vladdy back when no one was there.
That's more than just being nice. Vladdy deserves to be back.
Well, Brian's got
though.
Brian's got a great point though. Does home mean Las Vegas? Does it mean Los Angeles?
I'm talking about
Does
Sacramento.
it mean Santa
Arizona?
Clara?
I'm talking about Sacramento. That's my home. Come on now.
All right. Just
don't do that. You know Sacramento, you don't know what you're talking about.
It really upsets
Bro, he can
me.
stay in the guest house, maybe.
It really upsets me that makes me laugh. And I love that you're inviting Luke back here. Luke can come back and he can work with Morgan. That's
My
what
girl
he
Rachel.
can do.
I ain't seen Rachel in a while. She said, I do not want to hear that man's voice. No, thank you.
Well,
some people
all right.
like his voice.
Well, there's nothing wrong with his voice. I just think people got tired of, I got to watch the tape.
Well, you had to watch the
James.
Hi, James. The most when we launched Be Heard, but along with J Street Vibes, do some
Shout
more.
out J Street
The
Vibes.
biggest podcast we had on there was called Watching the Tape. And
Luke is provocative.
Yeah, I guess that's one way of putting it. I guess that is one way of putting it. So is this article from Anthony Slater and let's see if we can get Ant-Man on the show tomorrow, because this is interesting. They wrote the article titled "Why the Sacramento Kings Are Shopping Their number 13th pick So Aggressively." The part that caught our attention was this line here. The Kings already tried to use it for a significant. Get the dump button. I just had a
about to say,
mini,
what did you, what did
mini
you
stroke.
say?
Hey,
I said, what did you say, Mitch Barling? I didn't know.
Turns out Anthony Slater is booked tomorrow at 10:30 here on ESPN 1320. The Kings already tried to use it for a significant roster upgrade. They were close to a trade for defensive ace Alex Caruso last week, according to league sources, offering the number 13th pick to Chicago as the key chip. The Bulls, to the surprise of many within the league, instead opted to send Caruso to Oklahoma City for Josh Giddey. So, an interesting note that I had heard zero rumblings about, the Sacramento Kings did attempt to get Alex Caruso last week.
Well, and that's one of the things that we kind of talk about often, right? With people getting upset with Monty McNair. Sometimes I get upset with nothing happening or whatever. Just because something doesn't happen doesn't mean they're not attempting to get things done. And this is an example of that. You could try to get Caruso all you want. If somebody has a better trade proposal, then that's where the team might go. You're not, if you're Monty McNair, you're not in a situation where you have endless assets and you can just offer any and everything that people want. You're kind of restricted. You have your assets, but there's always somebody that has better assets than you to trade with. So
is that Monty's fault for not having like better assets? You get what I'm saying? Like not building that up?
Yes and no, but I say he made his move. Like his move that kind of took all his assets away for a couple of years, maybe, was to the move.
Well, it wasn't a move. Yeah, it was two moves.
Sabonis, I say Sabonis is one.
And that was his biggest probably trade chip at the time. It was Tyrese Halliburton.
And then the other one was Kevin Huerter, where I don't think anybody's not doing that deal.
No.
Moving forward. Or at the time, I should say.
I mean, the Kevin Huerter deal only looks frustrating right now because the Kings missed the playoffs. We're not even having we are not at Tom's Watch Bar if the Kings make the playoffs. Right. We're just glossing over this week if the Kings make the playoffs, because they don't have that pick. The pick goes to Atlanta. That deal's done, and you have a host of other things that you're hoping that the Kings deal with. But they have what they have. Like, he drafted Tyrese Halliburton, used him to get Domantas Sabonis, and he's drafted Keegan. It's worked out well. I think Davion Mitchell has worked out well. He drafted Keon Ellis. Like, there's a lot of guys that he drafted. Unless you want to see any of these guys go, then he's done fine acquiring assets along the way. And Davion's future certainly is interesting. I'm not of the belief he should be traded, but everybody's got a price for the $1 million man. Like, let me see what we're talking about here. But I love the way that Davion played at the end of last season. Agreed. I absolutely think he has a place on this team moving forward.
Agreed, 100%. And this is just, it's more so along the lines of what we talked about all last summer, when people were like, they signed Harrison Barnes, and people just, he's just running it back. How's he, bro? Myself, D'Lo, James, for a fact, he was not trying to just run it back.
Yeah.
There are
on
things
multiple fronts.
Yeah, there were things that were kind of out of his control. Maybe some things that he wasn't comfortable with, as far as like, I I could make this deal, but I don't like what it does for this team long term, or whatever the case may be. And I think some of the stuff we heard, everybody would probably be in agreement that you probably don't make that move just yet. You know what I mean? Like, so I want players in here. I want improvements to the roster and things of that nature. I understand all that, but sometimes we've got to realize that it's not just he makes a decision and it happens automatically thing. There are things that play a part in potential trades or free agent signings or anything like that.
916-909-1320. Let's get to our man TC. TC, what's going on, baby?
Yes, sir. What's up with my two brothers?
We good, man. What's up with your TC?
Oh, man, just tapping in with the homies, man, getting ready for this draft party, man, and pushing up on the homies.
Yes,
Oh, I
sir.
love
Yes,
it.
sir.
I love it.
Yes, sir. TC in the building.
Yeah, you already know what time it is. Hey, so look, D-Lo, so I think KC, right? I think when people trying to say a dog, because, you know, I'll be calling on that same hype, right? And I don't think nothing wrong with it, but I think what it is a dog, what they talking about is a guy that can speak up and keep the team in line. I know people don't like the Draymond and the Patrick Beverly way about going about it, but that's the guy you looking at. Come somebody like a Bobby Portis, right? Somebody like a dog that's going to say, because we got a bunch of nice, I know Trey, Malik, those are dogs, right? But you need a guy that's vocal, though, that come in and like, hey, bro, we not accepting this. This is how, but also like playing time, not TT, right? Tristan Thompson, but we're talking about a guy that got a voice and that's playing though. Every team needs that type of guy. You got a bunch of laid back guys. Like our leaders of the team are a bunch of cool laid back guys. Fox we talking about, Domas we talking about. You can even throw Keegan there if you want to. Malik can speak up, but you need to have an edge. That's whatever. I think that's what King fans are looking for, like somebody with an edge. Like, no, bro, listen. We're not having none of that. Team, we're not balling. Y'all need to get y'all together. Otherwise, it's going to be issues. Not talking about trying to choke somebody out, right? But we're talking about a guy that's like, bro, we not having that. Fox, you too laid back, bro. I know you the dude, but you too laid back, homie. I need you to.
TC, let me ask you something. Who do you think that guy was on the show?
Oh, man.
TC, you there?
Yeah.
TC, you safe?
No, I'm kidding. Hey, no. Hey, look,
you just get pepper spray?
No, bro, that was my air. Hey, that was my air ride seats in my truck. I'm just parked. I'm on one.
Man, I didn't know you got it. All right, I see it.
TC, who do you think that guy was on the Celtics?
That guy on the Celtics?
Yeah, you heard me the first time.
No, so check it out. The point guard. Listen to me. I truly believe there's two guys on that team, Holiday and Brown. Whether they say it in the media, but I think behind closed doors, bro, them dudes is beast. And I believe Holiday's one of them guys. He just probably ain't so outlandish like a Draymond or a Patrick Beverly. But the Kings need that guy. Who is that guy on our team, bro? That's right now that's talking.
I think Monk is that guy. I think Fox is that guy. I think Domas is definitely that guy. I think a guy like Trey Lyles is like that as well.
What is a dog like? What like people for the people that say they want a dog here? Like, what is their impact going to be just to motivate? Like, I don't think the Kings need that. I don't think they need to be motivated. They need to hit their free throws. They need to play defense. I don't think a dog like I don't think that's what this team needs.
Dogs are great company when you get home from hosting 2 radio shows. Other than that, man, I don't know what to tell you guys.
And on top of that, like you got De'Aaron Fox is at the point of his career where, all right, like it's De'Aaron. Like he's the guy. You're gonna sink or swim with him. You're not gonna motivate him or get him in line to play defense or whatever the case may be. Same with Sabonis. Same with Malik Monk. All this other stuff. Like those guys are.
Well, you brought it up too. Like the Celtics don't have that guy. Like where he's gonna get in your face and yell. Like they have leaders and stuff, but I don't think you need someone to like light up whoever.
Yeah. I'm with you.
Who's the dog here? You?
You.
No, I don't think so. It's you. Yeah, it's you.
3 people say you.
Yeah. I barely even talk, bro.
Who is Jesse's the Drew Holiday? Don't really say too much.
Yeah, you're Jalen.
I'm Jalen.
Yeah, you're chilling. I guess I'm Marcus Smart over here. I'm about to be traded in no time.
I learn what kind of leader Kenny really is.
About to
Marcus
be traded
Smart.
in no time.
Don't do that. I don't like.
Well, no, I like Marcus Smart.
I like Marcus Smart too. And don't do that saying you're gonna be traded. We ain't doing that. I don't like what Ryan Clark is wearing today, though.
So Ryan Clark was the host of Get Up. So Ryan,
He was the greenie?
yeah.
Okay.
And it was awful because instead of being Ryan Clark, host of The Pivot, hosting Get Up, he was Ryan Clark trying to be Greeny hosting Get Up. It was terrible.
Did he do the intro?
Yes. Good morning. My hope was, because it was really like cringy, and I kind of turned it off. But I'm hoping, because you got to be careful when you do this, right? My hope was they got to the commercial break and someone just got it in his ear and was like, "Hey, Ryan, relax. Like, you don't have to be Greeny. You need to be Ryan Clark." But like, it was rough. It was like, all right, that's his first outing. If he's doing it again tomorrow, he'll be better tomorrow. He'll be better the next day. But it was kind of, it was almost like when you're doing an impression of somebody.
Yeah.
It was like he was doing an impression of Greeny, but like he never got out of it. He just stayed in it. It was like, oh no, this is how he feels like he has to host the show. All right. And he is wearing an all pink.
That's why
I'm
not a big fan of
hey,
that
I made a I
mean, it's not the color. I just don't like the outfit.
I audibly chuckled when TC was talking, but not because of anything TC said. Did you see Schefter's tweet?
No.
So Schefter's on NFL Live right now, and I guess he reported this. This is Schefter's tweet. I'm reading this to you verbatim. 49ers disgruntled wide receiver Brandon Ayuk is meeting today with the 49ers, as ESPN's Ryan Clark reported on NFL Live. I'm sorry. Who the hell fed him the term disgruntled? 49ers disgruntled wide receiver Brandon Ayuk?
Do you think he went rogue on that? I only ask because
I don't think the 49ers fed him.
That's
that
what I'm
line.
saying. And obviously I don't think,
which means
Brandon
it's a trash ass move by Adam Schefter.
I think I think that's a Adam Schefter
special.
Like that's him.
That's trash. He labeled that man disgruntled. Bro ain't never said a bad word about that goofball in New York that hates his guts, but he's going to label Brandon Ayuk disgruntled? That's whack. That's whack. That's whack.
Just say he's.
And you're right. He absolutely went rogue on that. Because the 49ers are like, y'all are bugging. We're re-signing him.
The 49ers aren't tripping at all.
Like, y'all have not paid attention to anyone that we've signed from Nick Bosa. The only guy who got a deal quick was Christian McCaffrey because it was easy.
Yeah. The 49ers are like, we're not tripping. He's not being traded. He'll be here at some point. We'll get it done. Real quick, you talked about Ryan Clark hosting, all this other stuff. This doesn't have to be a long conversation. But Stephen A. Smith, did you see him address his $25 million request?
I didn't, but I did read an interesting article about it.
And so I want to hear what you got to say about it. Maybe this is a little longer conversation, but I thought about the discussion that we had. I think ESPN won't go broke if they don't have Stephen A. Smith. I think it would be a little. I think first they take a little bit of hit if Stephen A. wasn't there.
Yeah, like the numbers matter, and that's the article I was reading, about it. But it's like how many people are advertising on First Take because it's First Take and it's on ESPN. How many people are advertising because it's First Take on ESPN and Stephen A. is there? And then the question that probably matters the most is how many people are watching if Stephen A. isn't there? Yeah. And do those advertisers stick around if that number comes down? I still like knowing a very like microscopic amount about like ads on that network, and I still can't figure out how they'd get $25 million back.
That's a lot. And the thing I kept going to, and we talked about it, is $25 million a year. That's a lot of money to ask for until you realize they were willing to give you 18. They were like, we'll give you 18. It's a lot of money And if they're willing to, hey, you would know. If they're willing to give you 18, that means they think it's worth it, right? Like to get 18. So why not ask for 20? Why not ask for 25?
I don't have a problem with them asking for 25.
They think it's worth it. They think you're worth it to give you $18 million. That's a lot of money.
$25 million is a stunning amount for a.
Did they say how long the contract might be?
No. Yes. They said how long they gave the total offer. So what was it? 18 million. So we got to do the math. It was like $90 million or something like that. It was like 5 years. 5 years.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds
5 years. Yeah, that's right. It's the 18. That's 5 years.
Yeah.
So I don't know if he's asking for 125 over 5 or what that is, but yeah, it was a 5-year contract that totaled $90 million.
That's a lot.
We'll come back. Steeler and Casey, lots more to talk about as it pertains to Sacramento Kings, as it pertains to the NBA as well. I even mentioned Mike Brown. Haven't even touched on this yet. Mike Brown hired, in addition to his coaching staff, and the Cavs hired their coach.
Finally.
We'll talk about that. And we'll talk about De'Aaron Fox and this extension when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. No, he's not. That's a 1 of 1.
You think so? What do you think Kenny's going to ask for when his deal comes up?
Oh, well, that's a good point.
What are you talking about?
That's a good point.
What?
That's
a good point.
I need you to get as much as you can so they can pay me and Dame after.
Well, I don't know that they have anything left to pay us.
Well, it's kind of like they say, like with the quarterbacks and stuff. Make sure you get as much money as you can so we get ours.
Oh, that's true.
That's
and Tim Richards, can I just say this to Tim? Like, you seem to like hate watch this show, and I just tell you, because you're commenting, it means you subscribed. So just know we appreciate you. If you're having a tough day, we love you. But even hate watchers, we love you guys.
Thank you, Tim.
Well,
shout out little brother who said it was too much for him earlier and he left.
What was too much?
WNBA talk, I guess.
Oh, all right. I think this is just a little warning from Ramsey, just to say, be careful, pal.
These people are crazy.
Just be careful.
I'm just trying to.
No, I know what
have a burger. And people always watch and always watch.
He's just telling you to be careful. That's all. Shut up. Well, that might be in the next contract.
Stop.
Can you imagine? The next contract. They're just insecure, man. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. Because he had no business labeling him disgruntled. He's not disgruntled. He's in the middle of a contract negotiation. It's weak for the biggest NFL insider to label Brandon Ayuk as that. That's whack.
And he's got a history of those type of things.
Absolutely, Scooter. Most definitely. Absolutely. Bring her through. And that's one of the great things about Tom's Watch Bar is, like, we love Sky River, but there's restrictions there. Yeah, bring the family. Absolutely. Tim, maybe it's weak. I'd call it dumb. It's dumb, but he's in his feelings. Both entities are in their feelings right now. Just get through it. They'll be fine. But dude is not disgruntled.
And to say that on your own, like I even say, if you're getting fed that type of information and you're having an agenda for somebody else, I mean, that's whack too. But at least, hey, so I got a little situation going on, and it made me think about, like, I don't know, maybe the future, maybe, who knows, right?
You already moving on from the show?
No,
Wow.
not moving on at all.
He's been contacted in case Stephen A doesn't, in case Stephen A walks away from the 25, Kenny's getting the 18.
Can you just give us a heads up at least if it's like a month ahead?
Kenny's getting the 18.
We all going. If that's the case, we all going. That's what it would be. But over the weekend, I was in Rohnert Park for an all-star baseball tournament that my son is playing in.
Ramsey probably driving by it right now.
As we speak.
But
the tournament is still going on. Like, it's going on until Friday. And I had to come back.
It's crazy.
It's wild, right? I had to come back, go to work, do the show and things of that nature. And I love watching the games. Like, I love the tournament games and tournaments, baseball, basketball, all that. I love that stuff. My wallet may not like it as much, but I love that stuff.
Sure.
So I had to leave, but they got, this pretty cool app for baseball called Game Changer, where basically you watch the game, you broadcast.
Mm-hmm.
They broadcast.
Yeah, I'm very familiar with
it. So you get to watch on Game Changer. He plays at 1:30. I'm going to be watching the game.
Okay.
And I thought about, I'm going to be professional.
Me and you, Jesse.
I'm going to be.
It's me and you, Jesse.
Be button up. I'm going to be professional. But I thought about, like Reese is all right. He's a good ball player. Who knows he might not play past this year. Who knows? But what if Reese was in I'd say the College World Series, but I feel like I'd be there.
Mm-hmm.
What if he just made it to the major leagues and played a random Wednesday game at 12? And I had the game on.
It probably depends on the position he'd play. Because if he was like a starting left-handed pitcher, we're all retiring.
Oh, yeah, we eating.
See, like if he's like working, if he's just a solid hitter, like a left fielder, it's like, all right, well, maybe Kenny can retire if he wants to. But if he's like he's a left-handed pitcher, we're all out the game. Like, Reese is taking care of all of us. We're Team Dime moving forward. We're training him. Like, I'm his dietitian. Like, it all depends.
We're trying to get Ryan's friends into the club. And security's like, nope, no, hell no.
Kim Yada said no. Get your asses out of here.
But yeah, I think about doing the show 10 years from now. Reese is playing left field for
I'm so happy you can see us doing this show in 10 years.
Reese is playing left field for the White Sox, and I got the game on, and I'm just that's just
to be fair,
so
that's
real.
Not that different than what you do now. You probably have the White Sox game on right now for no reason.
Well, if Reese wasn't playing, White Sox would be on right now.
Do you have Long Beach State versus Cal Fullerton on half the time?
No, that would be on because college they be playing the day games and stuff like that. He said he wants to go back to Southern California, so he might go to Long Beach State.
How old was he when y'all came up here?
4.
Because he reps LA frustratingly tough.
Was he 7 or 4? I can't remember.
If Reese were to call into this show, he'd be Reese in LA.
He's like, it's my hometown. It's like, all right, sir. And then mom co-signs it. It is his hometown.
He was crip walking last Wednesday.
Oh, he was.
I feel like not like us.
No, look. So the crazy thing about that, real quick, Jesse, is so we watching the concert, and we don't let them listen to anything, but we also when we were 11, we were listening to the Chronic or something like that. It happens, right? So we're watching the concert, and this was the first set. About 3 songs. Oh, Reese. Bro, how do you know this song? Everybody know this song.
How you know Tommy the Clown?
No, he's like, oh yeah, G Perico. Yeah, I know. What, bro? What? Rap knowing the words. It's one thing I've heard this song before. He knows all the words. He's like, well, I got to stay in touch with my hometown. All right, bro. All right,
Wow.
man.
Wow, we've lost Reese.
Reese is more LA than you.
That's tough.
He
And
is
that's
more LA
saying
than me.
something.
Him and his mom more LA to me.
Mm.
I gotta make sure Ryan stays locked in on Sacramento.
I put that. Yeah, please don't let us lose Ryan. I put Kendrick set on yesterday. And I had probably the best workout I've had in like 6 months. I put that joint on, turned it up, and I worked out for a solid 90 minutes. I worked out till the fourth version of Not Like Us when everybody came on stage. And by that point, I was kind of over it. I was like, all right, I'm done. But that set was just when Like That hit.
Yeah, man. Yeah,
with the fireworks.
That set
God, man.
was spectacular. Spectacular.
Phenomenal.
Yeah,
and I didn't even watch Mustard a second time. I just watched
no shade
Kendrick.
to Kendrick. That was my favorite.
Now, Mustard killed it. Yeah, no, Mustard set was cold.
I thought they were both iconic.
Then the videos coming out of Saturday in Compton were crazy.
He was out shooting the video.
The videos
It
coming
was in,
out.
I think there was in Watts too. I think Kendrick was in somewhere else. So that video gonna be streamed crazy. It's gonna do crazy numbers when it comes out.
I think I saw the Kendrick version of Not Like Us, like from his YouTube account. Was that like just an absolutely absurd level of streams from YouTube?
That thing is it's a moment in hip hop. It's a moment in hip hop. I'd even say a moment in music.
Justin Tinsley wrote an article about Drake that I wanted to read, but
I
I
got
just
a bookmark. I want to see. What
so
you're
do
talking
I.
about.
Yeah, I just haven't had a chance to read it. Like,
About how he comes back.
What happens to Drake now?
We go off the deep end with Drake often. I think
Nothing happens to him, right? Like he's gonna drop a hit and everything will be fine, or you think something happens?
Justin said he had a follow up, like retweeted the article today. He's like, a lot of people, because I guess it maybe came out Thursday or Friday.
Okay.
He's like, a lot of people are like, he just makes another hit and he'll be fine and all this other stuff. And he's like,
I'm not
like,
so sure
this
anymore.
is a little different. He's
Yeah,
like,
I'm
this
not
is a
so
little
sure anymore.
Like, what do you mean? How do you think they react?
The whole crowd was chanting OV Ho. Now that's one market, like that's Los Angeles. They had Not Like Us playing with a band in Harlem.
Yeah, it's
But like let's not forget, like if you can rewind yourself back to our original discussion about this song, that day, that first day back, I was like, I don't think that we're gonna play this. Like, we're not going to play this on 102.5. And if we did, like, I think Complex would like give us a heads up first. This for those who aren't aware, like, this is a shoot. We switched stations, and the first song that was playing was Not Like Us. We were not consulted about it. The only thing, there was one word that it was like, we have to take this word out. Like, this word can't be in here.
Yeah.
And it was. And like, so there was like a clean version and then an ultra clean version. We found the ultra clean version and ran with that. But it's the song of the summer. It might be the song of the year.
It's absolutely like one of those two, if not both. I think it's interesting. It's going to be interesting to see, because I think a lot of it, not all of it, but a lot of it is people riding waves, and they're riding this Drake hate wave, and we'll see if it continues. I don't know. I don't know if it
So
does or not.
is it?
Because like people really like they've been going off the deep end with this, acting like Drake wasn't given numerous hits yearly for, like, all of a sudden he ain't hip hop, like, all of a sudden.
Well, so now I'm thinking more about what Jesse asked, and now I'm leaning more towards nothing. And here's why. This is going to sound a certain type of way, but I'm being genuinely serious when I say this. The junior class at Rockland High School are still going to love his record. Like, you know what I mean? Like, we could talk about making records for the streets and making records for girls love, women love, his records.
Mhm.
As long as that doesn't change, nothing's going to change.
And you're right. And there's a generation. I think Kendrick is king for sure right now, and has been the chosen one for a long time. I think our demographic really, really loves Kendrick. I think Devin's demographic is like Drake.
I don't know
Drake's
what
still
the
that
hell
dude.
Devin's demographic likes. He was throwing shade. Talked to him for like an hour on Saturday. He was throwing shade at Meek Mill and all that.
Yeah, and it like because Tyler Jennings, I don't know Tyler Jennings, but like Tyler Jennings says on the Matthews Mattress trading line.
See,
said,
Drake's our
Drake is-
Tyler's our age.
Yeah, and Drake, you talk to the people that were at Hoffa's Better Day on Saturday. A lot of them will tell you, no, Drake is the GOAT. Like, what are you talking about? Like, he's the one. And that's just what'll happen. I mean, Ryan
Still got up for Not Like Us though.
For sure.
And like that.
They're for
Come to
sure.
think about it.
For sure. But they get up for Rich Baby Daddy. And they get up for all like I told you, I was in the club. Some of it has to do with Sexy Red, sure. But we was in
I
the
think
club.
that's Sexy Red though.
That Rich Baby Daddy got
But that's not
noticeably bigger pop. But they
but
got to rap
that's-
Drake's part.
But it doesn't matter because the part that everybody likes is bend that ass over.
True, but
And
when
then
it
everything that follows.
but when it came to Drake's rapping part, like it was audible in that place. And it was minutes after Not Like Us came on. And it was that night.
And that's the thing. And that's the thing. Like, and it's being said in the chat, and it's perfectly fair. There's nothing wrong with this, despite the fact Kenny Caraway will make you feel bad for it. Drake is a pop star.
Drake,
he's a pop star. I don't think Kendrick Lamar is a pop star.
He absolutely
Drake
has that.
and the difference is as simple as black and white. And Drake translates in a different way, partly because he appeals more to women, I think, than Kendrick does. But I thought I love Justin Tinsley's writing. First of all, he wrote a great book on Big, but I knew it was an article I wanted to take my time with, and so I did like you. I bookmarked it and haven't gotten back to it, but I'm really intrigued to see how he wrote about it, because part of me did think, "Ooh, man, so he's just gonna come back." Okay.
If it just depends on. It all comes back to the music. Like if he's able to keep coming out with bops and anthems and stuff like that, you'll never forget what happened. But
so it was interesting. Complex told us this was his approach because Drake has nothing right now, right? Like first person shooters burned out, meltdowns burned out, like even to a certain degree, Rich Baby Daddy on the radio at least is burnt out, and so Like That is playing. Is still at a very, very high clip, and Not Like Us is playing in the Power Recurrent clip, which is an hour 15 minutes. He was like, we've got to. I added Drake Golds, like, Drake classic records, because I didn't want it to sound like we had just cut Drake off of the radio station. Because Meltdown, Rich Baby Daddy, First Person Shooter, they were all kind of in succession, but at the same point, they all burned out. And so there was nothing there. And so it was like, yo, let's add something into this mix, so it doesn't sound like we've just eliminated Drake from the radio.
And this isn't going to be, I want to get yelled at again, but this isn't going to be on our playlist, but he's got a song with, what's my girl's name? Camilla
Calabro. Yeah.
Coming out, I think this week, that might be some type stuff. You know what I mean? So he, like I said,
Cabello. Thank you. Thank you. I don't know why we didn't ask you in the first place.
he'll as long as he comes out with banging music, I think he'll be fine. Like I said, you'll never forget what everybody just went through or is going through right now. And that's, for me, that's why that knocks him down the pecking order when you talk about the greatest and all this other stuff. But he'll be fine, I think.
I think so too. Question mark. I think so too.
Because the aftermath.
By the way, the Ends playlist is kind of wild. Like we'll be out in the hallway and I'll be like, is this our station?
Oh yeah,
or
I
theirs?
don't know which one is. which one is on.
Like every once there's like maybe 3 records that aren't the same.
Yeah.
It's like, all right.
Yeah. The question I think that a lot of people should be asking is not only what happens next for Drake, but what happens next for Kendrick.
Yeah, that's important.
Kendrick, if you're gonna knock off, in my opinion, if you're gonna knock off the guy that is the man and that is there, that gives you bangers consistently every single summer, every single year, somebody got to fill that void.
Yeah.
And is he prepared?
But
to
that's
fill
not
that
what
void?
he does.
Well,
he doesn't do that.
But so that'll open up the door for Drake to come back in and be the king again.
Yeah, but I don't know that it. I don't know. That's an intricate conversation, I think, because I listened to Pimp a Butterfly this weekend, just all the way through, and he just does not make music the way Drake does. His music is meant to be listened to from track 1 till the end of the I was going to say CD till the end of the record. That's how his music is designed. The interludes, like it's hard to put together a Kendrick playlist because there's always something at the end of a song. Like this was really prevalent on Good Kid. There's always something at the end of the song that ties some part of the story together, and it plays out like a TV show. It plays out like a movie. It plays out a certain way when you listen to it all the way through. Mr. Morale, I think one of the biggest issues with Mr. Morale was it was too long. It was too difficult to, like, it was just a lot. There was a lot happening with that 20-something track list, but when you go back and you can digest Good Kid, Mad City, and you can, man, this is a hell of a story he's telling. You could do the same thing to Pimp a Butterfly. Damn is the first time where it's like, okay, it's a little bit different here. There's a story to it, but it's not like those first 2 albums. And then Mr. Morale was another one of those, I've got some things to get off my chest. Not Like Us is some sort of anthem. So does he for the first time lean towards that? Like, I'm not sure, but it would be completely atypical for he has never ever done. I mean, you can go back to like Section 80 or whatever if you want to. You can go back to early Kendrick, but like the Kendrick we know now hasn't dropped a record like that before.
Right.
And so does he take a different approach in the way he makes an album will be fascinating to see.
And the question is can he take a different approach? Can he?
I don't know.
Can he do that? And my whole thought is not because I don't care. Kendrick is just great. He's one of the greatest. Whatever he decides to do, in my opinion, I like the Kendrick that we've always had. Like, give me more to Pimp a Butterfly. You don't have to turn into.
Well, you kind of turned on to Pimp a Butterfly.
I like that. Well, Good Kid, Good Kid is my favorite.
No, Good Kid is the one.
Good Kid.
Good
So
Kid
give
is the
me
one.
more of those. Like, give me the rest.
But to Pimp a Butterfly is a really fascinating journey. It's really, really interesting. The Dissect podcast really helps with listening to Pimp a Butterfly. I really want that guy on this show, by the way. They said he's from Sacramento. I guess he did something with Deuce and Mo once.
Okay.
You've never heard Dissect?
No.
Phenomenal. No. Absolutely phenomenal. One of the best podcasts I've ever heard. Nice. Like if you're interested in stuff like this. But he did the Pimp a Butterfly. He did Damn. I think he's finishing up an MF Doom album. He's done Tyler the Creator. He does the idea is to take an album that has thought to it, right? And it's not like I can't envision him ever doing a Drake album. Drake is not a shade, but it's a collection of songs with the purpose of being hits. He breaks down albums that have a deeper meaning throughout the entire album and tries to break that apart. And it's really it's a fascinating listen.
Check it out. Definitely got to check it out. But to your original point though, it's like if you like I said, you knocked off the top dog. Somebody got to be in that spot, because Not Like Us, while it's going to be an all-time song and an all-time classic, it's only going to last for so long, and then we're going to need something else to bop to. And are you going to give it to us? I don't know if Cole's going to give it to us. I don't know who else gonna get.
Cole has never.
That's where Drake just needs to kind of lay low and make sure he's ready for that open. I think the opening is coming because I don't think this is who Kendrick is as far as like making these type of bops. Like he's too. Oh, this sounds like Shay too. He's too deep for that. Like he's not gonna keep going back to this. He's gonna make
but we
hit
can't
records,
but we can't.
They're not gonna be played at District 30 and Tiger all the time. Like not like us is.
Yeah, not like us is different. Like Humble was played outside.
Mm-hmm.
All Right was different. Mm-hmm. And King Kunta might be a little more regionalized, but that's kind of where it ends. Yeah. DNA, DNA might have been
maybe the first month.
Yeah, that one didn't. Right. I mean, it's a phenomenal record. Yeah, like outside. Those, outside. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think that he is, but he also, as your boy was pointing out, and I didn't even think of this as the show was happening. I've never seen Kendrick in that kind of jewelry before. He had the big cross and the other chain, and it's like, all right, maybe this is a different version of Kendrick Lamar, because Kendrick's, like, for those who saw Kendrick perform for the first time on Juneteenth, he is a very elaborate performer. Very, like, the Big Steppers is on Amazon. You could watch it. Damn wasn't as elaborate as the Big Steppers, but it was still a the lighting, it was a completely, massive presentation. That's what he does. But that was the first time I had seen him in, jewelry. And
the other thing that he has to be careful of, if
the movable hoodie,
if he does go that route, is, and I don't think it'll be a problem. Like, I like Kendrick, however he wants the rap, but you were very, like, you ran, campaign may be a strong word, but you ran this whole campaign very critical of a certain way the music was put out and a certain artist now he put out. You have to be very careful not to have those same things that you were so critical about. A perfect example, and I know this isn't Kendrick, but we talk about, like, this is
I want to point something out. There was something written in The Athletic about De'Aaron Fox's contract. We're going to talk about that in just a second. We're going to do it when we have, like, a ton of time. So just hang tight.
Yeah, that's not something you're rushing with 2 minutes.
No, we just know we've got this note on De'Aaron's contract. Mm-hmm. Spoiler alert, it's far from a big deal. It's exactly what we went through last year. But this presentation from Anthony Slater and Sam Amick is a little bit more intricate. We'll dive into it in just a second.
For sure. But the one thing when you talk about culture vulture and all this other stuff that he talked about, and this wasn't him specifically, so I don't want to attribute this to him, but it's something that you got to be aware of. You talk all that, but you see who was out in Compton on Saturday?
I don't think
the girl Bobby, the little interviewer.
Oh, was she really?
Yeah, the podcast girl.
They said YG brought her out there. So the little stuff like that is what I'm talking about. Like, you can't, to me, Kendrick can't do that.
Yeah, don't do that.
And I'm not saying he did that.
No. I got you. Yeah, don't do that.
You can't do that no more, or ever.
Ever.
You know what I mean? If you were so critical of that to run, against Drake, like, a lot of that stuff is eliminated.
Well, did he mention that? Did he bring that up?
No, but just the whole thought of culture vulture and all that, and bringing people into the culture that aren't associated with it or anything else like that. And sometimes you might have to do that if you're trying to be that guy that puts out songs all the time. So I don't know how.
I don't think that's who he's trying to be. That's never been who he's trying to be. But
I don't think so either. But we'll see what happens now, because somebody got to wear the crown. Sometimes to wear the crown, you got to do some stuff.
I don't think he ain't gonna do that.
He'll probably drop an album and then go away for 5 years again.
And he can't.
I don't think he's doing that either.
You don't think so?
No, I don't think he's doing that either.
I
think there's a lot more Kendrick Lamar music than we realize.
I can believe it.
I think there is a ton of, like, I think there was even I think there was even when in a To Pimp a Butterfly write-up, that between Good Kid and To Pimp a Butterfly, he wrote what would be like the equivalent of like 3 records worth of music. It didn't fit what he wanted to do. And when he grabbed the concept for To Pimp a Butterfly. And then that's how he wound up creating the album, and that influenced the writings and all of that different stuff. And that's how it came about. I don't know what would influence him this time, but it's fascinating to think about. We're going to come back. There is a line in The Athletic about De'Aaron Fox's future looming in the background. We'll talk about that and what they said about De'Aaron Fox's contract extension. That's coming up here as D'Lo and Casey continue on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Gwitty, I hear you, dog, but one thing I will one thing I'll say about that is like it's number one, this is what I've always felt, because Gwitty said we got to stop with the narrative. That's not what he's saying. Number one, I thought about it over the weekend. I think about it all the time. I'm like, why is Kendrick so mad at Drake?
Mm-hmm.
I wish he'd do an interview and like explain like why he is so upset with him. But you talk about like because Gwitty said it earlier, though, he's talking about Kendrick was calling out his cultural ethics, not his color, or whatever the case may be. There's a lot of cultural ethics that aren't okay that he doesn't call out. And I was talking about this with like with our guy Kamara when the thing was going down. Like we talk about like oh, Drake ain't for the culture and all this other stuff, but Future is, and Future, I'm not saying he isn't, but a lot of the stuff that Future pushes and that he celebrates and you know makes his music about, while not doing a lot of any of it, that is accepted in the culture. Should it be accepted in the culture? Like he does, I say all this culture. Future talks about drug use and codeine and all this other stuff, and he's on record saying, "I don't do any of that stuff.
Yeah,
I just rap about it." Like I don't think that's okay. You know what I'm saying? Just as much as a guy that you don't think has a hood pass making hip hop music might not be okay. That's what the argument was before. So it's I'm like, if you're not going to be okay with it, let's work on not being okay with all of it. You know what I'm saying? And cleansing all of that out. And I don't know. I'm also not talking from a point of like I'm above it all, because I'll be bopping all of Future's hits. Like I love the songs, but I don't like that aspect of what he does for the culture and the community.
Yeah, completely agree. Completely agree.
My boys are down 2-0. Oh no, now down 3-0. They're playing Laguna Purple. This is a really good team. Laguna Purple is stacked.
Okay.
You're gonna have to wait 3 days like Tom did.
Yeah, Future is definitely a weird dude.
Yeah, Brian, I do. Go over there, big dog. Matter of fact, put me on speakerphone. I'll call you.
Brian on FaceTime.
Let's go. Who's that in center field? It might be Julian.
All right. All right, let's get E-Biz in here before we get to the Sacramento Kings. 916-909-1320. E-Biz, what's good, baby?
What's cracking with it, y'all? How y'all doing today?
We good, baby. How you doing, bro?
I'm all right, man. Just chilling. So I want to holler at you about K-Dot real quick. The first question is, have you guys noticed that he seems kind of happy?
Seems rejuvenated, man. Like just
Because I was
re-energized.
seeing that video. This fool up over there smiling and dancing and all that.
Man, he seemed re-energized by everything.
I think he went through something. Like, I honestly think that's what some of that stretch was. I mean, we all went through something, but
Yeah.
I think he went through something.
The TDE album situation, not letting him
Yeah.
release the way he wanted to. That might have put a
and
hindrance.
by all appearances, that wasn't the prettiest
No.
thing.
For a
That was
That's
tough.
facts.
Yeah, that was tough.
That's facts. And last thing, I don't know if it was real, but I think it was. I was on X or Twitter, whatever, and I saw Drake singing to Not Like Us. Did you guys see that?
Yeah, that was cap. That didn't happen.
Stay off the internet.
actually said this didn't happen. This is something that was
I saw Megan.
mixed up or whatever.
You say Meg? You see
so
Meg?
Yeah. Shout out Meg.
If she had fully committed to it, that crowd might have gone nuts. But she was doing a show in LA and she had like a down moment. She was, hey, they not like us. And the crowd popped, but that's kind of all she did. And it was like, oh, if she had leaned into that, oh, it could have gone crazy.
Shout out Meg, man, having a nice little tour too.
Yeah, she definitely is. She definitely is. And we're having a nice little Monday here with the Chatty House, brought to you by Matthews Mattress, where the Independence Day sales event is jumping off right now. Huge savings on Tempur-Pedic, Sealy, Stearns & Foster, and Beauty Rest Black. They also have 48-month special financing with 0 interest, no money down, on approved credit with equal monthly payments required. They got free same-day delivery. They also have a 10% price match guarantee. Walk into the store, any one of them, ask them about that. They'll take great care of you. Tell them you're with the Chatty House.
That's right.
That's
You
the
gotta let
most
'em know.
important part.
Let 'em know.
Tell them you're with the Chatty House, and they'll take great care of you. MatthewsMattress.com to find the location nearest you.
Like you said, 10 locations in the Sacramento area. So there's bound to be one close to you, man. Go check them out.
From The Athletic, Fox's future looms in the background.
Athletic cooking today. My goodness.
As league sources say, the All-Star, well, it's the same article.
Oh.
But they're cooking, like,
They are cooking
Anthony
still.
Slater, who will be on with the Insiders tomorrow at 10:30. Specifically, Kyle Madsen and Jesse. Tomorrow at 10:30, Anthony Slater will be with them. Sam Amick, who is contractually not allowed to appear on this radio station, wrote, Fox's future looms in the background. As league sources say, the All-Star guard has decided not to sign an extension this year, in part because he wants to see how the roster takes shape for the long haul. Fox, who has 2 seasons left on his current deal, wants to win at the highest level and could also qualify for a significantly larger max if he makes All-NBA.com. All-NBA.com. If he makes All-NBA. The end. The line here that will get everyone's attention is because he wants to see how the roster takes shape for the long haul. The line that should get your attention is he could qualify for a significantly larger max if he makes All-NBA. One of those lines outweighs the other, and it's the second one. He's playing for All-NBA. I'm going to warn you, just like we warned Tim Bontemps. Tim Bontemps was on this trade Donovan Mitchell thing like all year. Trade him before it's too late. Trade him before it's too late. He hasn't, but all indications are Donovan Mitchell is going to sign a lengthy contract extension with the Cleveland Cavaliers. Because if he had signed it last year, he would have made less money than if he signed it this year. I think he even said at one point at the beginning of last year, I'm not going to sign it. It makes more sense to sign it next year. It makes sense for De'Aaron to wait this out and sign it next year.
Yeah, for sure. And I would say even in that situation, even if Fox, feels, talk to him right now. He says, man, I'm not leaving Sac. I love it here. I want to build here. I got a family here. I want to raise my kids here, all this other stuff. Got no plans on ever leaving Sac or whatever. You don't go say that. You don't say that. There's no reason for you to say that, right? You can say, hey, I like it here, but I want to make sure I see they're doing what they have to do to help build a contender here. That's fine. Keep that pressure on them. Let them know, like, hey, I'm here. I seen you do some things, but we're never settling. We're never just content with how things are going. I'm always gonna, do my part to make sure we keep pushing to be better. So I don't see any problem with anything that was put in that article and anything on Fox's side. Even I believe this is much like a Donovan Mitchell situation, much like a Dame Lillard situation, or anybody that's signing with the team that they're with. Kyle Kuzma. My belief is a lot of the times you sign the contract when it's time to sign, because you can always ask out.
Yep.
You can always ask out.
Yep.
I think usually it's another year and another X amount of dollars that you could get, like 20 to $40 million that you could get by staying with that team. Even if you're not 100% sold on who they are as a franchise, what direction they're going or whatever, you sign the contract because you can always ask for a trade later.
Mm-hmm.
So I think there's almost no doubt in my mind that's what would happen with De'Aaron Fox. Worst case scenario.
De'Aaron's not evaluating how this roster shapes out so he can go sign with the Lakers or Detroit or Orlando or whoever has cap space. That's not. And now that's not shade. Like, that's not a thing. That's not how this works. It's literally happened with one person in like the history of the NBA, and it's LeBron James. Everybody else gets their money. Melo signed a contract extension with the intent on being traded. Almost everyone knew that, including the New York Knicks. Everyone knew that. To tie in a point that you were making earlier from The Athletic here, the Kings have been close. This is, again, nothing that we haven't discussed at great length in the past, but the Kings have been close on deals in the past, but ultimately came up empty-handed. Caruso is the latest. Pascal Siakam might be the most significant. The Kings were close to a Siakam deal at the past trade deadline, but they ultimately lost out to Indiana when the Pacers paired him with former King Tyrese Halliburton. It is funny when we talk about, Monty and being a little critical. I know we'll bring up Hassan Whiteside and Glenn Robinson and all of that, but we're here talking about, making moves and taking swings. And after he acquired Domantas Sabonis, he tried to get OG Anunoby. After acquiring Domantas Sabonis, he tried to get Pascal Siakam. It was a point where we're talking about Kyle Kuzma now. He tried to get Kyle Kuzma already. Yeah. Like we could speculate, we could speculate on what happened in the Siakam pursuit. I think we could speculate with a great deal of common sense as to what happened in the OG Anunoby situation. The Kyle and then you go to the Kyle Kuzma Los Angeles Laker Buddy Hield thing. Like, none of that had anything to do with Monty. One of the things might have been Monty's unwillingness to pay a certain contract to Siakam. May have been Siakam's unwillingness to sign here. Could have been the same exact thing with OG Anunoby, his unwillingness to stay in Sacramento long term. But there's only so much Monty McNair can do about that. He literally couldn't do anything. Like, he had what appeared to be a deal done for Kyle Kuzma before someone stepped in and rerouted that deal to Washington for Russell Westbrook.
Was it Montrezl Harrell or Kuzma that was like, I was calling up people asking
Montrez.
about houses?
Yeah, it was
like, I wasn't tripping.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's a guy I would have loved here.
Yeah.
Absolutely would have loved here.
Yeah. So
point is, it's not like dude's not trying.
No, he's out there. He's trying to make things happen.
But
he does have to get something.
But you better close something here.
Gotta close.
You better close some
of these deals at some point, man.
Like, all right, man. All right, hey, sympathetic here to a certain degree. You got to go get something done.
So that brings me to another point, another question, another topic that I kind of talked about with the insiders a little bit. Malik Monk. I was thinking about him re-signing with the Kings last week. Malik Monk Day, one of the great days. in D'Lo and Casey history. But I'm of the belief, after thinking of how this probably went down, they had to tell him something.
Who's they?
The Kings. They had to tell him something. I just don't believe, and I'm not saying it's a bad thing or anything like that. I'm not of the belief that Malik Monk said, I'm going to come back to Sacramento taking less money and for things to be exactly the same. Could be wrong. I could be wrong. But they either told him, you're starting. We've got a deal pretty much in place to bring this person in.
Exactly.
or something like some things are going to be different. I can't believe that he just said, yeah, $78 million on the same. And one of the I don't know if it was bringing in another player more so than it was him starting, because you talk all the time, and it was, like I said, one of the great points that we've had on here, thinking about your next contract. The way you get to the big next contract probably is by starting. And if you're trying to sell him on something, be like, look, if it was you, if you were in there, think about your next contract. You know what? You're right, D'Lo. Well, how do I get to that number on the next contract? Probably by starting, probably by turning into CJ McCollum and get those type of contracts. It'd be a hard sell to say, Malik, you're going to get more than the $78 million that you just got from us by being the sixth man for the next 4 years. I don't know. I haven't talked to anybody about this. I'm just thinking, I was like, something for this to work, something had to be.
Let's work through this. You're listening to D'Lo and KC on KIFM, West Sacramento 98.5 FM, KRX QHD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app. We're live as well on twitch.tv/ESPN 1320, youtube.com/ESPN 1320, and live at ESPN 1320 on Twitter as well. You could take part in the conversation in the Chatty House, brought to you by our friends over at Matthews Mattress. Head over to matthewsmattress.com to find the location nearest you. And
there goes JJ Redick.
Well, yeah, I put this on for you. The Lakers are introducing.
Put this on for me. Stop it.
I thought you'd want to see your new
late show.
Your new head coach.
Rob Pelinka was talking earlier. He also said Lakers' plan A was always JJ Redick.
Okay.
Take that, Woj.
We'll talk about that.
I mean, maybe it was. Maybe it was.
We didn't even make an offer.
Jesus. Let me present a alternative scenario for you. You said maybe the Kings had to have said something to him. Maybe he wouldn't have come back if everything was exactly the same. But let's try a different approach. We haven't talked about it yet, but we got time because James is not here. We got 2 more hours to talk to each other. Things like, I'm of the belief everything in San Francisco with Brandon Ayuk and the 49ers is fine. I think Brandon Ayuk's acting a little funny, maybe because he wanted this to go a different way, but I'm of the belief everything is fine. I think that deal is going to get done, and I think Brandon Ayuk is going to be a San Francisco 49er for the foreseeable future. I do not believe that's the case with Klay Thompson and whatever the hell is going on with the Golden State Warriors. Because we're in a different position, a different collective bargaining agreement position than we were last year when the Draymond Green, when these guys did their damnedest to link Draymond Green to Sacramento and Mike Brown to try to make sure that everything was all cushy for Draymond when free agency came official and he could sign back with the Golden State Warriors. That doesn't have to happen anymore. Klay Thompson can sign with the Golden State Warriors right now. And there's all sorts of conflicting reports about a 2-year offer, a 2-year offer being offered, a 2-year offer being on the table. I trust Anthony Slater, who said, yeah, there's nothing on the table. There's not a standing offer for Klay Thompson. And it's really starting to look like he's leaving. Now, the other side of that is there isn't any significant traction between Klay Thompson and Orlando. Now, that might be just something you have to say to cover your ass a little bit because he can't talk to Orlando right now, but he could talk to Golden State. Right. And so I don't think Klay turns his nose up at anything unless he knows what's out there. Mm-hmm. Regardless of the report, and I'm not saying the report is wrong about traction between Orlando and Klay, I'm saying I think that's everybody protecting themselves. And when free agency rolls around, if Klay Thompson, in fact, is not signing with the Golden State Warriors, I think he's signing with Orlando. And that was one of our big topics of conversation during this whole Malik Monk thing is where does Malik rank on the big board, if you will, to use a draft term for these other teams? If these teams have a free agent big board like Vlade Divac once notoriously had on his whiteboard, where is Malik slotted? Is he slotted 2 behind Klay, 3 behind Klay and D'Angelo Russell? Is he slotted at the top? Like, where is he? And I'm of the belief that maybe something was said to someone in Malik's camp that, yeah, we'd be very, very interested in Malik, but our target is Klay first. And until we know what Klay's doing, we don't know what, it might look like for Malik here in Orlando. Yeah. I can't wait. I can't wait for, I'm sorry. I'm going to sit around and wait for Klay Thompson. Klay Thompson might be in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean when free agency starts. That dude works on his own timeline. I'm not waiting for him. Yeah. What else is out there? Well, there's Detroit. Hey, pal, they'll offer you more money, but your contract, you're getting one because there isn't a scenario on the planet where this is going to work out in Detroit. Not because of you, but look up of the makeup of this roster. You and Jaden are very similar players. Jaden's younger. And their whole thing is, how are we going to get the most out of this Cade Cunningham kid? Also, did you miss the part where I said they don't have a coach? They fired their coach days before the draft. Detroit, off the board. Now, could there have been other teams out there? Absolutely. I don't know who. San Antonio, maybe. I never understood San Antonio. Math-wise, it worked, but I don't know. I don't know. That didn't work for me. So we're back to Sacramento. Sacramento is offering you the maximum amount of money they can offer you. We'll have an out here at the end of this contract that will allow you to stay in full control of everything that you're doing. You're comfortable here. You know your role here. You know how successful you can be here. Mm-hmm. This is the spot for you. Mm-hmm. And that's what I think happened. Gotcha. I think teams got eliminated along the way. And I think it's because of stuff we've talked about for months. Mm-hmm. Orlando has someone else in mind first. Doesn't mean they don't like Malik, but there's a reason you would come in 3 times a week. I'm not seeing Orlando linked to Malik anywhere except on Twitter. Mm-hmm. The articles are being written about D'Angelo Russell. The articles are being written about Klay Thompson. Well, I think there was validity to that. Mm-hmm. And Malik can sign an offer, or not can sign an offer. Malik can agree in principle to an offer now and solidify his financial future. His financial future in Orlando is dependent on Klay Thompson and maybe D'Angelo Russell. Mm-hmm. And that might be a 2nd, 3rd, 4th day of free agency. Mm-hmm. What do the Kings do in that meantime? Just twiddle their thumbs until, we don't know if Malik is here or not. No, that's not realistic. They can't do that. Something that might have been said to Malik is, we want to sign you. You know how badly we want to sign you. And we can't really do anything until you agree or tell us you're leaving. Mm-hmm. We want you here. This is the dollar figure. We think our team is in a better position if you agree to this deal before free agency starts. Mm-hmm. And he knew the layout of Orlando. He knew the disaster that was Detroit. And he knew what Sacramento was. And in my opinion, I think yours, there's one place where his next deal is in sight, and that's Sacramento.
I agree.
I think that's what happened.
Yeah, I agree. I hear you on all that. I still think someone was talking.
I hear you. I don't agree with anything you just said.
No, I agree with everything that you just said. I still think someone was
Which
said.
one do you think? What do you think was said? Do you think it was the starting?
He's starting. That's what I think is next for. Which is great.
I'm fine with that.
Yeah,
I don't have a
problem with that.
I'm not going to change. To me, the number one pitch, like if there really was money out there from Detroit, or if Orlando was really a strong suitor. Now, part of Monty's job is to know what Orlando's intentions are.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's not just Malik's agent that needs to know that. Like, Monty needs to know that too. But the conversation would have been simple. Bro, we want you here. This is the maximum amount of money we can offer you. This is the maximum amount of years we can offer you. We can finagle this a little bit to where if you do what you've done the last 2 years, we tear this contract up and, we're in a brand new deal in that final year. What do you want? We know you can start. We have no questions whether you can start. We believe you're an incredible asset in the role that you're in right now, but we have visions, and maybe this is what you're talking about. We have visions of propping up this roster a little bit. And I think once we do, maybe that scenario would make more sense for you to start. And you can't make a promise on that.
Right.
Because if hypothetically the guy Zach LaVine, or if it's Kyle Kuzma, and it goes the way of many Monty McNair trades and doesn't go through, well then, how does that look to Malik?
Mm-hmm. Right.
So you can't have that out there. It has to be framed as, look, if you think starting is, if that's what will get you to stay here, we do it. Because that's what I would have done.
Mm-hmm.
That's how important he is to this team. If you want to start, that's what you do.
Yeah. We
We think you're perfect in this role, but if it's that important to you, that's what you're going to do.
Yeah. No, I hear you.
And Mike obviously has to be a part of this discussion as well.
100%.
Because it's not a call that Monty can make and go, hey, Mike, good news. Malik's back. I don't know what your intentions were, but, that guy who, upped the Kings defense by 9, spots on the defensive ranking. Yeah, you're going to have to move him to the 6-man role.
Yeah, Mike has to be all in on that one. And to be honest with you, this is just my thought. He might not start next year. He might be the 6-man again, 6-man.
I don't know.
Candidate again. So I just feel like,
I think if the roster changes, I think there is a real discussion about Malik starting. I think if it's even if it's exactly the same, you got to have this conversation, because even if you're running it back, you have to run it back the same exact way.
Right.
Look, let's get the most out of our players. Maybe what we did last year, where we never found our footing, didn't get the most out of everybody. It took us a while, and this is where I just feel bad for Herter, because I can't work him into this equation, really. It's like, hey, maybe it's in our best interest to start Malik. Maybe we figure out how to get Keon minutes with De'Aaron and all of this different stuff. Kevin's a little bit further down on the depth chart. We have the number 13 pick, whoever this kid may be. And, we have a little extra depth here. There's still things we could do. We can mix up what we already have.
Right. And that's the way I look at this roster going forward, as is. I think and me, I was one of the guys like, nah, Monk is fine being the 6-man and all this other stuff. Like, I like his energy and all this other stuff. And if it came to that, I'd still be okay with it. But if I was Mike Brown, now's the time. Now's the time to throw him in the starting lineup, and let's see what these guys can do with the Fox Monk backcourt, and we work around that as well.
Kenny's new coach is getting introduced to the media. Well,
it's not my new coach. My coach is Mike Brown. That's my coach.
Can I tell you one? I do appreciate JJ not pandering by wearing like a purple. Well, look at Rob Palenka with that purple tie on.
Look at that look on his face.
This is a stupid look on his face. It is stunning how much him and Rob Lowe look exactly the same. Just exactly the same. Why do they both look confused? Is the question is being asked.
They look like Camila Cardoso when they were asking her questions.
No, they look like father and son. Kenny will give his thoughts on his new head coach when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
This is the longest question ever. They're still not.
Or Michael Dave out there asking questions. Shout out, Dave.
Oh. No 13th round today. I'm watching my boys. They're struggling. I'll just be saying whatever. Nice pitch, Ethan. Michigan, it's a struggle right now. Michigan, it's a struggle. We're working. We're trying to get back in the game. Trying to get back in the game. I think I'm just talking about my team, but I think all the All-Star teams are doing pretty good. The 12U team dominated. They're going to Maine or something. And 11U purple is really good. All right, man. Fox, Monk, Levine, Kuzma, and Sabonis should be starting five. Where is Keegan? Don't do that.
We get Giannis off the bench.
Where's the Keegan? Keegan does not need to be traded for Levine or Kuzma. That shouldn't happen. Aldrin, I rock beanies in the winter for sure. Especially with the bald head. My head be cold. Oh no, we are back. D'Lo and KC. We got Ramsey on the line. I know what he wants to talk about, and I need to make sure my guy, Damian Levy, is ready to talk about this. My guy, Damian Melrose, is ready to break this thing down. Let's go. Ramsey, let's go.
It's a winner take all Monday, and not just one, but two games tonight. First game, you got Texas and Tennessee, Texas A&M and Tennessee game 3 College World Series, and then you got Edmonton and Florida game 7 at 5 p.m. And it could be history.
because this is something. If Edmonton wins, this is something no one, for the most part, in our generation has ever seen. No team has come back since 1945 or 1942, I believe it was, from a 3-0 deficit to win the Stanley Cup final.
So that's what I was going to ask you, Ramsey. It's happened once in the in NHL, right?
It happened before, didn't it?
Yeah. Well, no, that's all the sports. It happened.
Well, no. It happened before. Ramsey, tell him when it happened. Jesse, you tell him when it happened.
I'm not gonna bring it back, man.
Those sorry ass Sharks gave it up.
I mean, I ain't gonna bring that. Those are bad memories. We ain't gonna talk about that. But in the Stanley Cup, yeah, it only happened once, where Toronto came back from being down 0-3, and I can't remember if it was 1942 or 45. But home ice does it, and home ice especially in the Game 7. In the Stanley Cup, doesn't matter. The last 3 times we've had home ice in the Game 7, the road teams won Game 7 in the Stanley Cup.
That's good stuff.
That would be crazy.
Hi, Ramsey.
that would be crazy. They came back 3-0 in the Stanley Cup, won a Game 7 on the road. Wow. So here's.
I'm not rooting for anything, but I'm going to enjoy this.
No, I'm rooting for Edmonton to win. I want to see Edmonton win. I wanted Edmonton to win at the start of the Stanley Cup because I think the stat is there hasn't been a Canadian team winning in 30 years.
That seems ridiculous.
It seems a little.
Doesn't even seem possible.
And if it was like Pittsburgh or Chicago or even the Sharks, even though they don't fit the criteria, I'd be like, nah, I'm still going for these guys. But Florida Panthers, who cares? I don't care about them winning the Stanley Cup or not. Go Edmonton.
Okay. Vamos
Oilers.
Okay.
Imagine being the guys who lose 4 straight on the biggest stage in your sport.
Oh, man. So that is a shot.
Think about it. How many of your teams? No, you're a Red Sox guy.
Yeah, I'm a Red Sox guy.
Okay.
I'm not a Yankees guy.
Okay.
Gross.
All right.
Yeah, you're gonna make me turn into Spike Careway here. I mean,
tell us more about the New York history lessons. Yeah, I know. Wow.
Compared to what, 3 or 4?
All right, Grandpa.
Did you say we?
I said they.
Oh,
I said they.
Shout out Mickey Mantle.
I like the Yankees though.
I wonder what JJ's talking about. This is the longest introductory press conference for a coach in history.
Rob Pelinka said LeBron wasn't heavily involved.
Hey,
shout out Rob Pelinka.
Speaking of that Game 7, so I didn't watch all of Game 6, but I had it on when I had a moment to watch.
Yeah.
And did you see when Edmonton scored the goal to go up 2-0, and then 10 seconds later the Panthers scored the goal to make it 2-1 and calm everything down? But then they overturned the call because the guy was offsides or something.
I didn't see that part live. But I
would have gone crazy if I was the Panthers coach, if I was a Panthers fan, because that seemed like that was the game right there. Because they go up 2-0, Edmonton goes crazy, it's going to be their night, and immediately Florida scores the goal, literally within 15 seconds. And you're like, all right, no, we still here. It's good. And they go to review it, and the offsides was it was really one of those. I'm not going to say they got it wrong, but it was one of those, whatever was called on the ice shouldn't have been overturned. Yeah. And they overturned it, and that seemed to be about it. So I'm your boy.
Oh, man.
Kenny Melrose.
Well, that's good. You need to grow your mullet out. JJ Redick has announced he's done with podcasting. Yeah, he did. Apparently this was. Yeah.
Oh, look at this. Look who's with the Lakers now, getting sound from the Lakers press conference. Yeah, boy, Damian Barling.
That was Bleacher Report, dummy.
I'm just saying, you're playing sound. We hear sound. It's not coming from me.
No, you want to hear sound?
Just trying to help you out.
Okay, Lake Show.
There's sound for you. Look at James Worthy. I wonder if James Worthy's singing the praises of JJ Redick as the head coach right now. JJ Redick may turn out to be a fine head coach. Salute.
If JJ Redick was the head coach of the Sacramento, I hired as be Kings coach, how will we spin that as a positive?
Well, he's a good-looking guy. Looks good in a suit.
It's different when you're dysfunctional like the Lakers, and you go to JJ.
I will say this about JJ. I don't know.
That
if
is
he's
a
good
lot.
enough.
Is that Rachel? That's a lot of media people.
Rachel Nichols.
Is that
Where's
Rachel right
McMenamin-
there with her?
McMenamin? Who's this bald black guy?
You know who it looked like? I was like, Mike Brown.
Ah, that did look like Mike Brown.
I was like, is Mike Brown at JJ's press conference? So is McMenamin? Is he still?
Yeah, I think they're like she got a ring.
Salute.
Oh, hey, love is blind.
That reminds me. That reminds me. And we'll get back to the Kings here. This was brought up last week. How do you make your potato salad?
I don't cook potato salad. My Tia makes that.
You know, you
My
don't
aunt.
cook potato.
Well, I don't make it. Yeah, I don't make potato salad. Like,
how do you prefer it?
Like, what do you mean?
Like, what's like what do you think is what's in your potato salad? Because there was a lot of questions about how you eat last week. That
Yeah, you guys were a little crazy to be honest.
So look. Check
Like,
this
we don't
out.
throw raisins in there or anything like that.
Okay, all right.
Like, that's nasty.
Okay,
Check this out. Staying at the hotel at the Hampton Inn over the weekend. They have complimentary breakfast. We get up. We go have breakfast on Sunday. Eggs there. Nothing on them. You know that's how they do with the complimentary bread. They don't season the eggs for you. They just make the eggs and then you do whatever you want to do with them. Salt, pepper, ketchup, hot sauce, whatever you do. Thought about Jesse. I was like, Jesse would get these eggs and not do anything to them.
That's true.
This be right up his alley.
They just get the eggs and
That's the thing, though. I don't go to like other places and order eggs. 'Cause They don't like people don't make good eggs usually.
I don't know about that.
Like restaurant eggs are not good
No, I disagree.
because they just pour them from the little carton or whatever. They're not even real eggs.
Do you ever eat egg whites? Just egg whites?
I don't even like. What are egg whites?
Well,
I'll make
it's-
scrambled eggs. That's it.
Okay.
So you never had a boiled egg?
Yeah, I've had boiled
So
eggs. I don't
the
like boiled
white
eggs
part
though.
in the boiled egg.
No, I don't eat just
yolk.
like that. Yeah.
That's yolk in there, right? What's
In a-
what's
yeah.
in the egg?
Yeah.
No yolk, just the.
No.
It's
No.
good. It's
No.
good. You should try
It-
it. And isn't that better for protein or something like that than scrambled or?
Well, the yolk has like the cholesterol, and it's not like bad for you. I think it's when you start getting into like multiple eggs. It's like
They just need to be scrambled or over easy or whatever. That's it. That's the only way you should cook eggs, really.
Over easy.
Over easy, over medium, however you call it. I don't know.
Just scrambled or boiled. That other one, no, sir.
All right. I was just wondering. That's all. I don't think we've ever had a bigger post-show conversation than Jesse's cooking habits.
That's really carried on like a whole week now.
It absolutely has.
Provocative.
Like I told you, we've gotten text from people outside of our building about the way you eat.
Provocative, man.
It's going to be covered in The Athletic tomorrow.
Anthony Slater.
Anthony Slater. He will be with Kyle Madsen, the Insiders. And shout out to James Ham. James is trying on Instagram.
He did. I saw that. Yeah. Did he post anything else?
I think he did. He posted a picture, like the view of from his hotel.
Nice. This is the only time James tries on Instagram is when he's on vacation.
Yeah, no. Post a video of De'Aaron Fox? No. Nah. Why do that? Show clip? Nah. Go on vacation? Nah, that's what I'll do. And shout out to James. As I was really thinking about this over the weekend, who our Kings insider, James Ham, went on vacation during draft week. You talk about a guy having confidence that this team isn't drafting a player. He just said, nah, I'm going to Cabo for the week. The hell with it.
If you go to James's Instagram and you don't scroll, you don't know what he does for a living. He might just be a random Kings fan.
James Ham, NBA, Sacramento Kings insider for ESPN.
Talking about the big.
Well, he did. You know what I love about James is that prior to his photo of him and his lovely wife Sarah and his beautiful view in Cabo, he just makes a bunch of collages. Like he can't post one single picture. It's just like, I'm gonna post my whole vacation.
Well, shout
like
out to Jay. I want to see what the whole vacation was like.
he has one collage with with 9 pictures on it. And that's from 2019. That is a younger looking James Ham there.
Yeah, we've put gray in James's beard.
We have that, yeah. James is. Oh look who's down there. You scroll a little bit further. This is an interesting trio of individuals.
Whoa, hold on. Let me see now.
No, just keep scrolling.
See what's going on here, man. Hold on, no. Wait a minute. Let me see.
That's James. It's on James's thread right there. DC in the bow tie. Love it. James living his best life out there on vacation.
He is, man. Much deserved vacation. Guy works hard.
Indeed he does, man. He'll be back with us next week. And then he's going to go on another vacation right after that.
Yeah.
So salute to James. So JJ Redick was introduced as the Los Angeles Lakers head coach today. The Cleveland Cavaliers have made their hire. They're hiring Kenny Atkinson, Golden State Warriors assistant coach. Of course, Kenny Atkinson had coached Brooklyn for about 3.5 years from I think it was 16 to 20. Yo, I remember when you remember when Kenny Atkinson, he resigned. You remember when Kenny Atkinson left his post in Brooklyn?
Not specifically.
No, you don't. He left, and there's a specific reason why you don't.
Why?
March 9th, 2020. If he had stuck around a couple of more days, that man would have gotten paid through the bubble and all of that stuff. He was done in Brooklyn 2 days before the world ended, and he was always deemed.
That's crazy.
He's always a guy I've been so fascinated with because he was seen as a really sharp, like he could develop guys, and if you had a group there with him, you could really go somewhere with Kenny Atkinson.
Mm-hmm.
He had one really good year, and really good was 42-40, but they made the playoffs. He had one good year in Brooklyn. The rest of them were really bad. He finished 118 and 190 in his 308 games. But he has always been a guy who guys would want on their bench, coaches was one on their bench, and who was seen as a great development type coach. I'll be fascinated to see how this works with Cleveland, because Cleveland is a good team, in my opinion. Mm-hmm. Obviously, you got Evan Mobley, who I think very highly of, and the other one on the show hates.
No.
How'd you know I was talking about you? And you're like, yeah, there's probably still some rawness to Evan Mobley. There's still some things that you hope he can figure out. Maybe that's where Kenny Atkinson come into play. But then you also got Donovan Mitchell. There's not a lot for Donovan Mitchell to figure out. And you really don't want to mess with too much with what he has. He's really good. The most fascinating component about the write-up today, and this was from The Athletic, and I think Woj got it, right? Wasn't Woj first?
Yeah, with the Cav stuff?
Yeah. The article that accompanied The Athletic really framed it, whether intentionally or not. They framed it as if Kenny Atkinson wasn't the guy until Dan Gilbert got involved. And I think I'll see if I don't think I have the article pulled up because I switched to the Kings article, but it was something like they were leaning towards James Borrega until a meeting with Dan Gilbert, and then Kenny Atkinson became the guy. Again, whether intentional or not, that sure makes it sound like Dan Gilbert was the guy who made this hire. Yeah. I don't think it's a bad hire. I just think it was interesting the way that was framed. And another note from The Athletic in that same report is that the Cavs are extremely confident that Donovan Mitchell is going to sign that 4 years, $209 million contract extension.
I'm sorry for always doing this or doing it often or whatever, but I just.
What happened? Did Reese get hit by a pitch? Do we need to roll up?
Oh,
what
no,
happened?
no. It's good. It's not good, but it's okay.
Are they getting their ass
We're
kicked
watching.
again?
That's not. Game will be over soon. Let's put it that way.
All right.
This won't go into the 3:00 hour. I'll tell you. Those are my boys. Those are my boys.
That's all right.
But I just always look at this stuff through the prism of. Can you imagine if Coach X was the leader in the clubhouse, and then Vivek came in and said, "I want this coach," and the type of coverage that the Kings will be getting, the type of jokes that writers at The Athletic, that writers in ESPN and Bleacher Report would be having at the expense of the Sacramento Kings.
Yeah.
And look, I haven't done a deep dive, so maybe there are the same type of jokes, but don't see any of that right now. I don't know. I just noticed it. That's all.
I want to find the. Okay, here it is. Borrega, sources said, was the front runner as of last week until Cleveland's front office met with Cavs majority owner Dan Gilbert on a Wednesday. Atkinson's candidacy gained considerable momentum after the meeting between Gilbert and team executives.
Come on, man. He just said, I want him as the coach. I mean, I'm not getting mad at the writer. Like,
No.
You got to write it a certain
Yeah,
way.
don't be mad, because the next sentence, Gilbert has in the past intervened in coaching searches, driving initiatives to hire David Blatt in 2014, John Beilein in 2019, as well as an unsuccessful attempt to lure Tom Izzo away from Michigan State in 2010. And then it just goes back to talking about Kenny Atkinson. There was an interesting note, which I don't know a ton about James Borrega. I know very little about James Borrega. But they framed it as like Atkinson and Borrega have like similar traits and similar ideas as it pertains to coaching. So,
and mind you,
I thought that was interesting, and I didn't know that.
And mind you, I don't know if Borrega or Atkinson is better, who's better or worse. I'm not saying. I just look at the dynamic of how that played out.
Oh yeah,
and I'm like, oh okay.
Yeah. So the lead in this article, the title is Cavaliers hiring Warriors assistant Kenny Atkinson as next head coach. Sources. If your scenario had played out, the headline would be, Kings owner Vivek Ranadive interferes in coaching search again. Atkinson, next head coach for the Sacramento Kings, or whoever.
Dysfunctional Kings just can't get out of their way.
Basketball hell.
Owner needs to let basketball people make basketball decisions. Crazy thing is, it looks like, reading that article and you reading that back, I mean, Gilbert has a history of not letting the basketball people make basketball decisions.
Dan Gilbert was on a plane on a runway in Miami. Was it Miami? Where do you meet LeBron? Was it Miami? No, was it Vegas?
I don't know. It was Vegas or Miami. It was probably.
I think it was Miami.
Probably Miami.
I'm just trying to remember, because there's a story that LeBron and D Wade were flying together, and LeBron had to tell Dwayne Wade on the plane that he was going back to Cleveland.
I think that was coming from Vegas.
Okay, Summer League?
USA, maybe.
USA.
I think they had a long ride back from Vegas. Maybe they went from Vegas to Miami. I don't think they went to Vegas to Cleveland.
I'm going to try to ask this question as delicately as I can. Did you see? So there was I don't know why, there was a young lady who went viral. I don't know how to ask the question.
I mean, go ahead.
Come on.
Yeah.
We're all adults. We're adults here.
No.
Come on.
So the the Hawk Tui thing, did you see that?
The what?
Okay.
The Hawk Tua.
No. You saw it.
Yeah.
Okay, so you didn't see it?
I don't know what it is.
Okay, never mind.
No.
We literally can't.
Look it up.
No, we literally can't.
On the show, we
it's
can't.
just funny. It's because it's the noise that the Iron Sheik used to make, but now it has a totally different meaning. Yeah, no, go ahead.
Someone did tweet it out. I think they're like, "Oh yeah,
the girl who was outside the club, right?"
Yep.
Yeah, I did see that.
Somebody did tweet it out. I was like, "Yeah, the Iron Sheik actually invented this."
Thank you.
I saw it on Twitter.
Thank you.
Yeah, she was wilding. She was just saying whatever.
Well, all right. Let's just.
I had the flag ready, but
it's nothing. No. Look, I'm trying to be responsible.
No, that's not a pause.
When he started
I don't know what he was saying.
It's the second graders are out of school. It's summer.
They don't know. They don't know what that.
It's last week of school, actually. At least for
track. No, not in my area. A-track.
Yeah, some people have been out for a little while. A-track and the B-track, they stay in for a little while.
All right.
Oh, going to school during the summer sounds awful.
That's terrible. Why did you subject your son to that?
Go ahead, just do the show. Do the show.
We watching? Oh, Allen Iverson highlights are on. All right.
Oh, good.
What are you looking
come on, boy. That was nasty.
Just want to be.
I remember that one. Come on, man.
Okay, now I got to turn the channel because now clearly.
Hey, look at that one.
Okay, now I'm definitely turning the channel, bro. You need to. Oh, this is looking back at the draft.
AI was he was at the Fever and Dream game the other day. I saw him.
That's right. Yeah, he was. What did he have on?
Jordan jersey.
That's what it was. Yeah. That's what it was. I remember they posted the picture. I was like, is this a current picture? What's he outside in a Jordan jersey for? I love that Allen Iverson is still wearing basketball jerseys.
Oh, yeah. He be all
like
over.
AI ain't never gonna change.
Nah, that's his bag, man. AI, he tightens up the pants just a little bit, but he still got his same aura that he had in 2010.
Still vibing,
man.
But
I don't even know how we got to that lady.
I don't know.
Kenny Atkinson, head coach of the.
That's a weird detour. Are you we brought this up. We could talk more about this in a minute. We could talk about a bunch of NBA rumors that are out there. Do you think Klay's gone?
I think he is.
Yeah, so do I. It's like it. Like this has gone on for like too long. It was like, all right, everybody's posturing and positioning. It's like, wait a minute, like why are we still doing this?
Right. I don't even know if it's gonna be like for crazy amount of money. I kind of feel like it's
like a principle now.
Yeah.
Well,
like,
I was telling Sarah last night.
Respect.
Yeah. Well,
they doing the show without me, man. They ain't even asked your boy.
Then you didn't get invited?
Oh, I'm sorry. Are we doing that? You want you want to correct that? You want to correct that, or you want me to open up the group text? All right, I'll open up the group text. That's fine, no problem. Nope, there's Sarah. Let's see, where's Kenny? Here it is. All right. Yo, hope y'all are well. Would you guys like to join tomorrow? Draft preview and trade talk. Hey, this is Damien. Hey, Sarah, do you have a recording time? 6 work? I'm flexible. Kenny Caraway. Hey, Sarah, I'm out of town this weekend. Sorry about that.
Wow.
Now,
have you no shame, sir?
No, and let this be clear. I had plans last night. I was supposed to go see Complex for dinner.
Oh,
it was his birthday.
Complex, by the way, man. Shout out to Complex. Happy birthday.
But we can't leave Sarah. I knew Jake
was gone?
Jake's rolling around like old Saybrook and Mystic right now, doing the stuff he does in Connecticut.
Jake out there with Drew McIntyre.
He out there in Rhode Island. Like, well, we can't. What are we gonna do? Leave our girl alone? Like, no. So we did 2 segments together.
Yeah, I mean, I would have loved to, but Ryan would have been in the video as well.
Well,
and she's a loose cannon right now at this point.
Well,
you don't know what you're getting from.
She would have unplugged it. Like, hey, bro, get out of here.
You never know
Get out.
what you're getting over there right now. So yeah.
All right, we'll come back. We mentioned some of these other rumors. Paul George and the New York Knicks? ? Interesting discussion. I also have a question about your New York Knicks. Chris Paul linked with a couple of teams, despite the fact I'm pretty sure he's still on the Warriors.
Yeah, there's a lot going on there.
And is there a market for Jeremy Grant? All of that coming up. Steelo and Casey, brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Well,
I could be bugging. This looks like a short-ass commercial break.
It's 4 minutes.
Oh, Tyrese was at Fashion Week. All right, Ty. Ty was at Fashion Week. Oh, my God. Tiana Taylor. Kyle Kuzma. My boy Russ. Ty Dolla $ign, Draymond Green. All right. Fashion Week that's a bucket list thing. That is definitely a bucket list thing. I love that Jaylen Brown is just walking around with his trophy. That's spectacular. Spectacular. This might not mean what you think it means.
He was always going to opt out.
Yeah, like I think that's more of a formality than anything else. But we'll talk about it. Early predictions for Money in the Bank on July 6th. No. Not yet.
Jay's going to win unless they're just trying to throw us off somehow.
Jay?
Yeah, because they're throwing him on all the stuff and all that. All the marketing stuff I saw.
Jay's over. Jay with the briefcase. I don't hate it. Do you think the White Six will be at Money in the Bank? I'm not sure. Did you see the Indianapolis announcement today?
Yeah, that they're going to be carrying those events. It's not continuously. So they're going to get certain throughout the years, right?
Yeah. It's I guess they're just, booking out over the years. That was, hey, salute to. Yeah, so that was I've never seen an announcement like that. So salute. D'Lo, you agree the Celtics team is the most oralist championship? No, stop it. Get off of TikTok and leave Jason Tatum alone. And when did people start using the word aura so freely? Stop it.
Shout out to you guys.
Roman versus Solo at SummerSlam this year. That seems a little SummerSlam this year. That's way too soon. You can't do that. That's way too soon. But it was Royal Rumble 25, right? So it's the next one. Yeah, the next Royal Rumble. I don't know why'd they get all three? Like,
why do we keep giving Indianapolis things?
Like,
I don't know.
Indianapolis.
Honestly.
They haven't. I don't think Lucas Oil's ever had a WrestleMania. The Hoosier Dome did.
Yeah,
the Hoosier Dome had WrestleMania 8, but I don't think Lucas Oil ever had one. But that was a hell of an announcement from the WWE today that
they got a SummerSlam or a Royal Rumble or something.
In WrestleMania, they got all three.
Wait, what?
So they announced that Lucas Oil is hosting the Royal Rumble 2025, and that they didn't specify years, but it's already laid out that they'll have a WrestleMania and a SummerSlam as well. Someone pointed this out.
Awful.
Someone pointed this out earlier, and I think it's truer than it's ever been. I think we're headed towards an overseas WrestleMania. And now that these are, I think what we're seeing is the kind of normalizing of, watch a big event at 2:00 or 1:00 or 11 a.m. or something like that. I think that was one of the big things that held off some of these overseas, like SummerSlam 92, Wembley was tape delayed. So it was live obviously it was live in Wembley, but for us, it was tape delayed because you had established the market and pay-per-view and there was a way things worked, right? And that's not at all the case anymore. Like shows just be coming on. Just like, hey, there's a wrestling show on today. All right, cool. It's no, I get it. It's 11:30 in the morning, but I'll turn it on and see Cody bleeding or something because AJ's beating him up. But
the reason why I think they can do that so well is because they do a good job of how do I put it? Like those events, they're not during prime sports times, right? So Royal Rumble maybe during the NFL season, but probably not.
Royal Rumble? Yeah, Royal Rumble. Well, it's normally during the playoffs.
That's what I'm saying. Like it,
and I think it's February 1st. That has to be the latest Royal Rumble ever, the one at Lucas Oil.
Yeah, it feels like it is.
But they also moved it to Saturday, so there's virtually no conflict now with the NBA and NFL playoffs.
So that's what I'm saying. Like they can put it wherever because it's not messing with any football game or basketball. Well, maybe a basketball game, but who cares about a February 1st basketball game outside of Sacramento?
Right.
So yeah, I mean, I could see it happen. Jesse said it perfectly. I'm not really sure why Indianapolis keeps getting things. I mean, that is
clearly the people in charge of Lucas Oil are aggressive, and it flies in the face of things that guys have kind of said behind the scenes before. Is we like doing these, we like doing these destination stops. Like if you're doing South Florida, it's South Florida. If you're doing Los Angeles, it's you've got LA, you've got Las Vegas. Dallas is a stop. They even used Minnesota as an example. Like Minnesota is not the best. There's not as much you could do there. It's probably part of the reason that we've hesitated on having a WrestleMania at that new stadium. Oh, it's like, yeah, okay, well, let's go to Lucas Oil then. Well, they got the Skywalk. and I guess what this allows them to do is, and they just love dumb stuff like this, is Lucas Oil, it is within walking distance. It's a crisper walk, but the arena, all of that stuff is just right there. And you can just navigate from one thing to another.
That's just awful. Look, I'm just asking the question. I don't mean this as any disrespect.
No, it's going to be.
We'll see.
Yeah, it's going to be a disrespectful question.
Is Indianapolis the least desirable big city to attend to in the country?
Is it the Bakersfield of big cities?
It's a good call. It's a good call. And look, mind you, I'm not here to act like Sacramento is New York City. People probably wouldn't want to come to Sacramento once they get here. They're like, oh, it's pretty cool, whatever. But I'm not saying it like it's New York City, whatever. But think about another big city. Think about another big city in this country.
As far as the cities that get the events, I mean, our guy's not wrong here. It's no Miami.
It's not.
It's no New York. Okay. It's not LA.
Even Jacksonville is in Florida.
But no, Jackson. No.
Super Bowls in Jacksonville or Indianapolis. Where are you trying to go?
Pass.
You got to go to one.
I don't want to.
I'll go to Jacksonville.
Jacksonville? Absolutely.
There's nothing
it's
wrong.
in Florida.
There's nothing.
At the very least.
I'm sorry. Are you in a rush to go to Florida right now?
No, I'm not in a rush to go to Indianapolis.
There's nothing wrong with Indianapolis.
Is there anything right?
It's good.
How about that?
It's
Let's ask that question, huh?
It's got a skywalk. There's nothing wrong with Indianapolis. It's a fine city. Nice food. It's a fine downtown. There's nothing wrong with it. It's cold.
It's not good.
But there's nothing wrong with it. It wouldn't be and there's nothing wrong with Minnesota either. But I don't want to.
Well, at least Minnesota's a great mall.
If they said, "Hey, it's Roman versus The Rock at WrestleMania at US Bank Stadium," cool. Can't wait for the pay-per-view.
True,
but it's in Las Vegas. So, we'll go to Las Vegas.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Los Angeles. We'll go to
But
SoFi.
even US Bank is one of the great stadiums, domes, whatever in this country right now.
Well, Lucas Oil's not trash.
It's not, but it's just
it's
like
older.
It's just like Indianapolis. It's just bland.
It's Ford Field.
When was the last time you were in Indianapolis?
Never been.
Or Lucas Oil?
Never.
So what are you talking about?
Don't plan on going.
I'm with Kenny.
If Caitlin Clark isn't numbered the 30th entrant in the Royal Rumble, they've dropped the ball on this whole thing.
Wow. Yeah, I think that's the last place I'd go. I mean, maybe you throw Buffalo in there too. Buffalo's
not a big city, is it?
It's got two teams.
This doesn't mean means it's upstate New York.
For what?
Buffalo, I was going to say Buffalo feels like another country. It damn near is another country. It's
like basically Canada.
It's like Canada's right there.
We're taking Indy over Utah.
Sir, you
though,
can't
right?
cross the street without your passport.
That's a good point. That is a good point.
Say that
Definitely
again.
going.
We're
to
taking Indy over Utah.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Salt Lake City's number 0 or last or 1, whatever. So
What's
I
the
definitely go to
list?
Indianapolis. Big time sports cities, major league sports cities that you would at least want to go to.
Yeah, Utah.
Salt Lake City's
one.
first.
Yeah, I don't want to go to
That's for
Salt Lake
sure.
City.
I'll stay in Indianapolis forever if that means never being in Utah.
Have you ever been to Utah?
No, dude. Every time
Have you ever been to Salt Lake City?
No.
Every time someone's like, "Oh, stop talking about Utah.
Why
It's
are
so
you guys-
great."
you
They'll
guys-
send pictures of some rocks or something, bro.
Why are you guys doing that? Neither of you have ever been there before.
There's a reason why.
NBA All-Star game was live from Salt Lake City as they show a Radisson.
Wow, this is beautiful. And it's just the desert.
It's not the desert, it's the mountains. Jesus. My memory of Salt Lake City will always be the same one. Driving across the country, we're making our last stop there in Salt Lake City before the long 13 hours home or whatever. We were staying at Motel 6s or something because we had the dog. It was just Smoothie at the time. And get there, go to grab Smoothie, get in, go to the restroom real quick, grab Smoothie, gonna take Smoothie for a walk. We walk outside and we see someone casing our car.
Goodness gracious.
And as soon as we walk out and walk towards the car, we watch them speed off. It's like, and because, we're moving back, the car is loaded with stuff.
Yeah.
Can't stay here.
No.
Thank God.
Get out of here.
Shout out Holly Rowe. Called Holly Rowe, was like, hey, she lives in Utah. And
didn't know that.
Yeah, she lives in Utah, and she's never home. She works every day all year. She let us stay at our house, so we didn't have to stay at that Motel 6 and lose all of our possessions.
Yeah, that would have been bad.
And so that is my only memory of Utah. I remember driving into it thinking, oh, this is really pretty. It looks nice.
Yeah, picturesque.
Yeah, I was, we'll walk around, do whatever, because we were Salt Lake was right downtown. And then we weren't. It was like, well, we're out of here.
Could have stayed at the Radisson.
Yeah, but they didn't let us keep Sprout there, so we weren't going to stay there. Or Smoothie, it was Smoothie.
They were at Hampton Inn to let you keep dogs. There was a couple dogs at the hotel.
Oh, that's so cute that you want us to believe you were at the Hampton Inn.
I was absolutely.
No, that's sweet. That's cute. No, that's cute. You're trying to make yourself out to be a normal person. That's fine.
I am. Hampton
Whatever
Inn,
you say.
breakfast.
You go to the Hampton Inn and there's flowers on the floor, like Like when King Joffrey Jofer showed up and was like, Hakeem was here. It was like, KC.
There was complimentary breakfast. It's good stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Good stuff.
All right.
You know what I got to watch while I was in the hotel room on Saturday?
Probably not The Office.
No, not The Office. No. Definitely not The Office. But I did watch the track and field trials. Did
Oh
you
my
catch any of it all?
God. Absolute. Well, I caught one. I caught one person.
That's the one. Box office.
Sha'Carri Richardson is like, hey, TV, send me a push notification when Sha'Carri's gonna race because I need to see it.
Yes. Box office. She looks short too. Like, you normally, at least for me, like these the sprinters and stuff like that, they men and women, they look kind of tall, long legs, all this other stuff. She looks
Long strides.
She looks really short, but she just be taking off.
Mm-hmm.
Take off. Box office. When she qualified and everything, I forgot. She's been in our life for so long, it feels like. I forgot this is her first Olympics because obviously she couldn't go the first time. She got
The
suspended.
drug.
Yeah.
That's right.
This is gonna be her first Olympics. So that
Wow.
was dope to realize. Like,
Wow.
What was at stake?
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Jeez. Yeah, she's gonna be one of the biggest stars in Paris.
You think she's gonna be the biggest star? American
I
star?
mean, Simone is still there,
Simone.
but like track hits a little different. Simone is so good, it's almost expected now that she's just gonna win everything she does. I don't know. Like like those are the first two that come to
There's
mind.
always somebody during the Olympics that kind of pops off and it takes off. So that might happen. But I think going into the Olympics, I think it might be her. She's on the before qualifying, she was on the commercials.
Oh, there's an end.
was
Well,
on the NBC commercials.
Bronny's on the draft commercial.
Well, before getting drafted.
Is Bronny even invited? Not trying to be mean, but like is
Shout out Bronny.
Bronny just hanging out with Mark Tatum day 2? Like, hey, you
Shout
hearing
out Bronny.
anything?
I am going to be anxious to see if Bronny gets drafted night 1. That's going to
Sure,
be
absolutely.
That's going to be a Johnny Manziel like storyline on night 1. It's going to be some good stuff.
Can I tell you something that's kind of
By the way, with a minute or two to spare, I was correct. Game didn't get into the 3:00 hour.
no. What's the name of the team?
Laguna LYB All Stars, great team.
That's a lot. Yeah. No, that's a lot.
Shout out
Were all the other names taken?
Well, Laguna Youth Baseball, gray All Stars. The purple is they're supposed to be like the higher team. That's what they played today. The purple team. They played each other.
They played the Laguna Purple team?
Mm-hmm.
So let me get this straight. Y'all traveled where?
Roner Park.
To play the same exact team that you could have played down the street?
Well, that's not how it went. The state tournament has 6 teams in it. And Laguna Youth Baseball is so powerful that they have 2 teams in the state tournament.
Can I tell you something? Youth sports are a racket, and they know sucker ass parents like you and the rest of y'all will fall for this.
Well, no, listen.
The racket.
In the Final Four in New Orleans, Duke played North Carolina. They could have played down the street, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the tournament was being held there.
That's fantastic. Let's work through this. How much do you think Duke and North Carolina made to play in that tournament? No, just work with me here.
Not as much as Laguna All Stars.
Hey, snack shop over there gets paid over there
Thank
still.
you very much. I tell you something that is just bugging the hell out of me. The Adrian Wojnarowski just announced that the Timberwolves signed Chris Finch to a 4-year contract extension. That's fantastic. Solid head coach. Gutted it out in the Western Conference Finals.
Did.
No money attached to none of this. Money has been a topic of conversation for exactly 1 coach signing.
Why do you think that is? And I'll say
I
this,
don't know.
Even before
before
the crazy tweet, money was still a talking point, right? Like
Right.
It
Right.
was a big deal. Like,
Yep.
oh no.
I don't know. There's been no tweets about Chris Finch wanted this, but Minnesota wanted to pay him that. Like the only, like we learned JJ Redick's salary after that you had to uncover that if you're an insider. That was going to be a huge talking point because he's a first-year head coach.
Mm-hmm.
The Dan Hurley salary got out because he needed to renegotiate his UConn contract. It had to get out there. But Chris Finch, his contract, all of these different contract extensions, they're never now we may find out Chris Finch's money later.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not unusual for us to find out. I think that's what happened with Eric Spoelstra. Found out Eric Spoelstra's money later. Of course, he was on the higher end, so you want that money out there. But there was only one coach whose salary became a massive talking point, and it was Mike Brown. And that's just sitting so poorly with me. Am I overreacting?
No, I don't know why.
It just feels dumb.
I'm not sure why that happened that way. Not sure at all. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me that that's how things played out. I want to know what the reasoning is behind that, but that's kind of how they played out, though.
And shout out to Mrs. Mac 10. Speaking of contract extensions, Scottie Barnes.
Scottie Barnes.
See, Scottie Barnes got his contract extension.
He did, man. Good for him.
Feels like a lot of money.
But that's
he's
right?
their guy. Yeah, he's their franchise.
Do you think he's a max type player like that though?
Sure.
Well,
that's how you pay guys.
But no, we got to answer Jesse's question.
We're just maxing everyone.
Yeah, like he's eligible, and that's the way things go. I understand that, but is he a franchise guy?
Yes.
You build your franchise around Scottie.
Yes.
So okay, wait. So you build your franchise around Scottie, and you don't need anybody better than Scottie Barnes on that team to be a championship contender. That's when I talk about. That's what I mean when I say a franchise guy.
But that's not. So you can only have one franchise guy.
One guy is the franchise.
Because you just asked.
Yes, to answer your question, yes.
Okay, because I don't think the
franchise.
two questions that you asked are mutually exclusive answers. Can you have a better player than him on your team? Yes. Can he be the second best player on the team and still be the franchise? Yeah.
He's not the franchise.
How so? So
there's only one franchise guy.
I don't think that's true. So if
you need to be a Jaylen Brown type,
let me ask you: if Monty McNair play along goes and trades for Anthony Edwards, and Anthony Edwards is on the Sacramento Kings, who's the franchise?
Anthony Edwards. He's
not. De'Aaron Fox is the franchise.
Anthony
He's
Edwards
the
is a better
guy.
player.
No, that's not the same thing.
So
here you go. Hulk Hogan went to WCW. What was Sting's nickname?
What was Sting's?
The franchise, because he was the guy. You're building around Scottie Barnes. If you could get a player better than Scottie Barnes, then great. But the original point is, so we're just maxing guys out. One, as you pointed out, that's the pay scale. But he's one of the guys you want to team him with someone. But yeah, he's absolutely one of the guys that you want to pair with another star-studded player to be the pillars of your team.
Put it to you like this, and this is fantasy land or whatever. But CBA comes out, and you get one slot where you can pay this guy whatever to keep him. The franchise player.
Open market.
Yeah.
Not subject to collective bargaining agreement rules.
Yeah. The other ones you're maxed out or whatever, but this guy you can pay. It didn't even have to be like $100 million. You could just pay his contract and it doesn't go towards the cap.
Mm-hmm.
The franchise player. Every team would have that guy. Like if you're the Raptors and let's use Anthony Edwards, and you could only use that slot for one guy, Would it be Anthony Edwards or Scottie Barnes?
Be Anthony Edwards.
Yeah, he's your franchise guy.
Oh, that's not.
He's your
Okay.
franchise
No,
guy.
that's not. All right. You're inventing a scenario to make that word make sense. De'Aaron Fox is the franchise of the Sacramento Kings, whether Michael Jordan or LeBron James is here. Because if they show up tomorrow, this is still De'Aaron Fox.
Was KD or Steph the franchise guy?
Steph. Steph was the franchise. Kevin Durant was the better player.
Yeah, but they chose. They said if one, they didn't choose. But like,
they didn't choose anything. Kevin Durant left.
If they needed to make a decision, you'd go with the franchise guy. Who are you building this thing around? They would have chose Steph. That's why he's the franchise guy. If Anthony Edwards goes to Toronto, because we'll leave Sacramento out of this. Okay?
Hold on a second. No. Hold on a second. I just want to be clear with what you just said. In 2017,
18, 19. And it's a little disingenuous because KD tore his Achilles.
No.
So
This is perfectly healthy, KD. Whatever you want to do here. If the Warriors look at this and go, we can only keep that. Both of their contracts are up. We can only re-sign one. Kevin Durant loves it here. Steph Curry loves it here. We can only keep one. You think they're keeping Steph?
I do, and I know what you're saying. But the history matters. Like if Joe Lacob is in that, we won't even go to 19. Let's go to the second time KD was there and they won the championship, 2018 or whatever. KD's healthy. They've won 2 championships. They've had a 4-year.
How many years was he there?
3.
So 17, 18 they won. 19 he got hurt.
Yeah. So you've had a 4-year run of. Steph winning MVP, they win a championship, 73 wins. KD comes, you win 2 more titles. And they say they have that scenario. You can only sign one. The other one's got to go. I think Joe Lacob is choosing Steph Curry. That doesn't mean he was better than Kevin Durant. I understand what you're saying. I do understand what you're saying. But do you think in that situation, Joe Lacob is going to choose Kevin Durant over Steph Curry?
I don't know. I don't understand anything Joe Lacob does. So maybe and not that there's necessarily a wrong answer there, but in your point is like Steph is the franchise. Like that was the original point. But the reason Jesse asked it is because Steph is the franchise, but Kevin Durant was the team's best player.
But Steph was also. That's a little different argument too, because Steph.
I can't believe we're arguing over this.
No,
this
Steph was also like way, way better, and this isn't breaking news. Way, way better than Scottie Barnes was at this point. So, like, you can say KD was the better player, but if you chose Steph over KD, you're not choosing let's a borderline all-star.
Let's continue the 4-year bit now of your hatred for Scottie Barnes. You wouldn't offer.
I don't hate Scottie Barnes.
You wouldn't offer. Oh, Zay, dig that clip up.
Don't hate Scottie Barnes.
You wouldn't have.
If you're Toronto, yeah, I don't have no problem with it. But number one.
Okay, hold on. Sorry, you wouldn't have.
I guess you have to, but I just don't think he's like you do just because it's like quarterbacks in the NFL, you have to pay him or whatever. But I just don't think he's a max type. Like he's making 56, making what Giannis and AD and those guys make.
That's just the.
But those are two different. Those are two different conversations, though, right? Like because we all
not really.
I think all 3 of us say like that's just the way things are playing out. Like that's what you have to do. But if we're having a conversation of like, yo, is Scottie Barnes the guy that's going to lead Toronto back to the NBA Finals? I right now I don't see him as that guy. And you look at a guy
I got you, but that's just disingenuous.
How?
Because Kawhi Leonard led them to the. Kawhi Leonard showed up for a single year, won them a championship, and then dipped.
Or even is he going to get you back to where DeMar and Kyle Lowry got
I think he could do that. Like he can't do it by himself.
No,
but he absolutely can do it.
I don't know. I don't know if I feel the same. Like, and the years are off. I think just by a little bit, but I don't feel that way. I don't feel the way about him that I do about Ant, or even on a smaller scale. Like I think Tyrese Halliburton would be that type of player before Scottie Barnes.
All right.
I think Scottie Barnes is
I think
is your best. Is like best as your. He's definitely overqualified to be your 3rd best player, but I think he's like best to be like your 2nd best player.
It's 28-6 this year too. 20 points, 8 rebounds, 6 assists.
Is Tyrese Indiana's best player?
Yes. Yes.
And is Siakam a number 1 or a number 2?
Number 2, I think.
2.
Okay.
Scottie Barnes, salute to him for getting that bag. Salute to him for getting that bag. And he's a hell of a ball player. I just think the whole point was, I think at some point, Toronto is going to get back to that middle, second round and higher type. They're going to have to bring in somebody better than Scottie Barnes.
Well, wait, where did you just have them? You said the middle of the second.
Yeah, like second win around in the play. That's where DeMar and them usually used to get to. Second.
Yeah, but think about that. That was DeMar DeRozan, Pascal Siakam, and OG Anunoby.
Pascal wasn't part of that.
Pascal wasn't a part of that?
If he was like early. He wasn't Pascal Siakam. He didn't really turn into that until that year Kawhi got there.
I thought he turned into that the year before Kawhi got there. But it's fine. Maybe it still makes your point valid. It doesn't matter.
Good players like Kyle Lowry, DeMar, really good players. Young Pascal, really good players.
You just want a bunch of super teams. That's what you are. You're super team Caraway over here. You want a bunch of stars on this.
I heard a ridiculous question, by the way. I'll tell you about it. You can guess where I heard it from. But.
It's really funny sitting where I sit and watching people right outside our window talk with their hands. And you don't know like what they're talking about, but they're really animated in talking with their hands, like having just like zero idea that they're standing directly in front of me.
What's Kim doing right now?
But look at that. Like what are they doing?
They're throwing up the rock. They're throwing up the they're literally Rockefeller.
They're standing out there going like this.
They're throwing up Rockefeller. Oh, she left.
This is so weird. This is how you know Kimberly doesn't really watch us, because then she'd know we were talking about her. And I think the boss was about to diamond cut somebody. She said, "No, come on." She's about to diamond cut somebody. She's probably looking at Aaron, ready to give him the diamond cutter.
Aaron's fine. He brought In and Out today.
Yeah, for you.
Everybody.
I'm sorry, Charlie did not bring me a hamburger.
What happened?
Nobody ever brings me food. Yeah, Kenny got Kenny got a staff of people waiting on Kenny.
They don't know what to bring
but
you.
No one ever goes, "Hey, D-Lo, can I get you anything?"
They're like, "Yo, we're going to In and Out. We know Casey going to eat that, man. We don't know."
What the like? Have you ever said no to food?
Yeah, absolutely. Peas. Disgusting.
Like, I'm sorry, who's ever offered you peas here in the studio?
They better not start. Well, they can do whatever they want. I'm not going to eat it.
What was the ridiculous question you heard?
Are we going now?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's normally James Ham time, so we're
true. So I mean, obviously,
James Ham's on vacation, by the way.
And this is a little. I'll stall out these guys just a little bit because it wasn't like a serious question. It was just throwing out names.
Let me guess.
Yeah, go ahead.
Bill Simmons.
This is Bill Simmons and your boy Ryan Russillo. They asked the interesting question though. They said, who would how'd they phrase it? Who would trade with Atlanta for the number 1 pick? Like, what's the player that would get like a response, like get Atlanta to trade the number 1 pick, or vice versa, right? And they started off with like, he's like, Ryan was just like, I don't know, like Aaron Gordon. Like, you think the Nuggets would trade for the number 1 pick for Aaron Gordon?
I don't know. I don't know that anyone would trade like for the number 1 pick.
That's kind of what they
know who.
to.
Well, so man, like I don't know what's the number 1 pick make, because like it maybe in like a salary cutting,
right? That would be so. Like the argument, if you did do it, if you were Denver per se, would be you get the number 1 pick, you change up the dynamics of your salary and the salary cap for you for a guy that. Like I said, Aaron Gordon is way better than the number 1 pick right now, and they wouldn't do it. But, it could give you maybe some of what you're getting from Aaron Gordon, and you can see if you could survive. Like maybe even if it's Michael Porter Jr., if you could trade him and get him off your books and get a rookie scale guy in there. That was kind of the whole argument of the discussion. And like I said, to be fair to them, this wasn't like a real Like, no, let's find out who will do it. It's like if they just sitting around, like, who do you think would realistically trade for? You know what I mean? And they couldn't find anybody.
Yeah.
The whole point of this is they end up saying Keegan Murray's name. And I was listening, I was like, there's not a chance.
The Kings trading Keegan Murray for the number one pick?
Yeah.
Oh, that is sweet.
Stop.
That's so sweet. Why do you keep listening to this?
Once again, they weren't. I'll stall them out. They weren't being serious. They were trying to throw out names of like who might bite, and I think they came around and said nobody. They're like, nah,
the Kings
nobody.
are dumb enough to do it.
Well, Russillo, Loki. Once again, he was kind of like being tongue in cheek, but he still kind of pissed me off.
That's your boys,
because
yeah.
I'm my boy. Neither one of them are. He pissed me off. He's like, Keegan Murray. No, they wouldn't do it for Keegan. They actually paused longer for anybody else when they did Keegan. They were like, I don't know. No. They're like, here comes Ryan Russillo. Would they do it for Sabonis? All right, settle down, jackass. That one actually kind of pissed me off.
You're the one listening
Keegan
to it.
was the one I could actually sit there and say, all right, they're spitballing a little bit. Sabonis, shut your ass up. At that point, you're talking about Sabonis.
Who's the number one pick? Is it the 7 foot?
I think it's
him.
No boy from UConn.
Oh.
That's what some people are projecting.
Okay.
They got the guy from France.
That's who I was thinking of.
Who's being projected as well.
Okay.
So
I thought like the top picks were like some overseas guys.
Klingon, UConn guy, he's up there as being potentially a number one pick. The number one pick, excuse me.
All right.
So you got him, and then a lot of people like Reed Shepherd. I don't think he's the number one pick, but a lot of people like Reed Shepherd out of Kentucky. That kind of coming out of nowhere.
What about the other UConn? The Castle.
Castle's top 5 or so. Let me pull up one of these mocks right now.
The point is, like, if you don't know who the number one overall pick is, you ain't trading for it. Because I don't think there's a team out there that's like, man, I really love ... And I'm also not of the belief that, people think this draft is going to be so bad. This draft might be full of players that surprise you.
Mm-hmm.
It might just be full of really good NBA players.
Yeah.
Maybe they're not, Wembanyamas. Maybe they're not Ant-Mans. Maybe they're not guys like that. But like, hey, there's a group of good ball players right here.
Yeah.
Maybe you got a bunch of Jaren Jackson Juniors in here and guys along that.
Guys
ilk.
that can help you become
Yeah,
a
guys
really
that can
good
help you
team.
win.
That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
Alex Sarr is the guy we're talking about from France. Or he's actually from Australia.
Is it? Oh.
I thought he was from France.
Okay.
They got the other guy that I never know how to say his name from France. He's like been projected high up there.
Okay.
Zachariah. I don't know his name.
There's 2 overseas guys that are like in the top, I guess, depending on what you're looking at, 5.
Yeah. Sarr's one of them.
Okay.
Sarr,
I think
Sarr's
that's the one I was thinking.
I think he's like a power forward, 6'9" or so. He looks like a dope basketball player. We'll see, what happens in the NBA. But
you said he's 6'9"? I don't think that's who I'm thinking about. I thought the guy. I thought both of them. I thought one of them was like 7 feet.
Alex Sarr is 7'1", listed at 7'1".
Oh, yeah, that's the guy I'm thinking about then. All right. Well, whatever. You were not trading Keegan Murray for him, so tell your dumbass podcast.
Those are my guys.
I'm sorry. Raise your hands if you're listening to Bill Simmons on a regular.
I listen to him. That don't mean he's my guy.
No, that's absolutely your guy. You're giving him your download.
Dude, yeah, you're regular.
No, you kind of are.
Yeah, like Spotify, they release, you're in the top 0.01% or whatever listeners for this person.
If Bill Simmons had a chatty house.
Hey, Kenny, get him out, Ken.
That'd be you.
Yeah, boot him, Kenny.
You'd be the Ramsey of the Bill Simmons chatty house.
That's not true. I hate when he talks about I didn't listen to any of the finals podcasts because I hate when he talks about the Celtics. Not interested in that. Sickness says the flex zone. What is that? Magic.
So
Why
stupid.
did he do that?
Like, bro, could you not make out what he was? You couldn't make that out.
Bill Simmons said, "Really, Zach? This is."
He sounded like he was being edited. This is a good question from Kyrie.
There goes Sar right there.
Do you have Bill Simmons merch?
I don't have Bill Simmons merch and never will.
Have you ever left a rating on his podcast?
No, sir.
Mm.
No, sir. I listen to Bill Simmons. I listen.
We know you do.
listen
You
to the real
subscribed.
ones. I listen to the real ones. I listen to. I haven't listened to this podcast in a while, but still subscribed, I guess, or downloads on my Apple Podcasts to the Hoop Collective.
Yeah,
I haven't listened to that one
I
in a
tapped
while.
out of the Hoop Collective. It was just like I can't do it. I actually there are times like I feel like Windhurst has characters. Like I thought Windhurst during the NBA Finals was really good,
Mhm.
and then maybe he gets bored. Maybe the season is just too long for him. But that's where he just starts like saying stuff.
Mm.
Like Wendy, what are you talking about? What is happening here? Like, stop it.
Yeah, I couldn't do that podcast. I mean, I'm not. I won't ever.
That's
listen.
that's Wendy, McMahon, and
It kind of
Bontemps.
rotates a little bit, but it's usually those three. And like I said, it's not. I'm never listening to them. It's just, I don't know. I'll see what else is going on.
Okay.
But like I said, the thing with Simmons is he's the only one at 11 p.m. on a Sunday that has a podcast. That's why.
Why is that time slot so important to you?
Because that's usually I'm up at that time. The house is shut down, and I'm either on the computer or I'm playing MLB The Show. And if I want to, that's the kickoff to the week for my basketball listening.
Maybe let's sneak in some Office episodes instead of Bill Simmons listening.
Well, no, let's
check
do
out
this
Office
because
too.
no,
I'm
no,
behind
no,
on
no,
clips
no,
too,
no,
by the
no, 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 no. Strike that from the record because The Office does nothing to help you with this show. So if whatever dumb thing Bill Simmons or Tim Bontemps said
We got 10
helps
minutes
with
out of it just
content,
now.
then there you go.
I'm behind on clipped and I'm behind on power. It's crazy.
Yeah. Clip this.
Oh.
At this point, all of us,
Oh.
let's just get through it, guys.
Damn.
Let's just get through
Yeah,
clips.
it's so much.
Now there
promise.
was a purpose. Like it just got serious
Well,
quick.
yeah, I mean, like,
Not that
how many episodes we gonna say that?
racism generally isn't a funny topic. I hated too. Like I think just as more time passes, I hate that Ed O'Neill is Donald Sterling. By all accounts, Ed O'Neill is like a fantastic human being. I hate that he's playing Donald Sterling. I could I was like a clip of a very younger Ed O'Neill surprising Christina Applegate on whatever other show she had after Married with Children.
Mm-hmm.
Popped up on like a suggestion from YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
And it was such a sweet clip.
Yeah.
And then I went down this rabbit hole of like he had another one on, one of the talk shows that your girl was on from his wife on Modern Family.
Oh,
So
Sophia,
yeah, her. And it's like, God, he just seems like a wonderful human being. And he's playing this awful person on this show who you just want to kick in the face. And now I'm just like, man, let's just get
does
through
he get
this.
more playing time in these coming episodes? Because remember, and I think
I don't know. So
he wasn't really in it,
and he's not in 4 either because 4 is about Doc Rivers on the Clippers.
Oh, jeez.
Like
that's right. You did mention that.
Like Doc.
Who wrote this?
It was
part
like
into it?
Doc. It's just so weird. Like Doc is trying to figure out his relationship with white people in that episode. But his wife is white. And so it's like it's fascinating. Like it's incredible. I don't know. The whole thing is based on like a Doc Rivers nap. Like he gets on the plane after the game and he's thinking about like the riots and all of these things, and then it ends with Shelly waking him up.
Oh God,
we're home, sweetheart,
and her,
and like, why is she on the plane? Oh, it's awful.
Shelly is a problem.
It's so.
That's the one thing I've learned from this show so far. Shelly is a problem.
I think there's only,
or was.
I think there's 2 episodes left, right?
Yeah.
Come on, we could do this. Let's just get through it. Let's just get through it. We'll come back.
By the way, real quick before we get out of here,
I'm not going
hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. I lost it. But Ben checked in, and
well, Ben here.
Yeah,
Ben was here when the show started.
He was, but he must have.
Unless
left
he was commenting
because-
on the Insiders.
I think that's what it was because we were
Was
talking
he
about
really?
like, those kind of thing earlier.
I saw it and I didn't acknowledge it. I was like, what the hell is Ben doing here? Now it makes sense. He was talking to Kyle.
Yeah,
and
Ben
Jesse.
says the whole crowd at HOF Day was singing Marvin's Room. I thought that was interesting. That was
Thanks,
about
Ben.
1:30.
We need a time company to sponsor Ben's comments, like a watch company or something. Help Ben be on time. Brought to you by Rolex.
Yeah, I'm sure Rolex is really eager to spend money with D'Lo and KC.
Be G-Shock or whatever they used to be.
That's it. Like it's either Meister watches or JBW.
Shout out Meisters, man. I might have to talk to my people at Meisters, man.
Yeah, they were supposed to. Well, never mind.
Man,
It's
nah,
D'Lo and
don't get me
KC here on
started.
Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Those guys. Oh, and this was stupid too. That remind me to talk about how dumb this was. I don't know if I. This was stupid.
I kind of like this Asia logo.
Oh yeah, I like it. It just.
What is it supposed to be?
A logo.
No, I know it's a logo, but like of what?
Asia's.
Like, is it an AW? Like, what is it?
It's a logo. I didn't see the breakdown of it. I'm just looking at her I'm just looking at it. It's like, it's fine. It's cool. I don't know what it's supposed to be. Huh. I wonder if Uncle Howdy will be on tonight. Raw's got a hell of a act to follow after Friday SmackDown. They brought that garage door up and Punk was laying there. Drew picked him up, walked him all the way to the entrance and just dropped him.
I saw I think the aftermath.
Yeah, we learned gunshot to the head is only a 2-week injury in the WWE.
Oh
Mm-mm.
You snooze, you lose.
Mm-mm. Was it supposed to be somewhere else?
I don't know what was supposed to happen. I just know can't be around here. Seats taken.
The Lakers put out a 2-page press release to announce JJ Redick. That's so dumb. Man, this is fascinating to me. I'm looking at a quote from 95.7 The Game, our friends Steiny and Guru.
Big ups to them.
They it's a quote from one of their guests, Brian Geltzler. Apologies, I'm sure I got that wrong, but he's Sirius XM guy.
Okay.
He's talking about Klay. He said, I think it's imminent that the Warriors and Klay Thompson say goodbye. They can't be sentimental. Klay's been amazing. He's been a legendary Warrior. Unfortunately, he's going to end up finishing his career elsewhere. And that's like that, end quote. That's perfectly fine. The thing I just can't get over is, did y'all have this energy with Draymond last year? Because everyone was talking about how Joe Lacob is just going to die with this group together. And whenever Steph is ready, that's when it'll all disband. But now all of a sudden we're not ready to do that, because then this was what I was telling Sarah last night. Like if I'm Klay and there's, allegedly a 2-year offer on the table, I'm like, no, you're paying him for. He punched our teammate in the face. He's been suspended multiple times, and you committed $100 million to him. That's crazy. And you want me to take a deal? I'm the second half of the greatest backcourt that's ever existed, and you want me to be the friendly deal? I'd have told Joe Lacob and Mike Dunleavy, y'all could go to hell.
I mean, but you're right. Everything you're saying is right. But if you're not worth the deal that you're asking for, the years you're asking for, whatever the case may be, we can't just give it to you because we made a mistake in the past. We want you here.
And that's why you can't re-sign me.
All right, well, we can't re-sign you then.
No, that's fine.
Right,
I wasn't trying to change your mind. This wasn't
fine.
one of them things. Like,
Security.
I'll leave.
Security.
Don't make me get Stacy. She'll hit the diamond cutter or whatever she was doing
Can you
earlier.
imagine this just in? Klay Thompson carried out by security at the Warriors facility.
Thrown out by Bonte Hill. Yeah,
But
like,
you're
no, yeah,
right,
it's fine.
but-
No, it's fine. Yeah, no, you guys made a mistake. If you think signing me to a 4-year deal is a mistake, that's fine. You're going to make one more, or I'm going to leave, because I'm not signing for less than what you paid him for.
I understand. I understand. And we've got to
See you bitches in Orlando.
I mean, then I would show him pictures of Akeem Olajuwon in a Raptors uniform, Patrick Ewing in a Sonics uniform. Be like, Klay, is this what you? Come on, man. We're sorry. We made a mistake. We should not have given that crazy man all that money.
No good.
We're sorry.
Yeah, no. Okay, so sign me to a 4-year deal and trade his bum ass.
Nobody wants him, Klay.
Well, him and JJ could do a podcast together. Trade him to LA. Well, JJ said he's done podcasting. The Lakers need a podcaster.
Klay, what part of nobody wants him and his contract don't you understand?
Well,
we can't trade him.
If you orchestrate a trade, he'll just retire, because he doesn't want the rest of the world to know he's not very good when Steph Curry's not playing.
Hey, no, this conversation between the Warriors front office and Klay Thompson is hilarious.
I feel like this is all very realistic.
Oh man, did you catch some of the stuff that was going on with the Warriors over the weekend? And a lot of people were having fun with it here in Sacramento, but the guy said he had a rumor about what he hears the Warriors are going to do. I don't pay attention to that, but they did.
The answer to your question is no, but I'm
they picked up Looney's option, I believe it was, of $8 million.
Okay.
They pushed back the deadline for Chris Paul's contract to be guaranteed.
Okay,
a couple of days, right? Or he did. I think he did it. But
so he did do it.
That's the last.
So
I
I
heard.
think they were going to ask him to do it.
Mm.
I'm not sure. I did have that in my notes, but I don't think they asked him to. I think there was an idea that they were going to ask Chris Paul because they have these grand ideas about what they could do with Chris Paul's contract. Right. And so if they push back the guaranteed date a little bit, which is why, like, because I saw Chris Paul, Lakers have strong interest, Clippers have strong interest. I kept thinking, isn't he still with the Warriors? Like, the Warriors have to, like, cut him. Mm-hmm. And the stuff I saw was if he pushes back the deadline date, they can trade $30 million versus, I think it's $15 million. Right. And my thought was, if I'm Chris Paul, why the hell am I trying to help them? Unless I'm missing something, and I could be, that doesn't make sense for me if I'm Chris Paul.
So if I'm Chris Paul, help me out with this one. If I'm Chris Paul, I get traded. Me and my $30 million for next year gets traded.
Mm-hmm.
Say I get traded to OKC, and OKC waives me or buys me out. I can get the 30 million, or do I get the buyout that we agreed upon, which might be 17 million or something like that?
I think Chris Paul makes $15 million this year, no matter what. Mm-hmm. So if he's traded before that day, and I'll get the exact number here in a second. If he's traded before that day, like if he's traded to Sacramento, mm-hmm. and Sacramento cuts him, they still owe him $15 million. Mm-hmm. But he can play wherever he wants.
Right. So the reason why I'm asking that is if I'm Chris Paul, to your point, like, yeah, why would I help you not? I got $30 million that I potentially could get. If I agree to a trade, or I push this back so you can make a trade, and I potentially get cut by that team and I'm only making $15 million, why would I do that? Because that's the scenario, right? Like if Chris Paul gets traded and that team cuts him, he's making $15 million next year.
Chris Paul's so last year was the 15 million, 23-24. Mm-hmm. 24-25 is non-guaranteed. It's fully guaranteed. So the whole 30 million is guaranteed on the 28th. In 4 days. Wow. So it was last year that they could have gotten out with a partial guarantee. So
that gets even crazier.
So
why would anybody trade for his $30 million contract?
Because if I'm understanding this correctly, it's not guaranteed and they can cut him. So it would be a team that's trying to shed salary.
But from
Drew Down, can you weigh in on this?
It would all have to happen within the next like
4 days.
Right? So because if somebody trade for him after the 28th, then the 30 is guaranteed, correct?
Correct. That's correct. Yep. So which also I don't think you can trade until the 6th. Like legally, like you can agree, but the day has passed.
Right.
So let's see. In a recent report, Anthony Slater actively seeking larger scale upgrades using Chris Paul's expiring $30 million salary that becomes fully guaranteed on June 28th. They're looking to push the guarantee date back from June 28th into July.
And Drew Down in the chat says the thinking is guarantee the contract and then trade him. And I know he's an expiring deal, but who's trading for $30 million in Chris Paul?
I don't think anybody is. Because if the option is $30 million, like if I think people would bank on the Warriors just cutting him.
Yeah.
And then I could try to sign it. Now the flip side to that is it's one of the, we need him. Mm-hmm. Like we need to go get him. We can't risk him signing with such and such.
Mm-hmm. But
$30 million.
The flip side to that, RIP again.
Oh,
no disrespect to my man Chris Paul.
It's going to be disrespectful.
But who needs Chris Paul that bad right now? at this point in his career.
Let's get Drew down. Maybe he will walk us through this a little bit because I had this completely mixed up. Drew down. Help us out with this Chris Paul stuff.
What's going on, guys?
What up, Drew?
So you got it right. So last year was the $50 million guaranteed. This year is $30 million non-guaranteed. But the key is the guaranteed date. Because as it stands right now, the guaranteed date is the 29th, and that's before free agency and trades can happen. So in order, I'm not sure if they officially pushed it back, but if they didn't, they would have to guarantee that salary first before they could, in order to trade him. Because if they don't guarantee by the 29th, then, it's not guaranteed. They can't trade him. So pretty much that's where it gets tricky is the date thing. So I'm thinking, I'm not sure how logical it is for teams that, would want to pay him $30 million, but my thinking is, the Lakers and the Warriors are thinking, push the date back, try to find a suitor who might want him. Maybe they attach a pick and use that salary as a part of, a bigger trade. Maybe try to attach some young players, Chris Paul with the salary and some picks and try to go big game hunting. But the key is the date. That's the key, because if they don't move it back, the date is the 29th. Either they guarantee it by that date or they don't. And if they don't guarantee it, then he's a free agent. So it's very tricky to me. I don't think it's plausible, but my thinking is that, they want to push back the date, try to see if they can find a way to attach that salary plus some younger players, maybe Moody, whatever, and some picks and try to go big game hunting. So gotcha. I think that's what they're thinking. Is it realistic or not? I don't know, but I think that's what they're thinking. So I just wanted to shed some light on it. Thanks, guys.
No, that's helpful. Appreciate you, Drew. $30 million for 39-year-old Chris Paul.
Wow.
I think Chris Paul can be a difference maker I think Chris Paul can be really helpful to a couple of different teams out there. I know I'm working through this. I know I'm a stan, but like Chris Paul at $30 million or Russell Westbrook at $5 million.
Russell Westbrook.
Like I don't like I mean Drew's point is 100% what it appears that they're trying to do. That's what Anthony Slater was reporting about. I just can't figure out who does this.
I don't know. And if I can get Chris Paul like as a free agent and I can sign him to whatever, then we're cooking.
Absolutely.
I want to do that. I think he can help out.
Absolutely.
But if I got to do it at $30 million, I can go find another point guard for cheaper. And that's younger and that might be more durable. Chris Paul got hurt again last year and was out for multiple weeks.
Yeah, but to Chris Paul, like it felt like that really hurt the Warriors when he went out.
A little bit, but then he came back and they didn't get past the first game of the play-in.
Well, and who beat them again?
The Kings.
Well, let's just hold on to the one victory we got last year. Just repeat it.
I'll take it. Hell
but yeah.
Chris Paul, look, hey, man, just to bring it full circle.
I guess, sorry, I don't want to. Why would Chris Paul do this? Because
if you're able to get traded, you can guarantee yourself $30 million. Like if you say, hey, Warriors, I'll push back the date so you can work out a trade.
Can you?
Yeah, because if he gets traded, if by some miraculous way he gets traded, he gets to make the $30 million.
Right.
If he gets cut,
but
there's nothing.
But so if the idea is to guarantee the salary, why does the date have to be moved?
Because you wouldn't be able to trade him now.
The dates, what?
You wouldn't be able to trade him. Like if the date isn't moved, he can't be traded with the $30 million salary. If you move it to say July 15th, now, all right, I'm still got the $30 million guaranteed and I can be traded. Because if you don't move the date, essentially the Warriors are just going to cut you and you're not going to make $30 million.
But if you move the date and you're traded, can't you be cut?
I think it's guaranteed at that point.
So
no, I think
what date is being moved then?
So I
because
think
I
hear you.
So if June 30th gets here, the contract's guaranteed. Why can't you trade him?
Yeah, well, that's a good point. I don't think anybody's going to take him for 30 million. But
and that's the idea.
there is.
Someone
Yeah.
is acquiring him with the idea of cutting him. Why would Chris Paul do that?
That's a good point.
Just
you're
cut
right.
me
You're
now,
right.
and I'll go sign wherever the hell I want to, and not have to go through this whole hoopla of going to whoever. There's clearly something here I'm missing.
If the
I don't know what it is. I'm too stupid to figure this out.
Say the I don't know. Say he stays with the $30 million and gets traded and got cut. 30 million is guaranteed regardless, right?
If it's past that day, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So to your point, your original point, which makes sense, what's his
there's no benefit
for moving
and there's no benefit to a team cutting him. The benefit to a team acquiring him and cutting him is you save the 30 million.
Right.
But I don't know, dude. I'm just sitting here.
I don't know, man.
I'm just looking at hoops hype. I don't know.
I don't know, man. What? Speaking of Mike Tyson, 24 years ago today, he broke his back.
Spinal?
Wow.
It's tragic.
His back is broken.
Tragic.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure how that plays out. And if I'm the Warriors, I float that out there and I try everything I can. You got to, as long as you got Steph Curry there, you got to try.
Yep, absolutely.
Which I don't.
Which is why I don't fault whatever they're trying to do.
Got to try it.
Yeah, I don't fault whatever they're trying to do.
Hey, can I give a big L? Justin's not in here to defend. Oh, he's back. I want to hear him defend this because I didn't. Well, hell, I got the biggest Celtics fan right here. You could defend it.
Whatever.
What the hell did they do with that championship ceremony? Did you see how that thing ended? Was I alone with that? Were they in an empty TD Garden?
No, they started in the TD Garden, then they left.
That's where they started.
Yeah, they started
But they
there.
never. But they even then with the microphones and all that other stuff.
They didn't do no stage. Like they did all their speeches there at the TD Garden with fans and stuff, and then they go on their little parade.
So there were fans in the TD Garden.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there were.
Because on the side behind them, the seats were empty. So they might have been all in front of them, which you still should have filled up the whole thing.
Yeah, they did do it kind of weird. I don't like how they did it, to be honest. Like you need to go on a little parade route, end up at some stage or whatever, do your speeches, and then go home. Yeah,
like do it that way.
That's how they should have
I
did it.
couldn't tell if there were people in there or not, because I just saw behind them the seats were empty. I was like, why did they do that? And then, but I didn't know they did it before. But they should have been. It's July or June 15th or whatever, man. Be in City Hall, be in front of the people. Do it that way. Come on,
fix it next year, fellas.
Maybe they're trying to create.
Next year.
It will be.
Maybe they're trying to create a more pleasant experience for the people in attendance.
There were no people in attendance. Well,
they're in front.
The Spurs did their whole arena. Well, I remember when they did that because they showed that on NBA TV. If you're gonna do it,
and they did this during the same time as the parade.
The Spurs,
yeah.
I think theirs was like reverse. Like, so they went on their little route and then they ended up at SBC Center or whatever it's called. And they had 17,000 inside the arena.
Yeah, it doesn't look like anyone's in there
to do that.
It doesn't look like anyone.
I was disappointed with that. I wanted to see my boy Tatum in front of everybody in the city of Boston.
We did it.
No, look, he's gonna go to the podium and he's gonna do this, David. He's gonna go up to the podium and go, let's do it again.
Who did that?
Okay. Okay. That's
maybe
funny.
he would have did Mark Matson's funny dance too, Casey.
That's
maybe.
Funny. That's funny. That's funny.
No, I just thought that was a little strange. I was like, oh, come on, man. We always love those outside moments.
Parades are pretty overrated unless you're there, I think.
I went to one.
Well, maybe there wasn't a place for them to do it. I've never seen. Now that I think about it, have you ever seen a clip of a Celtics parade outside?
I don't know. They gotta find a park somewhere.
Well, maybe Boston doesn't have parks. Or integrated ones, at least.
Oh, that's why they couldn't do it.
That's why they couldn't do it.
Sorry. Boston. Oh, Boston didn't have a place for the basketball team to be
Well.
able to celebrate.
Well, this is where the Bruins do it, but I don't know. This is actually a historic Boston over here.
Oh no. Oh man. That's
I'm trying to get a
hilarious.
better view of what was going on at TD Garden. It really does not look like anyone was there. That's bizarre.
I hope they had some people there.
Well, I mean, it looked like employees were there.
Come on, man.
But it's hard to tell if
That's not good enough.
maybe they thought, let's just do this part for TV and get out there and get with the people.
Well, they did have like NBA TV out there, like you could watch that part, I guess. But
Yeah,
I don't
maybe
know,
maybe that's all it was.
Bad job.
Eh.
They stole my man Tatum's moment.
Or did they save Tatum?
Tatum's moment to do what?
To do the Mark Madsen.
Can you imagine that? Like, yeah, we were supposed to go on a little parade
Yeah.
route and go to the stage, but Tatum just cannot quit with this whole copying people stuff. So let's just cut it early and we'll just drive around.
They got together and said, "Look, we need to save Tatum from
Like, Jalen, can you speak, please? Because this guy has kind of lost it.
Jalen was out there with his girl. I didn't even know that was going down like that. You see that?
Jalen's the biggest winner, I think, from all of this.
I didn't see Jalen with his girl.
He was
no.
how you say my girl's name?
Not sure.
Chrissy
Okay.
plays for the Sky.
Oh, I saw someone mention that earlier. Like,
Yeah, she was
I saw
on-
he
she was on
lost
the boat,
a
on the
ring.
floats.
Yeah, he lost the ring for like one of his brands or something like that.
Yeah,
Poor guy. He's all right though. He's doing just fine.
he got another ring on the way. He'll be okay. Put out a reward for it, bro. Just tell the company to make you a new one.
Doing just fine. The real quick before we go, the Simmons and Russillo, they think Danny Ainge got a ring. You think he got a ring or is going to get a ring? Their argument is he basically put this team together.
But he didn't.
With Tatum and Brown, though.
Yeah,
He didn't
no,
do Tatum
yeah.
and Brown.
Brad
He
Stevens
did.
honestly took the
Yeah.
risk that Danny Ainge was never able to take.
Yeah, like he didn't. Like,
I love Danny Ainge. Like that Celtics team was always winning.
Brad
always
went back
close,
and
but
got
yeah.
Al Horford. Right, that was Brad. Right?
Yeah, Brad went back, got Horford.
Brad got Drew. Brad got Porzingis.
Marcus
I
was
mean,
one?
I do, and I wouldn't be surprised if Danny got one. Again, I don't think this is going to be like promoted. There's not going to be a ceremony for it.
Yeah, right.
I just think, hey, Brody, we appreciate you. Thank
What's
you.
your address again, dog? I'm gonna send you something.
So, something like that. They'll give him his ring in person. It should have just, hey, be in the back. Come here, bro. We got you. Did you read the little note that they were going to trade Marcus no matter what?
I did not see that. Where did you
So
see that?
like it was like Marcus. So with the Brogdon thing, we thought, oh, they were going to do this trade and they were going to be able to keep Marcus, but the Clippers screwed it up. There's a report, I can't remember who wrote it, that they were going to trade him for like Tyus Jones. And like there were like first round pick, there were picks involved as well. But Marcus, by the way this was written, was going to be traded to Memphis no matter what.
You know what? At the time, I hated the Clippers and I thought I would forever. But like after hearing that, thank you to the Los Angeles Clippers. You guys jump started
And
all
so
this.
they just wound up getting him in kind of a rerouted way.
Well, good luck to
And now
Marcus in
Malcolm
Memphis.
Brogdon's going to play for the Kings because Kenny
Well,
won't quit bringing his name up.
As long as you're getting Kuzma, it's
It's
cool.
pre-draft eve. It's draft eve or whatever tomorrow. Make sure you tap in with us beginning at 10 a.m. on the Insiders on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
Vamos Oilers.
Eventful. I see, Jordan Meeks.
Does Isaiah Thomas get a ring?
No.
James Posey get a ring? Did he get a? Was he on 08's team?
Yeah. They got a duck boat for the parade.
Does Paul Pierce demand a ring?
Paul gets a ring.
He demands one. Should he get one? No.
You know, this is like, yeah. This happens. Like people get rings who don't play for the team anymore. So like if Garnett and Pierce, those guys might get rings.
See, I don't think KG should get a ring.
I don't. Maybe not. But
Paul Pierce gets a ring.
Marcus
You know
and
anybody
Danny
getting a ring?
definitely will. Getting a ring?
Yeah.
No, I know someone who got a ring.
Well,
I don't know if that person's
I'm
getting
talking
a
about
ring or
mask.
not. I
That's
doubt
what
it. I don't know. I don't think so. I doubt it. Maybe. I don't know. I'll tell you later. I don't know. All right. We got to go do another show. We appreciate you guys, man. We'll see y'all tomorrow.